Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6SC. Chapter 169 Obliteration for subscription. Gu Ding defended again. But Ladefield's attack came like a torrential rain, and Gu Ding didn't have a chance to breathe. It seems to keep attacking until it breaks through Gu Ding's defense and kills Gu Ding on the spot. Gu Ding, let me see what else you can do. Garp looked at the battlefield and said, once Ladefield's Ashura mode is activated, it won't stop unless the enemy is killed. Gu Ding, you can feel it too, right? Those red particles, if virtual, really exist, but they can't be touched at all. Gu Ding, this is the power of Dr. Vegapunk's new generation technology. Oh, do you think I really have nothing to do? Gu Ding asked indifferently. What else can you do? Although you are powerful, you are human after all. The crushing of science and technology 500 years ahead sees that Garp is the god who walks in the world. Garp said firmly, ignorance. Gu Ding is too lazy to argue with Garp. Since you think Vegapunk is a god, then he is a god. So what if it's a god? Why should I be afraid? Gu Ding became a little serious. With a low drink. Repel fruit, the weak will scatter. As soon as the words fell, Ladefield's Fist 01, who had been attacking desperately like a mad dog before, froze, and was thrown hundreds of nautical miles away in an instant. Gu Ding stood in place, motionless, and a void passage appeared in front of him. Ladefield was bound by a thread, and was thrown in front of Gu Ding along the void passage. The red particles, if they are empty or real, so what? I, Gu Ding, want to destroy them, so why should I do it myself? One sentence is enough. Gu Ding looked at Garp with a sneer, and said, God said that things that shouldn't exist should be wiped out. After saying that, under Garp's gaze, Redfield's eyes widened and turned into a wisp of fly ash. No matter what red particles, what is false, nothing can stop Gu Ding's words. How can that be? Garp was trembling almost all over, and couldn't control his emotions. Redfield is a modified body that is 100 times stronger than Sakazuki and the others, why can you just call him? Garp didn't say what happened next. Firstly, it was because of embarrassment, and secondly, he couldn't believe it himself. The principle of, whatever you say, is very simple. In fact, it is just Gu Ding's flexible use of Devil Fruit's ability. The current Gu Ding is proficient in various Devil Fruit abilities, and the development level of each is higher than the peak of awakening. In Devil Fruit, there are many methods that can ignore all defenses and attack directly, such as Op Fruit. In the official history, Doflamingo followed Luo's way, roamed the entire island unknowingly, and was seriously injured by a knife attack. For the current Gu Ding, using some of Devil Fruit's abilities is easy. At best, it only consumes a little physical strength. However, these Gu Ding will not tell Garp. How can you understand the realm of God? Gu Ding gave Kaido lightly, then looked at Garp with a kind of charity, and said, okay, what else do you have to do? If you don't have it, you can die. Garp was also desperate at this time. He thought he could touch the corner of Gu Ding's clothes with Vegapunk, but the reality slapped him hard. Now, Redfield, whom he relies on the most, can't even resist the power of Gu Ding to open his mouth to speak, so what else can he say? A long sigh. Garp finally understood the sadness in Sengoku's heart during the Summit War. All of a sudden, there was not a single voice in the huge marine headquarters, and even the reporter who spoke the most chose to remain silent. Gu Ding won. That's the pirates winning. The pirates have won. Is there still justice, and the rule of law in the world? Thinking of this, many reporters secretly shed tears. The Marines looked mournful and dejected, waiting for Gu Ding's trial. In the face of absolute power, resistance is meaningless. No matter how many people there are, they cannot stop the bombardment of a neutron bomb. And Gu Ding is not afraid of nuclear weapons and neutron bullets, so how terrifying is the power he possesses? The Marines use their own methods to preserve their dignity. Don't resist, but don't run away either. Waiting for the fall of the butcher knife of fate hanging on the head. Some people began to cry, and then more people cried. Starting from the Marine headquarters, despair and sadness spread to every corner of the world. Why are pirates so strong? Why is Marine working so hard, but still not Gu Ding's opponent? It's not fair. It's not fair. Someone save us. A female reporter knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Then, more people cried. At this moment, an extremely dazzling blue light lit up in the distance, directly dyeing the entire Marine headquarters like a blue ocean. What is that? The light is so dazzling. Many people temporarily held back their grief and looked towards the source of the blue light. Suddenly, someone said, "Blue is the color of the sea." Could it be that the sea sent an envoy to punish Gu Ding? As soon as this statement came out, it was extremely inspiring. Yes, it must be so. The sea has sent an envoy, we are saved. The sea is angry, Gu Ding is finished. I heard that last time, Gu Ding was sanctioned by the sea, and finally retreated. 860. God bless the justice, and bless the Marine. Reporters and ordinary Marine soldiers knelt on the ground and worshipped. And the pirates who were happy just a moment ago, all of them were dark-faced at this moment, and began to worry about Gu Ding. Gu Ding didn't care. No matter who came, he had the confidence to slap him down. Gu Ding's current strength is like having his face fully plasticized. Before removing the gauze and looking in the mirror, he doesn't know what he looks like. However, it must be more beautiful than before. The blue light finally subsided, and the people under the light revealed their true faces. It was a handsome woman with a frosty face. Her eyes are very similar to Gu Ding's. If you look carefully, there are no human emotions, but only contempt for life and the majesty of the superior. Tisk tisk, it's actually you. Originally, I wanted to let you live, and I didn't bother to track down your whereabouts. In the end, you are still ungrateful, so there is nothing you can do. Gu Ding shook his head slightly. There is some regret in the words. HMPH, you know what you have done best, and the hatred is irreconcilable. Gu Ding, this time, you must die. The woman's voice was icy cold, and the air she exhaled while speaking directly covered the entire island with a layer of frost. I really don't know what to say. Gu Ding rubbed his wrists and stood up. It seems that I can only send you into the abyss again. Forrest Gump left. Chapter 170. Who is ruthless? Please subscribe. Gu Ding grabbed with 5 fingers. Immediately, the void shattered, and countless energies emerged from the gaps in the void. Ice, fire, light, darkness, gravity, particles, turbulence, rays, all kinds of energies are intertwined and colorful, like Madara's colorful poison, instantly engulfing Forrest Gump. Gu Ding, my current state is beyond what you can imagine. In my opinion, your so-called methods are nothing more than chickens and dogs. Gump was left deep in the center of the energy storm, but he remained calm, allowing various energies to attack him. The essence of energy is the most primitive and basic ether particle. As long as you can see through this point and make use of it, you can be invincible. Absolute domain extreme ice control. Gump's body exuded an icy air that was almost essential energy, and then the space around him creaked, like a walnut being crushed by a hammer, constantly shattering. The changes happening at this moment can no longer be observed with the naked eye, and even those who have not practiced observation hockey to predict the future cannot keep up with the rhythm of energy evolution when the two confront each other. The moment when various cosmic energies approached Forrest Gump, it was as if a person was strangled by the throat, dying and dying. In the next moment that cannot be measured by time, all the void energy was crushed into dust by Ultimate's ice, and turned into the most primitive, purest and most basic ether particles. Ether particles derive from all things in the universe, and will eventually become various substances. However, this process is extremely long, so long that almost no life can witness it. Now, the decomposed ether particles are like the carbon ash left after the firewood is burned, without any energy that can be released by burning. A short vacuum appeared around Gump's left, and the light went out, making it dark. The ants have grown wings. Gu Ding grabbed out a spear of energy and threw it vigorously, ignoring the boundaries of time and space, reaching the depths of Forrest Gump's soul. Ants with wings are still ants after all. Although you can struggle 1 or 2, you are still not a human opponent. Gu Ding, you are just too arrogant. You don't even know what Vegapunk gave me. I am the ultimate life form. I have the ultimate life form, and all the existing substances in the world can't hurt me. Your attack on me is doomed to be in vain. Give up. Ji Yu Ding, I can leave you a whole corpse." Backquote. Between the words, Aganzuo and Ji Yu Ding have linked a chain of frost. This chain, half hidden and half revealed, is composed of an unknown substance and energy, which is inescapably linked between the two. The moment Ji Yu Ding's icy spear pierced Agump immediately extinguished the flame of life, and then a huge amount of energy poured into Agump's body along the chain of frost, and Agump was reborn. It seems that there is a light blooming. Aganzuo bathed in the holy light and stood in front of Ji Yu Ding. "Although your strength is strong, you still can't kill me. Between you and me, it's like water and oil. No matter how much we stir, there will be a clear difference in the end. You are trying to devour the annihilation oil with the huge water. Kind of stupid." Gump Zuo was satisfied, as if he had taken over the old style. "Your ignorance astounds me." At this moment, Ji Yu Ding still didn't bother to pay attention to Agump. When did ants crawl up to people's noses to reason with people? When do people need to reason with ants again? A huge black spot appeared on Ji Yu Ding's hand. This black dot has a world-swallowing attraction. Neither light nor energy can escape its gravitational domain. Although Ji Yu Ding and Forrest Gump were separated by hundreds of meters, this distance could actually be ignored as zero in front of the two of them in this state of life. The black singularity was pressed on Agump's head. As if the water reservoir had been pulled open by someone, Agump was sucked into the black singularity like a formless stream of air. "Send you to the depths of the universe to repent." Ji Yu Ding pulled open a crack in space with his backhand, and the black singularity sank into it, gradually disappearing. Just when Ji Yu Ding thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. "Don't underestimate people." Gump frowned. His figure appeared in front of Ji Yu Ding, as if it were nothing but reality. "You are self-righteous and superior, and you regard other people as ants that can be easily crushed. That's right, in front of your huge power, we are indeed as small as ants. But don't forget, bees can sting people too. A scorpion can sting a man too. Parasites can suck people dry too. Ants also have their own way of survival. Ants with wings can fly to the sky after all, but what about you? As a person who controls the life and death of ants, can you fly to the sky?" Gump Zuo asked sharply, pointing at Ji Yu Ding, and said, "Although human beings are powerful, they are not good at everything. In front of the real creator, they are still insignificant dust." Crack, crack. At this moment, the ice block was unsealed, and Ji Yu Ding seemed to be a different person, with no sadness or joy on his face, calm demeanor, and the brilliance on his body. He looked at Agump with the eyes and emotions of a god. "Vegapunk has some means," Ji Yu Ding said without sadness or joy. "He can master the technology of void teleportation, which really broadens my horizons. Moreover, this ice blue chain should be a bridge between Devil Fruit's abilities. Or a channel. Once I use the power based on Devil Fruit to destroy you, you will continue to regenerate and become stronger by virtue of this channel. This is a good plan. However, Vegapunk is wrong. Devil Fruit is not my power to rely on, my real power is myself." Ji Yu Ding held the blue chain attached to his body with one hand, as if he really held it. "Are you okay?" Then, as soon as he exerted force, the blue chains appeared from the unknown space continuously, turning into layers of frost. At this moment, Agump, who had always been calm, panicked and started to shout. "No, you can't do chores like that. That is the foundation of the devil's ability. If you do this, it will destroy you and me at the same time. I can't live without the ultimate power of Bing Bing Fruit, and you can't live without the power of other fruits. Ji Yu Ding, I was wrong, you stop. I'm leaving now, I swear, I'll never come back. Stop it." Forrest Gump left almost crazy. Ji Yu Ding has already started to do whatever it takes to get rid of him. In the past, there was a Three Kingdoms Admiral Guan Yuyun who scraped the bone to cure poison. Today, in order to deal with the moth-like Forrest Gump, Ji Yu Ding also chose the method of scraping bones to cure poison. However, Ji Yu Ding's resolute approach is tens of thousands of times more ruthless than scraping bones to cure poison. Chapter 171 Judgment Garp for subscription. At this time, Forrest Gump is like a blood-sucking leech. The leech got into the human body when the human was not paying attention. The leech thinks that people will be cautious and dare not hurt it, and keeps talking nonsense. I am in your flesh, I am in your blood vessels, I will suck your blood bit by bit, suck your bone marrow, but you have nothing to do with me. But who knows, this human being is too cruel, even to deal with himself, he dares to use any means. In order to get rid of the leech, this human being did not connive, and did not even give the leech a chance to breathe. The moment he discovered that the leech had entered his body, he directly picked up the knife and cut open the flesh and tube where the leech was. Even with blood and flesh, all dare to give up. Crack, crack, the chain of frost continued to shatter, and Ji Ding paid a price 1,000,000 times higher than A Gumpzuo to solve the moth A Gumpzuo. You actually destroyed all your demonic abilities. Just to kill me. You are a lunatic, a complete lunatic. A Ganzuo shouted hysterically, but he couldn't help revolving heaven. At this time, he was like a ball filled with water, leaking water constantly, with a dry body and dull eyes, like a candle in the wind, crumbling. Kill 1,000, and self-damage 100 million. A Ganzuo couldn't understand Ji Ding's madness. Sad ants, you dare to challenge the majesty of God. Not to mention the ability of devil fruit, even if it is a hand and a pair of eyes, what is it? A stubborn stone is in my way, even if I break my foot, I will kick that stinky stone to pieces. What's more, can you understand my realm? What you see may not be true. If you scoop out a ladle of water from the sea, will the sea level be lower? Lost power, it took a breath to make up for it. Now, you don't even have the value of redemption. Become the dust of the universe. Ji Ding grabbed A Gump's neck and squeezed it a little bit harder. A-Gump disappeared into ashes, turned into the most basic ether particles, and dissipated in the world. Since then, Forest Gump died, and there is no one in the world who can threaten Ji Yi. The world fell into boundless silence, followed by boundless weeping. The figure of Ji Ding crushing a Ganzuo is like an eternal nightmare, engraved in the hearts of people all over the world. We won. The Ghoul team couldn't help but celebrate. Whitebeard Edward and red-haired Shanks had mixed feelings. Ji Ding's power had surpassed their perception. For the first time, I feel that life is so ridiculous. Edward seemed to be a few years old. Dream or something, just let it go. Shanks smiled wryly, and said, no one before, and no one in the future, can reach the height of Ji Ding. On the other side, Marine HQ. Their battles are beyond our comprehension level. Each one is a real demon. In comparison, what is the power of the devil fruit we have worked so hard to develop? Garp couldn't help being lost between his words. He stepped forward to comfort and said, don't underestimate yourself. Ji Ding, a person, cannot be measured by conventional human thinking. Just like Vegapunk, before this result comes out, aren't we also unable to understand why Sakazuki and Yedfield are equipped with data logging transmitters? You feel like Vegapunk has a second hand. Garp couldn't help asking. He's gone. If there was one, he would have used it long ago. He has experienced government affairs for a long time, and his mind is also clear. The main reason is that we are too weak, just like children, and we can't even handle the sharp sword given by Vegapunk. It's just a few stones and a slingshot. However, how can this hit the titan like Ji Ding? Presumably Vegapunk has anticipated today's situation and will continue to collect Ji Ding's data. However, it is just a collection. Vegapunk, he also has nothing to do with Ji Ding. Garp closed his ABDB eyes like a cloud. Maybe Vegapunk will have an answer, but we can't wait for that answer. In the eyes of everyone, Ji Ding slowly descended to the Marine headquarters. Garp, your stupidity is outrageous. Did you ever regret pleading guilty to my advice? Ji Ding stood in front of Garp and asked coldly. Garp felt distressed in his heart, with a sour mouth, and said, winners losers. What good is it to talk about regrets? It's just a joke. Ji Ding, Marine can die, but justice cannot live without. I know you hate Marine, but the people of the world are innocent. They should not be implicated by you. Innocent. How can there be any innocence? Weak people don't dare to resist when they see the evil, because they want to indulge evil and commit crimes, and then hurt more weak people. In the end, they pin their hopes on the pity of the strong, hoping that the strong will punish the evil. Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Garp, Marine is a good thing. Under the banner of justice to eliminate pirates for the people of the world, what you do is just what celestial dragons' lackeys should do, and all you do are for the chair that celestial dragons got off their buttocks. Prodigal dog, how dare you bark? Quote, Gu Ding's determination is as strong as iron, and his belief will not be shaken by anyone's words. Why don't I understand what you are saying? It's just that no one is born strong. Young children and weak old people are all part of the cruel and real world. Among them, although there are shameless people who forget righteousness for profit, most of them are good citizens with kind hearts. They should not be involved in this Uzumaki. Garp was unwilling and wanted to get Gu Ding's mercy for the people in the world. Needless to say, in the kingdom of God in the new era, there is no need for insensitive and foolish people. Even if only one man and one woman are left to die, with my means, they can multiply into a nation. Die, Garp. Disobedience to Kamui is one of the crimes. Aiding the emperor is a crime, the second crime. I don't know how to repent, third. 3 crimes and punishment. Even if you are Luffy's grandfather, I will not show mercy. Gu Ding's voice struck Garp's heart like thunder. Immediately, Garp's eyes dimmed, turned into dust, and disappeared in this world. It's just that he didn't understand Gu Gong's last sentence before he died. Why Gu Ding mentioned Luffy's name at the end? How did Luffy get into Gu Ding's eye? With death, however, none of that matters. The trial begins. As soon as the words fell, Gu Ding was neither sad nor happy, and endless lines gushed out from behind, like spring rain as fine as a cow's hair, sweeping the whole world. Chapter 172 The Alone God for Subscription. Parasite String. Attached to Armament Hockey's Parasite String, it is linked to people scattered all over the world. Under the perception of Observation Hockey, Gu Ding's Parasite String covers all corners of the world. The Reader plugin is turned on. Countless information flowed into Gu Ding's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. Sorrow, fear, hatred, disgust, lust, desire, ambition, greed, good intentions, evil thoughts, etc., etc., etc. Gu Ding is like a god, who has penetrated the minds of everyone in the world. Then, the countless root parasite string exploded. The world was cleared of 1/10 of its population. Among them, 99% of celestial dragons, 90% of pirates, and countless civilians with evil intentions are included. Then, countless people cheered, and countless people were afraid. The woman who was forced into a corner and was about to be rowed, saw the villain who died suddenly, knelt on the ground, silently recited the name of God, and shed pious tears. The crew of the merchant ship, who was being looted by the pirates, saw the pirate's blood-stained butcher's knife resting in front of his eyebrows, and then fell straight down. His eyes were full of disbelief. Cleaning. They call it retribution. It's just that less than 1/10 of the villains are so overwhelming that the other 9/10 can't breathe. Gu Ding did not stop, and the cleaning continued. This time, the key words in his mind are weakness and indulgence. Because of weakness and connivance, he was bullied and gave in, and then he was constantly bullied and given in. Vicious circle. Help the evildoer. Even if you live in this world, you don't know what you want, so what is the need to live? Cleaning. Gu Ding also chose to purge this group of people. Then more people died. No one knows what Gu Ding is doing, and no one understands what Gu Ding is doing. Because Gu Ding has stepped into the realm of God. Alone God. After cleaning 2/3 of the world's population, Gu Ding stopped. In his way, by his standards, a group of residents were selected for the new era. Later generations will call today the beginning of the world, and some historians will call it the end of darkness. But those, to Gu Ding, are not important. What matters is the only thing Gu Ding lacks right now, eternal life. The world under the new era will be governed by Weisung Aya. With the assistance of Doragon and other elites of the Revolutionary Army, Weisung Aya manages the world in an orderly manner. Thanks to the technology left behind by Vegapunk, the disadvantages of the sharp decline in the world's population have also been completely eliminated. The sea is gone forever, and global commerce and trade are flourishing like never before. The golden monkey stood up and Yu clarified Wan Liai. Gu Ding's methods have deterred countless ambitious people, and the world's ocean currents have never been smoother. Countless people live under the shadow of Ji Ding or in the shade, and start a new life in the new era. At this time, Ji Ding is busy tracking Vegapunk. Vegapunk's method was beyond Ji Ding's expectation. Although he has learned the memories of Sakazuki, Pelusilino, Agonzuo and others, Ji Ding has never been able to find the real location of Vegapunk, as if he is hidden in a secret space. This made Ji Ding very puzzled. Even I'm trapped in this cage, Vegapunk, I don't believe you can really escape. As long as it's hidden, there will always be a moment of revealing. Humph. On the other hand, Ji Ding established a base in Seahai. The Tenjin pirates are the only pirates in the world. Whitebeard Edward, red-haired Shanks, they all changed to Adventure Group, in line with the times. Adventures are adventures, pirates are pirates, and the two should not be confused. For those who are determined to pursue the sea and freedom, Yin still has a positive attitude. In fact, Ji Ding did not wipe out all the dark evils, and specially circled a lawless place in New World for adventurers to fight. Because things like sin are simply inexhaustible, just like the weeds on the ground, spring wind blows and regenerates. It is better to be sparse than to be blocked. Ji Ding was too lazy to waste his mind on it, so he gave him 1/3 of an acre of land and let him fend for himself. On the other hand, the moment the Four Seas base was established, Ji Ding received a notification sound from the system to complete the task. Congratulations to host for completing the customized task, Safang Si. Now you can start the next stage of the task. Do you want to start it? On. Although it has been nearly 3 years since the custom task, Ji Ding has never forgotten it. Especially now, with greater power, Ji Ding can feel the importance of customizing tasks even more, and even has an indescribable vague feeling. 0 for flowers. Now that the marine government has been overthrown by Ji Ding, the first stage of the customization task does not need to wait an extra month, it can be completed directly. The system's prompt sounded in Ji Ding's mind. Mission 1. Collect all the Zone Devil fruits. There is no time limit for this task until all are collected. Devil Fruit illustrated book information has been sent to your database and can be accessed at any time. Ji Ding was speechless for a while. Collecting items, which seems to be a simple and incredible task, is actually very troublesome. Zone Fruit. In addition to the common animal form fruit, there are many rare form fruits, even harder to obtain than Logia. Moreover, a fruit, if the host is not dead, it will never appear again. Quote, this also means that if I want to get all the fruits, I have to kill many irrelevant animal fruit ability users again. Although Ji Ding killed 2/3 of the world's population, it was a trial with rules. Ji Ding would not do slaughter without guidelines. The current task of the system is tantamount to asking him to kill all the existing zone demon fruit power, which is unacceptable to him. Marco the Phoenix, Jack the Drow, do they all have to die? Ji Ding fell into deep thought. After a long time, Gooding set out to find Doflamingo. With Ji Ding's support, Doflamingo has become the head of the intelligence department of the new government, and his intelligence network has spread all over the world. Although there are still some shady things in it, these are not what Ji Ding will take care of. Ji Ding is only responsible for weeding, not for weeding forever. Send me an order to collect all information about Zone Devil Fruit and ability users. Once you find something that is Devil Fruit, collect it immediately. Once you find a Zone ability user, immediately file it. Yes, God Lord. In front of Ji Ding, Doflamingo never asks anything. He is a very smart person, so he ordered his subordinates repeatedly and strictly carried out the orders of the city officials. Ji Ding looked at the sky above his head, and with a thought, he had already arrived on the boat of the Whitebeard Adventure Group. My lord, it is you who are here. After seeing Ji Ding, Marco's sullen eyelids became more energetic. Chapter 173 Uninvited Guest. Subscribe. When Ji Ding looked at Marco, his eyes were a little complicated. Marco didn't understand what it meant, but still warmly entertained Ji Ding. Marco, have you ever thought about dying? Ji Ding asked abruptly. Marco was taken aback, and immediately returned to normal, still looking sick. Kaido, death is something that has been ignored since the moment he boarded the boat. Life is alive, happy, and has companions. It is enough to have brothers and adventures. Well, Maybe for Dad, there must be wine. Ji Yu Ding smiled slightly and didn't say much. After Whitebeard came out, Ji Yu Ding exchanged some simple greetings and set off for an uninhabited island. Sitting in the center of the island, letting the wind blow and the sun shine, this sitting for 2 months, but Ji Yu Ding still got nothing. This kind of moral dilemma, Ji Yu Ding is really difficult to convince himself, 350, to make a choice with all his heart. So, just ignore it. System, you will really give me problems. Ji Yu Ding was almost helpless. Dear host, all the tasks are reasonable. May I ask if the host will give up the task? Once the task is given up, there will be no similar tasks. Please host carefully decide. Compared with Shaoan, the system's answers are always objective and ruthless, without a trace of emotional bias. Ji Yu Ding didn't bother to pay attention to the system, he united his body and mind, and spread his thoughts to the whole world. Unparalleled observation hockey. Due to the idea, due to the shield shape. Gilmar 66, Vince K. Judge. Vegapunk has disappeared, so Vince K. Judge is the only one who masters the life plan and the blood factor theory in the world. Use Op Fruit's ability to obtain eternal life through ultimate surgery, so that there will be time to wait for the death of the capable person. In Ji Yu Ding's heart, after all, it is impossible to completely treat human life as nothing. Otherwise, he only needs to move his fingers to kill all the Zone Demon Fruit powers, and he can collect all the Zone Devil Fruits in a short time. Why spend so long waiting? Who are you? Ji Yu Ding. After Ji Yu Ding appeared, Judge was condescending and almost kneeled on the ground. In today's world, no one knows that Ji Yu Ding's method, after eradicating 2/3 of the world's population, will have an impact that is far more than a simple nightmare. When Judge saw Ji Yu Ding, he wanted to cry without tears. If Ji Yu Ding hadn't been merciful, all of Germa 66 including Judge would have been wiped out at that time. If so, Germa 66 would have suffered heavy losses, cutting off its dream of conquering North Blue. My lord, what do you order from me? When speaking, Judge's mind went blank, for fear that if he mispronounced a syllable, he would be obliterated by Ji Yu Ding. Through the parasite string, Ji Yu Ding had read Judge's memory and knew the actual level of his bloodline factor theory research, so he directly gave instructions. Take my cells and create a clone of me. You know what to do. Yes. God Lord. Judge's voice trembled the whole time, studying Ji Yu Ding, which was something he couldn't even imagine. With the cooperation of Ji Yu Ding, after taking out some of Ji Yu Ding's bone marrow cells, Judge tremblingly went to the laboratory. In order to prevent the leakage of news, Ji Yu Ding arranged a birdcage casually. The sea army under the cover of birdcage is like a layer of natural moat, not afraid of any incoming enemies. After doing this, I think of the future color cook. At this time, Sanji was about 7 years old. Under the influence of Ji Yu Ding, Sanji's fate trajectory has also changed. Sanji, who should have fled, is still locked in a cage at this time, becoming the son that Judge does not recognize. His sister Reiju didn't get a chance to release Sanji. Ji Yu Ding appeared in the secret room. Sanji is wearing armor and locked in an iron prison. After seeing Ji Yu Ding, he was surprised and said, "Who are you and why are you here?" Do you know, all blue? Under Sanji's gaze, the steel of the cage was easily bent by Ji Yu Ding like mud. Then, Ji Yu Ding's hand was gently placed on Sanji's head. You know all blue too. There was a twinkle in Sanji's eyes, and nothing excited him more than all blue. A dream sea with all the cooking ingredients of the 4 seas. How about it, do you want to go? Ji Yu Ding's voice is gentle, like a big brother who cares about his younger brother in the family, giving Sanji a sense of trust that he has never had before. Okay. Sanji nodded heavily. Then, the shackle helmet on his head seemed to have been cut by a sword, and the incision was smooth and slipped off. Walk. Ji Yu Ding grabbed Sanji's little hand and disappeared into the dungeon. Not long after Ji Yu Ding left Gilmar 66, an unexpected visitor appeared in Judge's laboratory. Unexpectedly, in the absence of a life design map, the theory of blood factors has been studied by you to such an extent. A strange but familiar voice appeared behind Judge. Judge tensed up all over, as if he was facing an enemy. Why you? I heard that those people in Marine were transformed by you. Aren't you afraid of death if you fight against Jiu Ding? You still dare to show up, aren't you afraid that Jiu Ding will find you? Or, you don't know Jiu Gong's wrist at all? Judge threw several questions at Vegapunk like a cannonball. Okay, old colleague, don't be so nervous. Vegapunk said unhurriedly. Jiu Ding's means, I naturally know the best. Otherwise, I would not challenge him, or even avoid him. I can live to this day, isn't that enough to explain the problem? Judge's eyes flickered, and he asked, you came to me, isn't it for reminiscing about old times? The only thing you can value here is Jiu Ding's bone marrow cells. With all due respect, his bone marrow cells are completely wasted in your hands. 5.2 inches. When saying this, Vegapunk gave Judge a very strange feeling, as if Judge had never known him before. You look down on people too much. Judge showed displeasure. The truth never hurts. Vegapunk said disapprovingly. What is the life design map, and what is the blood factor theory? They are all superficial and false. You can't even see the treasure in his body right in front of you. There is no other reason, your intelligence is too low. You can never imagine how I felt when I deliberately pretended to be a fool when I was working with you. Fortunately, with the appearance of Jiu Ding, I will not spend my whole life in loneliness. Ha 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 ha. Judge, you can understand my excitement. A scientist's mood when he encounters the material of the epic. Chapter 174 Raftel's Secret. Subscribe. Vegapunk's eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he attached to Judge's ear, saying, give me the cells, I will take you to open a new chapter in history. You must be crazy. Judge took 2 steps back, rolled his eyes, and said, you are in the birdcage now, and every word you say is under the monitoring of Jiu Ding. You are looking for death, don't drag me funeral. Jiu Ding is not as powerful as you think. He is not all-knowing and omnipotent. There are countless truths in the world, and what he has grasped is only the superficial. You are so afraid of him, maybe because you are frightened by his means. Hee hee. For the sake of the so-called new era, slaughtering 2/3 of the world's population in one go, this kind of courage, even I can't help being shocked. Actually, it's not that I don't have that ability, I'm just too lazy to cause trouble. You should also have heard that among the weapons first provided to Marine, there is a weapon that can easily kill Admiral and destroy the country, nuclear weapons. This kind of weapon, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. You just need to know that once you do something like destroy the world, you will cause trouble that you can't afford. Vegapunk looked at Judge, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, you are also a scientist after all, so you really can't find some clues. Judge looked serious. Vegapunk's words reminded him of some incomprehensible scientific experiments. Those experiments have a common feature. Under fixed experimental conditions, completely different and even contradictory results are always obtained, so that the relevant theoretical research is interrupted and no progress can be made. This made them feel as if there were a pair of invisible hands in the dark, manipulating and interfering with the results of the experiment. You mean? Judge looked at Vegapunk in disbelief. Shish. Vegapunk made a silent gesture, smiled slightly, and said, don't say it, don't say it. So, are you willing to offer Jiu Ding's cells with both hands? Judge pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. After getting half of the cells in Judge's hand, Vegapunk handed Judge a pill. Eat it, otherwise, Jiu Ding will find out about our meeting today. Once the matter is exposed, you will be the first to die. Vegapunk said seriously. What's going on here? Judge was puzzled. After the time of the massacre, it is certain that Jiu Ding has the ability to steal other people's memories. Just in case, Judge, I can only wrong you and tamper with your memory a little bit. Vegapunk gives the pill to Judge, and with the help of a tiny machine, leaves Germa 66. Needless to say he knew Judge Kim made the right choice. Allblue is a mysterious place where all the ingredients from the 4 seas are gathered, and it is the sea in Sanji's dream. Jiu Ding has never been there, but he guessed where Allblue is. The end of the Grand Line, Raftel. If there is really a place where all blue exists in the world, it can only be Raftel. Raftel is well known to the world, but it is a place that is extremely unknown to the world. Regarding it, Except for Roger and his crew who once conquered the Grand Line, other people can only guess what it looks like based on imagination. Raftel is full of mysteries and unknowns. If even Raftel can't meet the characteristics of ALLBLUEs, food ingredients from all directions in the sea, then All Blue can only be a wild fantasy legend among the world's population. Today, following the guidance of historical texts, Ji Ding brought Sanji to the end of the Grand Line. However, for him at this time, the title, One Piece, is no longer important. This is the dreamy sea that gathers ingredients from the four seas, all blue. Looking down at Raftel, Sanji saw that the dark lumen waves from the four seas in the southeast, northwest and four directions were harmoniously distributed in the four directions of Raftel, and all kinds of marine life lived in harmony. This scene made him feel emotional. How do you feel when your dreams come true? Ji Ding took Sanji to dive into the bottom of the sea again to experience the style of ALLBLUE, the Sea of Dreams, more closely. Thank you, Uncle. After the initial excitement, Sanji was a little disappointed, and said, dreams are realized in this way, I always feel that something is missing. Maybe, the current ALLBLUE is not the all blue I imagined. Uncle, after coming here, I am very excited, very happy. But I always feel that there is something missing in my heart, empty. Hearing this, Ji Ding had a vague feeling that those changed fates would faintly leave traces on their host. It's just that this kind of trace makes it difficult for the host to detect and understand. A trace of fate. Ji Ding thought about what happened in the Summit War again. Due to an irreversible chain of suspicion, Tiandao noticed Ji Ding's abnormality. At that time, in order to avoid Tiandao's detection and Tiandao's obliteration of Ji Ding, the system had no choice but to dissipate Ji Ding's power. At that time, Ji Ding knew Tiandao was like a robber who ran to other people's house to steal and rob things, and was caught right away. As the master, Tiandao will naturally show no mercy when encountering robbers. The danger Ji Ding is facing is to fight the mighty Heavenly Dao head-on. Although Ji Ding was strong at that time, he was still far from being the opponent of Tiandao. He lacks the time to grow up, and in front of heaven, he is like a childish urchin who will be easily suppressed. Now, thanks to the existence of the new plug-in group, Ji Ding, there has been a qualitative change. 387 Ji Ding is no longer incompatible with Tiandao, but has become a parasite that burrows into Tiandao's body, just like Cordyceps sinensis. Yes, but heaven has nothing to do about it. The destinies of the creatures created by Heavenly Dao have all been changed by me. Even if it can't detect me, it shouldn't be unaware of the changes in itself. Even now, it's still not seen that Heavenly Dao has made a difference. It's really frustrating. It's hard to understand. Could it be that the Dao of Heaven has actually taken action, but I haven't noticed it? Ji Ding had doubts in his heart, but he also felt that he couldn't do anything. Raftel, in addition to being the location of ALLBLUE, the Sea of Dreams, also hides the truth of the disappearance of history. The once powerful kingdom of D that existed in history in Raftel. Today, with the vicissitudes of life, the formerly powerful country of D has turned into ruins under the dust. Although he has no intention of reminiscing, Ji Ding still has a feeling of nostalgia when walking among the ruins, which also strengthens his pursuit of eternal life. If the experiment is successful and I continue to use the op fruit, I can make the people I cherish, such as Yaya, step into the palace of eternal life. At this time, the ruins trembled. The entrance of a secret room appeared in front of Ji Ding. Chapter 175 The Secret of the System. Subscribe. Ji Ding hesitated for a moment. Whether it's the truth of history or the 100 years that have disappeared, even if it contains Wano Kuni's treasure, at the current level, it still doesn't interest him. Just when he had a clue, Sanji happily ran in. Uncle, come here quickly. Wow, the secret treasure of the ruins. Uncle, come quickly, let's explore together. Sanji has a young heart, and after seeing the entrance of the secret room, the enthusiasm for adventure in his heart is out of control. Ji Ding paused for a moment, and immediately followed. At the other end of the red line is the former residence of the Celestial Dragons, the Holy Land Mariajoy. And this end is Raftel, the hometown of the D family. The world is far away from each other. Ji Ding figured this out, and many unsolved mysteries in the previous official history were connected. Follow behind Sanji and go straight into the secret room. With the deepening of exploration, Ji Yuding gradually became curious. When he reached the end of the secret room, a mysterious thing appeared in front of his eyes. "Uncle, what is this?" Sanji looked at the energy gate with various dark tones and colors in front of him, and couldn't help but want to touch it. Ji Yuding pressed Sanji's head and stopped Sanji's pace. "Don't eat food of unknown origin. Don't touch anything of unknown origin." Ji Yuding took a step forward, and immediately felt some unexplained changes in his body. He frowned slightly, took another step forward, and was surprised to find that the distance between him and the door hadn't shortened. "System. What is this door?" Ji Yuding called the system in his heart, but he didn't get a response from the system. Ji Yuding suddenly had a bad feeling. Once upon a time, the system was like this, not accepting Ji Yuding's call. But that time, the system informed Ji Yuding of the reason in advance, but this time, the system suddenly disconnected, as if Ji Yuding took a step forward and suddenly entered the bird cage. At this moment, Ji Yuding's heart was like a mirror, and when he had a flash of inspiration, he thought of an existence. Heaven. The system can't disguise its identity. When facing the way of heaven, it can only choose to retreat and hide. From this point of view, the system should also be a kind of way of heaven. Ji Yuding's mind was like lightning. In this special time and space, he seemed to realize many things suddenly. If the system is the way of heaven, then all this makes sense. The power of heavenly Tao can be said to be omnipotent. With the help of the system, I can easily obtain powerful power. At the beginning, the system could even change the world structure of this Fangtian Tao, and many treasure chests, buffs, and gift bags appeared. But later, after being discovered by Tiandao, such blatant behavior will not work, so it can only be transferred to the dark side, subtly and covertly. Compared with Fang Tiandao, the plug-in system lacks the carrier of the world. It is like a homeless vagrant who has no house or land. He is unwilling to work and can only do some tricks and abductions. Then, the support of the plug-in system for me, in fact, it is to use my hands to murder Tiandao and steal the world ruled by Tiandao. What a robber system! After thinking about these things, Ji Yuding was not angry. The system has the idea of the system, and Ji Yuding allows these things to exist. In any case, after all, the system has been helping Ji Yuding all the way. Without the system, Ji Yuding would not be as successful as he is now. Just find an opportunity to ask clearly in the future. Ji Yuding walked forward again, and every step he took, he would feel different rules and power. After walking dozens of steps, Ji Yuding also understood that the energy portal is filled with the ultimate power that can only be possessed after the awakening of various devil fruits in the pirate world. Being in it, Ji Yuding felt delighted to see the hunter. The power of magma, the power of ice, the power of light, the power of darkness, the power of wind, the power of wood, etc., etc., countless powers are placed in front of Ji Yuding like a template. Learn by working. Ji Yuding benefited a lot. Before that, although he had mastered the power of various devil fruits without a teacher, he still had some shortcomings compared with the creator Tiandao. Okay. Uncle, you can figure it out. I'm so anxious. I was only in the time of a few thoughts, but 5 months have passed outside. The difference of one step, the time span is so large. Fortunately, I came out early, and I didn't indulge too much in it. Otherwise, it will probably be 5 years later. Dear host, the place you stepped into just now is very dangerous. It is the core of the heavenly Tao here. If it had been before switching to a new plug-in group, the first moment you entered, you would be crushed by the will of the heavenly Tao into dust. Thinking of this, Ji Yuding couldn't help snickering. Nothing is more wonderful than this. When I detected danger, I didn't even have time to remind you, and I was suppressed in the depths of your soul by the automatic defense program. If you accidentally fall into it, the consequences will be disastrous. Now, Ji Yuding is like a fetus waiting to grow, desperately absorbing the nutrients of heaven. Now he, like a baby who is 8 weeks pregnant, has just taken shape. As long as he continues to grow here, he will soon reach the level of 8 months of pregnancy. His facial features can be distinguished, and his eyebrows are clear. In time, this world will definitely not be able to accommodate him. Uncle, you scare me to death. When you go in, you can only walk a step in a few days, and sometimes you don't even move for a month or two. Sanji was a little incoherent, said, "It's been 5 months, you've been in there for 5 months. If I wasn't a cook, I would have starved to death on this island." Well, the cooking I cook is really a bit unpalatable, so sad. Ji Yu-ding knew that there is no time to practice, and there is a oil bottle, color Kappa, Sanji waiting outside, so he quickly withdrew from the state of practice, planning to send Sanji away first. Sanji's appearance was unexpected, his hair grew so fast that it buried his neck, his height seemed to be a bit taller than before, and most importantly, his face lost 2 circles of weight. Could it be that I want to ascend? In the past, the system would only say, "Congratulations host, you got 10 character summoning cards," with clear semantics. Although the voice of the system has no human emotion, it still sounds like a synthetic voice. But at this time, Ji Yu-ding perceived something different from its words. Ji Yu-ding thought of the word, flying ascension. In the world of Shanja, that kind of situation is probably not tiresome and has to be borne. Ji Yu-ding was shocked of winning the king and took Sanji with him, leaving the secret room with some reluctance. At this moment, the system took the initiative to contact the tongue worker. But now, it has spoken out such a vague living area as, "The consequences are unimaginable." Sanji was still talking to himself, but Ji Yu-ding was blown in his heart. Chapter 176 God chooses concubine for subscription. Consequences. What consequences? Ji Yu-ding snorted and called the system. The system, "The consequences are unimaginable. What kind of consequences are those?" The system paused for a moment, and replied, "Swallowing, and eternal death." Ji Yu-ding knew that the system had considered many kinds of answers. For beings like them, countless thoughts could come up every second. A pause of just a few seconds can already explain a lot of problems. For example, the possibility of damage to the logic module of the plugin system, or the possibility that the plugin system feels that it is not suitable for a showdown with Ji Yu-ding now. In any case, since the system did not make a further answer, it must have its considerations. Ji Yu-ding is happy with the beauty of adults and doesn't go into it anymore. He knew that although the driftwood rising from the bottom of the sea will go through some processes, there will always be a moment to surface. While Ji Yu-ding was talking with the system, a major event was happening in the world. God chooses the concubine. A week ago, a young man who was exactly like Ji Yu-ding came to the palace where Ling knew of Wei Sung was. "Wei Sung, Aya girl." After seeing Wei Sung Aya, Ji Yu-ding said with a smile on his face. "Ji Yu-ding big brother. Where have you been for the past 5 months? Why did 523 come back now? You miss me." Wei Sung Lingnu was overjoyed, and she looked at Ji Yu-ding with some resentment. Ji Yu-ding left without saying a word, and she was gone for several months, but she suffered from longing for her. Now, seeing her lover come back, Wei Sung Lingnu is both annoyed and happy. She can't wait to rush up and bite Ji Yu-ding on the face to relieve the anger in her heart. Wei Sung Lingnu let out a snort, and flung herself into the arms of Ji Yu-ding, pretending to be arrogant. But it was blocked by Ji Yu-ding, reaching out. He's the only one who accepts this kind of stupid woman. Huh, I don't want the second-hand goods he touched. If I want to accept them, I will accept virgins like Violet, Baby 5, Hancock, and Robin. Pure land without pollution, 1 inch every inch will be conquered by me. Ji Yu-ding thought so in his heart, but didn't show it. When the girl from Wei Sung rushed over, he took a step back calmly, and then said, "In today's world, the unified government has been established, the rivers are clean and the sea is clean, the world is peaceful, and the people of the world live and work in peace and contentment. It is a time of prosperity. It is also time, Zhao tell the world, the wedding is held." Quote. Exclamation mark quote. ABCD. At the last moment, Wei Sung Aya still blamed Ji Yu-ding for retreating, but when she heard about the marriage, she blushed. Although she and Ji Yu-ding have already been husband and wife, and everyone knows that she is Ji Yu-ding's woman, she has never had an official status. For a long time, Wei Sung Aya thought that Ji Yu-ding was someone who didn't care about those details, so even though she had expectations in her heart, she didn't dare to tell Ji Dingming, for fear that Ji Ding would think her stingy. At this time, when she heard that Ji Ding was about to hold a wedding, she couldn't help but bump into the deer, and the girl's heart fluttered. However, the next words of Ji Ding made Wei Sung-aya feel extremely wronged, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Announce to the world, order the governments at all levels, the gods will choose concubines, and conduct beauty pageants in the world, select beauties from all ethnic groups and places, and send them to the palace. In addition, see Violet, Baby 5, Boa Hancock, and Nico Robin in the palace. Ji Ding has a majestic demeanor, and his words cannot be doubted. Huh, what are you still doing in a daze? Do you want me to inform you personally? Ji Ding scolded mercilessly. Wei Sung-aya could not stop crying, which was completely different from what she had imagined. Ji Ding, big brother, you have changed. If you are a person, you will change. Well, pass my order. Ji Ding was not sad at all when he sent away the weeping girl from Wei Sung, and even sneered in his heart. Bah, disgusting. Ji Ding, big brother, one mouthful, disgusting to death. Ji Ding curled his lips, and immediately thought that a good thing was coming, and couldn't help but feel happy again. Tisk tisk, Ji Ding is simply an eunuch. There are so many beauties around me, and I don't want to enjoy them all. It's a good thing for me. Hee hee. Boa Hancock, Nico Robin, you want to kill me? Hey, Ji Ding, the dead eunuch. Ji Ding was a little annoyed again, and said bitterly, if you say kill, that's 2/3 of the people. Tisk tisk, how many beauties have died, it really makes me sad. Marine's #1 beauty, Black Threshold, Hina, Khalifa the Whip, Sati-chan the Queen of Shaking S, Domino the Warden. When he comes back, I will kill him. Counting on his fingers the beautiful Marine who was killed by Ji Ding. Ji Ding was so angry that he was going crazy, gnashing his teeth, and couldn't calm down for a long time. It's a pity, Perona and Nami are too young, tasteless, it's a pity to throw them away, and it's tasteless to eat. Let's wait for them to grow up for another 2 years. Hee hee hee. Beauties of all ethnic groups, let me pick them. From Sky Island, Elder Little Wings of the Fishmen Island, the one with the elder tail, the Titan family, hehehehe, the little people, forget it, and. In broad daylight, Ji Ding fell into a dream. 5 months ago, after Vegapunk left Gilma 66. Every cell of a person is a treasury of endless secrets, especially for a dangerous person like Ji Ding. Simple cloning is a waste of the great secrets of Ji Ding. Ji Ding, now that I have your cells, you will have no secrets in front of me. I will fully develop your body's potential and use you against you. You are powerful and can kill you, only you. After saying that, Vegapunk drove the secret machine back to the laboratory hidden deep in time and space. The laboratory deep in time and space is the shelter of Vegapunk. There, many black technologies beyond the times were born. It is with the help of those black technologies that Vegapunk can be discovered by Ji after transforming Redfield, Pelusolino and Sakazuki. However, such a laboratory with advanced equipment cannot be achieved by Vegapunk alone. In other words, relying on the current industrial level of One Piece world, it cannot be done. The reason why this laboratory hidden in the depths of time and space can be built is because Vegapunk got the help of a force, an idea, and an existence. The way of the pirate world. I said a long time ago that the natives you bred are not the opponents of Ji Ding, a pest, but you don't believe me. You even thought I was taking the opportunity to plot against you. When you see that the ultimate form of Forrest Gump is not one of Ji Ding after joining the enemy, don't panic, don't be afraid, don't beg me. Ha 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 ha, it's just stupid. Now, I want to ask, do you still fear me, do you still hold me back? Chapter 177 Adventure for subscription. Vegapunk relies on his talents, and doesn't take the way of heaven in his eyes at all. Don't think that you can lower my guard against you by saying this. In my opinion, you and Ji Ding are the same in essence, and both are harmful to me. Heaven is everywhere, and its thoughts flow directly into Vegapunk's mind. That's why I say you are stupid, that you are stupid. If I let go of my previous temper, Lousy will not wait for you. But now, It is rare to meet such an opponent as Ji Ding. If I miss him, I feel that the rest of my life will be nothing. Meaningless. If it wasn't for defeating him, do you think I would take the initiative to expose myself to you? In my opinion, you are just as stupid as the natives you bred. Devil fruit, bloodline factor, hockey. Everything you used to build the world has long been cracked by me, which really makes me feel lifeless. That's why I had to put down my IQ and pretend to be a fool to mix with a pair of scientists. Otherwise, living is really painful. Facing the heavenly Tao of the pirate world, Vegapunk Hockey showed his side, mocking without showing any mercy. I recognize your strength, Vegapunk. Hearing what you mean, it seems to be mocking me. However, I will not be angry. When you reach my level, you will know that the so-called human emotions are meaningless. Now, you have obtained Ji Ding's cells, which is really beyond my expectation, and I have to re-recognize your wisdom. After the battle between Ji Ding and Forrest Gump, I saw Ji Ding's true side. All along, the data I observed had errors, as if being deceived. Even now, I still can't actively detect Ji Ding's true strength. I only know that he is very strong and he is my threat, but I can't specifically judge how much damage this threat will bring. Therefore, all this time, I have held back you, and I dare not let you go to help you completely. Fortunately, you got Ji Ding's cells and gave me a benchmark to help you, so that I can accurately grasp and help you the ruler degree. Pirate Tiandao explained in this way. In fact, the pirate Tiandao is not stupid, not a pig teammate who drags Vegapunk down. Quite the contrary, it's smart and sane. It is precisely because of this that it does not fully believe Vegapunk's words, and it will help Vegapunk in moderation during Pelusilino's period. Pirate Tiandao is worried that helping Vegapunk too much is a move to lure wolves into the house. If Ji Ding is crushed and defeated by Vegapunk, then it will face Vegapunk that is more difficult than Ji Ding in the future. The best solution it hopes for is to reap the benefits of both Vegapunk and Ji Ding. Our Vegapunk has a hard time defeating Ji Ding, only to be easily controlled and even killed by it later. From the beginning to the end, Tiandao has been implementing this creed. Even if Vegapunk is full of lotus flowers, it will not help Vegapunk more without specific data. What you think in your heart, only you know best. I will warn you one last time, don't drag Lousy back. Otherwise, you will not be the only one who died. Vegapunk said with some dissatisfaction. Pirate Tiandao seemed unable to hear the insult in Vegapunk's words, and said nonchalantly, "How should I help you?" Vegapunk took out the petri dish, and while conducting a preliminary culture test on Ji Ding's cells, he asked, "Where is Ji Ding now?" The end of the Grand Line, the other end of the Red Line, the former site of the Kingdom of D, Raftel. One Piece Tiandao accurately reported the location of Ji Ding, which is like a doctor asking a patient where it hurts, and the patient pointed to his stomach. Oh, where is the big secret treasure One Piece? Vegapunk has a disdainful attitude towards the big secret treasures pursued by the world, just like adults disdain to grab the mud in the hands of children. Roger's ultimate treasure. Tisk tisk, give him some adventures, open a relic treasure or something. Vegapunk thought for a while, and said cautiously, I can withstand 10 times the flow rate of time at most. If I want to really go back to the source and open the huge treasure inside Ji Ding's cells, I must need enough time. The versatility of devil fruit. Sure enough, it really is like this. Vegapunk, you are right. Pirate Tiandao said. After A Gump Zuo lost to Ji Ding with his ultimate power, I realized how terrible Ji Ding is. Tell me what to do. I believe in your wisdom. This time, I will fully assist you. At this time, in his hands, the perfect copy of Ji Ding has already taken shape. Vegapunk was shocked, but remained calm on the surface. Vegapunk flashed his wise eyes, and said, every minute and every second is precious now. Only when you come up with something that is enough to attract Ji Ding, will he spend more time and have no time to take care of Judge's affairs. I suggest that the door is the secret treasure of the ruins discovered by him. Then, adjust the time around the door, to the ultimate that he can bear without hurting him. We have a chance of winning under the trade-off. I can't bear to let the child not be caught by the wolf. Ha 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 ha, Ji Ding, you really surprised me. Sure enough, even though you and I are the same person. The plan was carried out step by step, and Ji Ding successfully fell into the trap of adventure. This is a big discovery. Memory chain, finally found. Ji Ding is a thoughtful person, and if he is not careful, he will find out the clues. He is mysterious, even on a whim, and can follow Judge to find our traces. We must finish before he reacts. Cloning research. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. On the other side, time is speeding up crazily, and Vegapunk has made breakthroughs one after another in the laboratory. The huge number of primitive bone marrow cells left by Ji Ding were crazily consumed by Vegapunk to confirm one conjecture after another. Vegapunk laughed wildly. Pirate Tiandao hesitated for a moment, agreed to Vegapunk's suggestion. 0. Ask for flowers. What a shocking pedigree factor. Its scientific beauty cannot be described in words. What is this thing again? A buff state. Strange, but it looks like there are no traces of complete degeneration. Is it the monkey trace in Ji Ding's body, the tailbone? Great, I am not alone in my life. My way is not alone. Ha, stupid heaven, once the door reveals its traces, it will no longer be a secret. After I clean up Ji Ding, I will leave this world of fruitability, hockey, to find the real fertile ground for science. I am so trapped, it's been many years, and it's time for me to be free. Chapter 178 Ji Ding No. 1 for subscription. In the culture solution, Ji Ding was naked, with his eyes slightly closed, breathing calmly through the catheter. The streamlined body brings explosive visual and sensory impact, and every inch of his muscles is full of destructive power to destroy the country. At this time, various data cables connected to Ji Ding were frantically transmitting the detected data, and various indices quickly appeared on the main computer screen in the laboratory. Vital signs are stable. Consciousness is slowly recovering. The memory implant awakening system is activated. The cell bomb is on. Cardiopulmonary function recovery 10%, 11%, 12%. Battle experience implanted 30%, 31%, 32%. Ashura mode reserved. Detailed. Just as the various systems were steadily improving, the idea of One Piece's heavenly way reached 460 in Vegapunk's mind. After he fully recovers, don't you worry that he will become an enemy. Pirate Tiandao said, scared me. Can you stop appearing so suddenly? It's not difficult to show your voice with your ability. Next time it suddenly disturbs my thoughts, I will close the entrance of the mind, and you don't want to come in again, complained Vegapunk. Then what should I do? Pirate Tiandao was a little puzzled. It couldn't disturb what Vegapunk said. For it, multi-threaded work is extremely common. I'll call you when it's time for you to appear. Vegapunk said impatiently. One Piece Kaido immediately, but I'm everywhere. Vegapunk said in his heart, I can't understand people's words, and then stopped worrying about whether to disturb or not, and said, people's character, memory, and emotions can be tampered with and hinted at. Especially things like values. As long as they are tampered with a little, childhood memories will be completely different in adulthood. It can be said that the difference is 1,000 miles away. Of course, in the end, if I believe in my skills. It is very difficult to break a strong fortress from the outside, but it is not the same to disintegrate from the inside. I have tampered with the inside of Ji Ding. As long as he has the idea of disobeying us, the starting domino in his body will fall, and then, it will disappear irreversibly. Well, is this explanation satisfactory to you? The corners of Vegapunk's mouth raised, which seemed to be an invisible mockery. Okay. Pirate Tiandao simply responded, and then cooperated with Vegapunk to wake up Ji Ding. The moment the data transmission was completed, Ji Ding opened his eyes, showing a hint of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Ji Ding stared blankly at his naked body. After standing up, he just moved a leg and fell to the ground. My child, don't worry. I am your father Vegapunk. Your name is Ji Ding, you were born great, and your destiny is to destroy the real Ji Ding and become Ji Ding. That Ji Ding is evil, but you are righteous. That Ji Ding is profane, but you are pious. That Ji Ding will perish, but you will live forever. Vegapunk's words are like unlocking the password to open the computer. Ji Ding who was at a loss just now regained his spirit and entered the operation interface after booting. I understand a little bit. It seems to understand a little more. I get it all. Ji Ding clenched his fists with sharp eyes, and said Lang Ran, "Father, I understand, I will shoulder the mission and destroy Ji Ding." "Well, good, just do it, my child. Vegapunk is like a competent priest, earnestly teaching, the truth is with you." At this time, the voice of heaven sounded. "Vegapunk, I feel for the first time, you are crazy." "Huh, who is it?" Ji Ding frowned slightly, grabbed the void with one hand, as if grabbing something tangible, and then made a fist with the other hand, and punched towards the void. With a single punch, huge waves with a height of 1,000 meters or 10,000 meters were set off out of thin air in the second half of New World, which was originally calm, with a radius of tens of thousands of nautical miles. The wind and thunder are rolling, the sky is dark and the earth is dark. Rumble! Exclamation mark! Stop it, my boy, it's our friend. The voices of Pirate Tiandao and Vegapunk sounded at the same time. Ji Ding snorted, and let go of the hand holding the void. "Vegapunk, is this the power of Ji Ding? It's so terrifying, so terrifying." In the battle with Forrest Gump, he restrained too much strength, otherwise, a random punch could bring a devastating blow to the world disaster. This kind of enemy must be eliminated. Even if it is to break through and rebuild the world, it must be eliminated. "Vegapunk, please." Pirate Heaven is now very afraid of Ji Ding. Cordyceps sinensis. Ji Ding is like a grass seed in its belly. Let it do nothing. Let him do nothing. The only thing waiting for it is the fate of being broken out. But Ji Ding is different, although he is also very powerful, but his origin is different from that of Pirate Heaven. As long as the Pirate Tiandao is willing, it can expel Ji Ding at any time. In the outside the body battle, the pirate's way of life is still worthwhile. "Okay, my child, go and fulfill your destiny. The whole world is yours." "Yes, father." Then, Vegapunk sent Ji Ding away and stayed in the space laboratory to continue his research. "Vegapunk, what are you doing again?" After seeing Vegapunk's actions, Pirate Tiandao was a little dissatisfied, and even had some looming hostility. "As you can see, continue to study Ji Ding's clones. You are the god of the world of fruitability and hockey, and it's normal to not understand the world of science. The world of science works and pays attention to a backup plan. In Kasagu Ding 1, if number 2 fails, we will not fall into a big passive. Therefore, the research of Ji Ding number 2 is imperative. Of course, you can participate in this whole process, and even instilling some 3.9 of your will is not impossible." Vegapunk said so, but only he knew what he really thought in his heart. Pirate Tiandao still accepted Vegapunk's suggestion, and continued to help Vegapunk research with the power of time, and at the same time provide Vegapunk with an endless supply of raw materials. On the other side, after Ji Ding number 1 came out, the corner of Ji Ding's mouth raised a subtle arc. "Freedom is awesome. Women are not bad either. Yay, Ji Ding, you are such a waste. Since you don't want it, I'll take it all." After saying that, number 1's figure flashed, and according to his memory, he appeared in the palace where Aya was. Only then did the world announce the beauty pageant to be a concubine. "HMPH, I am the emperor." Number 1 knocked on Erlang's legs and sat on the throne. At this time, his feet were bright with Dover. Chapter 179. The clue for subscription. Although the dove occupies the magpie's nest, Ji Ding number 1 has no awareness of being an outsider at all. Under memory duplication, or under memory inheritance, Ji Ding number 1 took it for granted that what happened to Ji Ding happened to him. What happened to Ji Ding was what happened to him. Of course, after Vegapunk intervened, the memories of the two had divergent deviations, and they went to the opposite branch. It was under this mentality that Ji Ding number 1 took over Ji Ding's identity calmly, without explaining anything to Aya and the others. "God Lord, I have already done what you asked me to do. Except for a few unborn fruits, Zone Devil Fruit and its capable users have all been recorded. This is the roster list, please take a look." Doflamingo respectfully handed over the case book. "Okay." Ji Ding number 1 took over the roster, rolled his eyes and began to move his mind. Zone Devil Fruit, a plug-in task item for suppressing strength. Is my brain sick? Why should I suppress it if I have strength? Isn't it good to be strong? Oh one. Damn, what the hell is this guy doing? Do I want to ruin his good deeds? Gu Ding number 1 thought over and over again, and couldn't help getting annoyed. External system. It's best to let me get you, otherwise, it can only be destroyed. HMPH, no one wants what I can't get. With this in mind, Gu Ding number 1 issued an order. Continue to collect, don't miss my important event. Go. 11. Yes, God Lord, this subordinate will leave. Doflamingo bowed his head and carefully left the palace. For Devil Fruit, Gu Ding number 1 is not interested. His strength is also unfathomable. Gu Ding knows the Devil Fruit ability he can. Even in terms of hockey, with Vegapunk's technical support, its purity is a step higher than Gu Ding's. It's just that, in this world, Gu Ding is only interested in eternal life, while he has an inexhaustible beauty, besides eternal life. At this time, Ding Mu walked in. As Gu Ding's most trusted housekeeper, Ding Mu didn't understand why Gu Ding's temperament changed this time, and he still strictly carried out Gu Ding's orders. It's even reported that, except for Nico Robin's reluctance to meet, Boa Hancock, Liku Violet and others have already set off and will arrive at the Mariajoy Temple in a few days. May I ask the Almighty, how should we deal with Nico Robin? Ding Mu clasped his fists and asked. You ignorant BD. Gu Ding number 1 stared coldly, stood up from the throne, and asked, where is she now? I will personally meet her. Gu Ding number 1's gaze was sinister and evil. Ding Mu only glanced at it, then quickly lowered his head and said, go back to God, Nico Robin is now in Alabasta's Juba County. Immediately, Gu Ding number 1 figure hollow, disappeared like a dream bubble. It was a long time after Gu Ding number 1 left that Ding Mu straightened up and left the palace. On the way back, Ding Mu met Doflamingo. Ding Mu, let me inquire about something with you. Doflamingo pulled Ding Mu with a mysterious expression on his face, and said, you are the closest to the Divine Master, and you have been following the Divine Master for the longest time. Have you noticed that the Divine Eyes are abnormal? It is taboo to talk about the Master behind his back. Ding Mu didn't want to say more, but thinking of the sad appearance of Wei Sung Aya when she was crying, he lowered his voice and said, I also feel that the Master has changed his temperament. In Wano Kuni, I follow his at that time, no matter how many beauties threw themselves into his arms, he would not even glance at him. Even Lady Aya, the God Lord, did not have a further relationship with her until after she defeated Wano Kuni. In fact, before the God Lord gave me the feeling of being cold and unkind, with a firm mind and aloofness, not being moved by external things, and treating beautiful women like dry bones and dung. But now it seems that after the God Lord came back this time, nothing but except for being cold and unkind, everything else seems to have changed, all have changed. After listening to Ding Mu's words, Doflamingo nodded thoughtfully, and said, I have been taught. Maybe our level is too low to guess the mind of a big man at the level of a Divine Master. However, no matter what the Divine Master wants to do, we as a subordinate, support is right. Okay. Ding Mu let out a long sigh, and then the two dispersed separately. On the other side, Gu Ding took Sanji with him and just traveled through space to Gilma 66's residence. Gee, how about your research results? Gu Ding took Sanji and appeared directly in Judge's laboratory. Ah, God Lord. Judge hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground and bowed, reporting on his work. God Lord, your bone marrow stem cells are really too powerful and have extremely strong resistance. I have worked so hard, and I have just solved the problem of how to proliferate and divide. A month ago, facing your bone marrow stem cells, the villain is really at a loss and at a loss. I tried all the culture solutions, and it took 4 months to find a solution. Speaking of this, Judge looked at Gu Ding flatteringly, and said, only by transplanting your cells into the womb of a young girl who has just grown up, and absorbing the power of the birth of human life, can the cells further proliferate and develop. Through this method, I've managed to. Presumptuous. Hearing this, Gu Ding was almost furious, grabbed Judge's face with one hand, lifted him up from the ground, and said angrily, 357. You are a scientist. How could you use such a dirty trick? Such an unprincipled the behavior is really disgusting. Ji Yu Ding was very sad. The moment he came into contact with Judge, the reader plugin was activated, and he learned what Judge did to those girls. Although these girls are all members of the Germa 66 Legion and are maids of the INVINCIBLE family, and their life and death are in the hands of the INVINCIBLE family, Ji Yu Ding is still very sad about what Judge has done. Some things are only about principles and have nothing to do with others. Use cheats. 6 paths. 6 paths reincarnation Meng Po soup. Up to now, Ji Yu Ding can only do his best to make up for it. After erasing those dark memories in the girls' minds, Ji Yu Ding Wenshou collected the wounds left by the bone marrow stem cells in their abdomens. After all this was done, Ji Yu Ding raised Judge's face again and scolded. You are a scientist. I hope you can use scientific means to solve my cloning problem, instead of opportunistic things like living body cultivation. What's the matter? If it's difficult, just tell me, and I will satisfy you. In addition, the cloned, I, must retain a certain amount of wisdom. I don't want him to be a complete battle puppet like your clone soldier. Yes, God Lord, the villain must remember Wu Nei. Judge begged for mercy. Suddenly, Ji Yu Ding's eyes turned cold. Chapter 180 Ji Yu Ding returns. Subscribe. Reader plugin. Counting this time, it is the 3rd time to read Judge's memory. Ji Yu Ding suddenly discovered that the part about Vegapunk in Judge's memory was obviously inconsistent. Some of the memories in the first reading became completely different in the second and third readings, especially in the third reading, the deviation was extremely serious. This made Ji Yu Ding vigilant. It appears that something serious happened while I was away. Ji Yu Ding's voice was cold, and he grabbed Judge's hand in front of him, and with a little force, he ended Judge's life. Betrayers must die, whoever it is. Ji Yu Ding has cleared out a group of traitors, and even destroyed the world government and marine. But now there are still people who dare to challenge His Majesty. How can he not be furious? The only one in this world who dares to challenge me is you, 4 punks. Suddenly, Ji Yu Ding seemed to have thought of something terrible, and frowned slightly. Vegapunk, the most powerful scientist in the world. Oops, cells, he's going to mess with my cells. Careless. With this in mind, Ji Yu Ding hurried to Mariajoy Palace. The divine form flickered, and Ji Yu Ding appeared in front of Wei Sung Lingnu. Ji Yu Ding big brother. After seeing Ji Yu Ding, Wei Sung Lingnu quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, pursed her lips, and looked at him pretending to be strong. Ji Yu Ding was in a bad mood, and even made the worst plan. Vegapunk, you have done all kinds of bad things. After I catch you, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Ji Yu Ding swore secretly. At this time, he didn't dare to ask more questions, but nervously grabbed the hand of Ayana Weisung. Reader plugin. The things that happened to Weisung Aya, in every detail, appeared in Ji Yu Ding's mind in detail. He saw that on a moonlit night, she missed him in the lonely deep palace. He saw that she had carefully hidden her longing for a grand marriage. He saw that when he appeared, she turned from joy to sadness. He saw the fragility under her strong camouflage mask. Everything is clear. Ji Yu Ding hugged Weisung Lingnu tightly into his arms. I'm back. The person you met before is not me. Ji Yu Ding leaned into Weisung Lingnu's ear and whispered softly, honey, wait for me. After I deal with him, we will be happy big wedding. Weisung Aya looked at Ji Yu Ding in surprise, but didn't react for a while. Really Ji Yu Ding big brother? Fake Ji Yu Ding big brother? Weisung Aya was a little confused, but she heard the last sentence clearly. We'll get married in style. Constantly reminiscing about this sentence, Weisung Aya almost fainted in bliss. Ji Yu Ding left an affectionate kiss, disappeared, and went to Alabasta. Through Weisung Aya's memory, Ji Yu Ding knows who the counterfeit has summoned recently. One is Doflamingo who came to report on his own initiative, and the other is Ding Mu who was ordered to supervise and invite Hancock, Violet, Robin and others. To activate the line ability and the reader plugin, Ji Yu Ding directly read the memories of Ding Mu and Doflamingo. From Ding Mu's memory, Ji Yu Ding learned the whereabouts of Ji Yu Ding No. 1. Alabasta, Uba County. What do you mean by this? The invitation is not successful, do you have to use force? Nico Robin knew that the situation was not good, but he was still unwilling to compromise on it. When did Ji Ding, the god who overthrew the rule of the celestial dragons, become a dictator? The world's beauty pageant, I think it was done by some people under the guise of the gods in order to please the gods. Just to remind you, it is not easy to deceive the gods. Extreme thing. Don't play with fire and set yourself on fire. Robin said forcefully. Humph. Nico Robin, don't toast and not eat fine wine. The little boss pointed at Robin, and said, will there still be false orders from the God Lord? It is a blessing in your life to be invited by the God Lord Ji Ding. If you haven't had this opportunity yet, I advise you to follow us honestly, and the God Lord will not eat you. You have to believe in the God Lord. The God Lord is a great revolutionist in the new world. If you commit the crime of disrespect, you will become an enemy of the world. At that time, the world will be so big that no place can accommodate you. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Robin's forehead, and he retorted, the God Lord is not that kind of person. I will naturally write a letter to the unified government about today's incident. You are committing a crime of disrespect if you wantonly ruin the reputation of the God Lord. Eat sin, it's you guys who are amazing. It's useless to talk, brothers, let's do it. At the order of the little boss, a group of plainclothes soldiers surrounded Robin, ready to arrest him. Lily flowers are blooming. Robin crossed his arms, and immediately, countless petals grew out from the soldier's back, chest, and legs, and they gathered into a pair of hands, hugging the neck, covering the eyes, or hugging the legs. With a chaotic sound, a group of soldiers fell in response. You should think about it carefully. A pair of wings grew out of Robin's back, and he wanted to fly away. Just then, a voice came from behind her. Where are you going? Robin's complexion changed drastically, and his pupils were extremely large. She turned around slowly, and saw a face that the world couldn't be more familiar with. 1. See God Lord. See Lord God. May God Lord have eternal life. A group of soldiers knelt down on the ground regardless of the pain. God Lord. Robin was terrified at this time. She couldn't even think of jumping in front of Ji Ding. On that day 5 months ago, Robin witnessed the mysterious death of Lockdale. As the most intuitive witness of the dark day, Robin felt not only fear and despair, but also the compassion of Marine Buster Call in comparison. This time, Ji Ding became angry on the first. What do you mean? Do you look down on this deity? Ji Ding number 1 looked unhappy. The exposed snow-white body is smooth and delicate, flawless like jasper. This is Robin's evaluation of Ji Ding in her heart, and it is also one of the reasons why she is unwilling to accept Ji Ding's number 1 invitation. After saying that, Ji Ding number 1 leaned over and tried to kiss Robin. Ji Ding raised Robin's mouth on the first, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, I said you can, you can. Ji Ding number 1 took a deep breath of the fragrance on Robin's body. Ji Ding walked up to Robin on the first, gently took Robin's hand, put it in the palm, and rubbed it carefully. Shame on your face. Today I will strip off your clothes and FK you on the street. Robin doesn't dare. Robin hurriedly explained. It's just that the Lord God has a noble status, and it's far from being able to. Ji Ding number 1 showed a fierce look, grabbed with both hands, and tore off Robin's coat, revealing a purple patterned lace silk underwear. Robin froze and subconsciously withdrew his hand. Zhao Qianhao immediately. Ji Ding number 1 looked unhappy. Enough. Don't be so alien, just call me Ji Ding big brother. Robin dodges again. Cruel. Too cruel. Ji Ding is really too cruel. Robin then closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 181 The Hero Saves the Beauty. Subscribe. Just when Ji Ding number 1 was about to go further, an untimely voice sounded. Tisk tisk. In broad daylight, the universe is clear, but you want to do things that are not as good as pigs and dogs. This kind of virtue is really eye-opening. Ji Ding walked over step by step, as if he didn't know Ji Ding number 1's face. Similarly, under Jin Yi Xing, everyone present did not recognize Ji Ding, they only regarded Ji Ding as an ordinary passerby. You kid is courting death, right? Do you know who you're talking to? Seeing this, The little boss hurriedly scolded. He didn't want passerby Ji Yuding to appear here and die in vain. The other soldiers posted comments one after another. Get out of here, otherwise Laozi will break your leg. The people standing here are all dignified figures that you can't afford to offend. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and ask God to spare your life. Young man, why did you come here? Quickly kowtow to apologize, and quickly leave on your knees. Otherwise, there will be no place to die. Ji Yuding number 1 stared coldly at Ji Yuding of unknown origin, feeling murderous in his heart. You go. Leave me alone. Robin shouted towards Ji Yuding. She didn't want Ji Yuding to take his life in vain. 130 inches why go? Ji Yuding pretended to be angry, puffed out his chest, and said straightforwardly, a fair lady, a gentleman is a good man. Isn't this kind of thing a thing for everyone? I see you are as big as you. All the soldiers thought Ji Yuding was an idiot. Robin's face was pale, and he smiled weakly, extremely miserable. It turns out that he is also a scum. Robin didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Ji Yuding number 1 snorted coldly, gave up the idea of killing passerby Ji Yuding, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said, yes. You are very brave, and I appreciate it. How about this? I will play first, and I will give it to you when I finish playing. You. After saying that, Ji Yuding number 1 didn't wait for Ji Yuding's reply, but wanted to tear Robin's clothes with his hands. Bold. Ji Yuding scolded, pointing at Ji Yuding number 1's face and cursing. What are you? Give it to me when you're done playing. Pooh, I gave you a face, right? Get Laozi out of here, wait for Laozi to be satisfied, and give it to you to vent your animal desires. Ji Yuding held his toes high and his nostrils upturned. A group of soldiers petrified directly on the spot. Robin's mind was also blank. At this moment, she could more or less see that this passerby, Ji Yuding, was looking for faults. Ji Yuding number 1's face was as black as charcoal. He let go of Robin's arm, and stared at Ji Yuding coldly. BD, you have successfully angered me. I will let you know what life is better than death. I will put the flesh on your body will be cut off one by one, and you will be executed immediately. If you don't cut 1,000 knives, I guarantee that you will not die even if you want to. With one thought of Ji Yuding number 1, countless ability lines emerged out of thin air and appeared around Ji Yuding. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ability lines suddenly cross. Bang, bang, bang. The wire hit Ji Yuding's body, just like a bullet hit a steel plate. Ji Yuding number 1 suddenly changed color. There is only one person in this world who can take his blow, and that is Ji Yuding. With this in mind, all the unreasonable barriers suddenly become clear. It's you, Ji Yuding. Jinyi Nightwalking plugin. When Ji Yuding number 1 realized Ji Yuding's true identity, the effect of Jinyi Nightwalk's plugin was cancelled, and Ji Yuding's face was no longer the face of passers-by in number 1's eyes. What cats and dogs, if you dare to jump in front of me, then you are tired of your job. Ji Yuding snorted coldly, controlled the barrier ability, void ability, and teleportation ability, and directly moved Ji Yuding number 1 to the depths of the starry sky. The two disagreed and went to war directly. Boom! The two hard fists collided, and the gravitational field in the vacuum was shaken. In an instant, the two of them swung tens of thousands of such heavy punches, making the light dim and the space folded. Ji Yuding, you can't do anything to me. Ji Yuding number 1 is unparalleled, and the idea is directly conveyed to Ji Yuding's mind. You probably can't understand my existence. With the help of my father, Vegapunk, I Abaj not only have all your strength and combat experience, but also have scientific power that you don't know. In front of me, you have no chance of winning. You can die with peace of mind. I will take care of your beauties on your behalf. Noisy. I decided to knock out your teeth first. Ji Yuding also teleported through his mind, but he was too lazy to talk. Taking advantage of the few microseconds of speaking, he fused Devil Fruit's ability and gathered it into a black singularity. Singularity has no size, only mass, and its density can be said to be infinite. Whoever falls on it will leave a hole. Ji Yuding Shu held the singularity and patted it on the cover of Ji Yuding No. 1 Tianling. Hey, how can you not believe it? Ji Yuding number 1 sighed slightly, and put his hands together, controlling the gravitational field, controlling the power of devil fruit that contains all the abilities in the world, using offense instead of defense, pinching left and right, up and down, and counterattack Gu Ding. This time, if they implement each other, it's enough if two people don't die. At the critical moment, Gu Ding chose to retreat. Vegapunk and Heavenly Tao are still in the dark. If he and Gu Ding number 1 are both defeated, then the hidden Vegapunk and Heavenly Tao will definitely come out to harvest. Gu Ding is well aware of this, so he can't adopt the play of injury for injury. Be careful sailing 10,000 years boats. Gu Ding stepped back and took a light step, covering a distance of 108,000 miles, leaving a flame path like a scar in the vacuum. Are you afraid? There is no other reason. They all have power beyond their own ability to bear. Gu Ding received 3 ultimate moves in a row, and the vast universe could no longer feel his aura. And the battle between real adults, the close combat with sharp knives and steel guns, often determines the outcome of the battle in an instant. Now, the situation between Gu Ding and Gu Ding number 1 is like this. No, one Gu Ding pressed on every step of the way, making 3 big kill moves a day. Just as he was leaving to return, a big hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his ankle. The already desolate and lonely universe became even colder and quieter under this blow. Ultimate power, heavenly punishment, chaos primordial development. Gu Ding number 1's tone was frivolous, but the attacks in his hands became sharper each time. Gu Ding number 1 stands in the void, contented. He believes that Gu Ding has disappeared. That's all. The battle between the strong is so cruel. Explore heaven and earth, birth and death. No one can resist this ultimate move that is easily destroyed into ether particles. Heavenly execution, exploitation, birth and death. Each of them is an extinction-type ultimate move that ultimately points to the final death. Wherever the ultimate move passes, satellites, planets, stars, red giants and other celestial bodies, regardless of type, as much as possible. All turned into dust, into molecules, into ether particles. If children fight, you punch each other, you bite me and I bite you, but you will come and go, it's a joy. Chapter 182 Comparable Strength for Subscription. The pupils of Gu Ding number 1 shrank, and then it was thrown uncontrollably to a dead planet on the edge of the galaxy. It seemed that there was a voice. But the vacuum has always been dead silent. No matter how earth-shattering it is, there will be no sound at all. Gu Ding 1 was pierced through a planet. The physical harm received is secondary, and the important thing is the mental humiliation. After he fired 3 destructive moves in a row, Gu Ding appeared in such a strong posture, grabbing him like a dead fish and throwing him out, which made him very angry. Ah, Gu Ding, I want you to die. Gu Ding number 1's manic thoughts blasted into Gu Ding's mind, but what awaited him was even more extreme humiliation. Gu Ding propped up his hands and jumped out from the void passage. In a flash, he appeared in front of Gu Ding number 1, with a big foot almost touching Gu Ding number 1's right cheek. Instantly, the planets suddenly accelerated, and the stars burst into unprecedented dazzling light, as if the entire galaxy was caught in some kind of frenzy. Then, one foot fell. Flying immortals. Gu Ding 1 dragged its long tail like a comet, and flew out of the galaxy at an incredible speed. The power of this kick is enough to smash tens of thousands of Ultimate Forest Gump into ashes, but it still cannot cause fatal damage to Gu Ding no. 1. Just like Gu Ding has the means to avoid number 1's destructive 3 command, Gu number 1 also has the strength to hard fly the Flying Immortal. Sure enough, not long after, Gu Ding number 1 tore through the void, and got out from the void passage. The 4 eyes look at each other, staring at each other. Without too much language exchange, the 2 shook their fists again and started fighting. Conqueror's Hockey Ultimate, Armament Hockey Ultimate, Observation Hockey Ultimate. 2 people have the same thinking mode, almost the same memory, and similar combat experience. Although they both have the power to destroy the world, but when they really fight, it is not easy to tell the winner. It is like a person fighting with his left and right hands. They know each other's moves well, except for a very small number of head-to-head encounters along the way, the rest are just tricks. This battle is really long and boring. At this time, there are only 2 people who are eligible to watch the battle. Vegapunk and the Pirate Heaven. Thanks to Tiandao's means, Vegapunk can watch the battle between the clone Jiu Ding and the original Jiu Ding simultaneously at a distance of galactic units. What did I say before? Jiu Ding is the only one who can defeat Jiu Ding. If he is not too greedy and wants to live forever, he separates his bone marrow stem cells, otherwise, who can control him? Vegapunk sighed a little. Jiu Ding became a typical example of greedy death in his eyes. God, don't tell me that Op Fruit's ultimate surgery can really make people live forever. It's true that it will make people live forever. The pirate Tiandao explained. All the fruit abilities are my abilities. Everything in the world operates under my will. Letting an ordinary person live forever is very important to me. For me, it's not a difficult task. It doesn't take much of my origin. But for Jiu Ding, if he really wants to live forever, then I have to die. As expected, Vegapunk is not surprised by this answer. Just like a person can feed a mosquito as if nothing had happened, but if he feeds a tiger, he may end up wearing a tiger fur coat. Jiu Ding is that tiger with good teeth and big appetite. However, Vegapunk is somewhat suspicious of what Tiandao said. Even, Vegapunk feels that heaven will never allow anyone to live forever in any sense. Because immortality is the real domain of gods, Wu Dao is more than allowing those who benefit from the ultimate surgery to live longer than the average person. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, is a long time for human beings, but it is an insignificant moment in front of the way of heaven. With the power of heavenly Dao, it has countless ways to make a person disappear without anyone noticing. Regardless of whether this person is a long-lived person or not, as long as heavenly Dao gets tired, he can easily take back everything it bestowed. Vegapunk could clearly see Tiandao's shameless face, but he was too lazy to expose it. He immediately focused more on the battlefield deep in the starry sky, to see what the quality of the experimental product he created by himself was. It has to be said that the performance of Jiu Ding No. 1 was beyond Vegapunk's expectations. In the starry sky, there is only light and heat, and the battle without sound has been deadlocked for several days. Zero asked for flowers. As for Jiu Ding No. 1, his birth benefited from the help of heaven, and also the support of Vegapunk's advanced intelligent technology. Before resolving moves and avoiding ultimate moves, he has a set of precise calculations. Jiu Ding stands with his hands behind his back, his realm is ethereal. Looking at Jiu Ding No. 1 in Ashura mode, which is 1 foot tall, is like staring at an ant. The two were bound to win, and the battle that both felt they could win easily, turned out to be a year-long battle. Forget it, I'm tired of playing too, let me show you something interesting. Thanks to the comprehension near the door, Jiu Ding has a deeper comprehension of the demon's ability. Therefore, it is easy to avoid Jiu Ding No. 1's ultimate move with the help of demonic abilities. Jiu Ding No. 1 activates the secret ultimate move of Vegapunk left in his body. Ashura mode, his body immediately rises by 2 meters, and black air continuously emits from his pores like. Such as heavenly execution, Kaikai, and birth and death, Jiu Ding stood at a higher level by relying on a higher level of understanding of the nature of power, avoiding the attack of the extermination ultimate move. It's like, when the flood came, the ants cleverly climbed to the tree to avoid the impact of the flood. In the protracted tug of war, the battlefield moved to the edge of the galaxy, and both of them showed a state of anxiety. All along, I have never been afraid of leapfrogging and fighting the strong. Raising wars with wars is what I am best at. During the more than a year of fighting with you, am I not raising pigs? In this world, there is only me, the clone of me is qualified to be my sharpening stone. HMPH. If you really inherited all my memories, it's impossible not to know what I rely on. Obviously both of them have the power to kill each other, but they still can't kill each other successfully. Relying on their understanding of each other, the two resorted to different means to see each other's tricks, causing the battle to enter a long tug of war. At this time, Jiu Ding fell into such a stalemate for the first time in history. Jiu Ding, it's really boring to play with you. You reptile really pd me off. Originally, I didn't want to use this move. Once this move is used, it will permanently damage my body. Now, as long as I can to kill you, Lousy will go all out. 1 year later, Ashura mode activated, because of burning inferior kerosene. The Edge of the Galaxy. Chapter 183 The Realm of God for subscription. Under the reader's hack, Gu Ding has already known what happened to Gu Ding No. 1. Logically, he also got the combat experience of Gu Ding No. 1. In this battle, Gu Ding actually got a double share of combat comprehension. With this understanding, Gu Ding has a clearer understanding of his own potential and shortcomings, and a concept of genesis has gradually formed in his mind. The frequent and devastating battle between the two can hardly be countered by any fruit ability or hockey. Once it involves an attack at the ether particle level, everyone has to avoid the edge temporarily. Gu Ding's way is ants climbing trees, and crossing rivers by stepping on stones. If you want your shoes not to get wet, just stand on the water. But this simple truth, in martial arts combat, is as difficult as reaching the sky. In order to gain a foothold on the water, Gu Ding spent a whole year. 593, Ashura Mode. A combat skill whose disadvantages are more eye-catching than its advantages. I don't even want it if you give it to me. HMPH, if your whole card is this, then you are destined to be swallowed into scum today. After the Ashura mode is activated, Gu Ding No. 1 is like a black hole or an engine, devouring all available power and matter around it, and finally crushing it into pure energy that he can use. And those unusable powers and material wreckage all emitted from him in the form of black smoke. Gu Ding No. 1 has a huge body and an arrogant demeanor. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at Gu Ding's forehead. Reader cheating, do you think the doctor has not considered this? You can try it and see what the consequences will be if you activate the Ashura mode. While you are still alive, the deity allows you to repent. Kneel down and be grateful, Gu Ding. As soon as the words fell, the entire space where Gu Ding was located was locked, and the observation hockey of the two people's ultimate realm both predicted the same result. Gu Ding, die. Die 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 die. Gu Ding No. 1 exudes endless killing intent and malice, but only under the influence of thoughts. The surrounding starry sky and nearby stars all withered and shrank as if they had been poisoned. Under the Ashura mode, time is no longer enough to be the scale of the battle process, and some are only inevitable and absolute cause and effect. Every time Gu Ding No. 1 punches, this punch ignores the long river of time and the mountains of space, and hits Gu Ding inevitably and absolutely, as if Gu Ding is destined to endure in the future. Everything has been taken now. Every punch is a punch that cannot be avoided, must hit, exists objectively, and does not depend on the will of others. In this objective fact, after the Ashura mode was turned on, Gu Ding endured tens of thousands of extinction punches. Bang, 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 bang. The afterimages of Gu Ding were directly broken. Immediately, the whole starry sky area is clean. Gu Ding No. 1 relaxes a little and prepares to return to Qinghai world. He is confident that he can obliterate Gu Ding after turning on Ashura mode. At this moment, the idea of Gu Ding appeared in his mind. Even afterimages are not spared. It is too much for you to live like this. Gu Ding No. 1 is on the verge of a formidable enemy. Compared with the previous ones, the sound transmission of thoughts this time is very different, like a cat meowing or a tiger roaring. If it weren't for the aura of Gu Ding in it, No. 1 would definitely not be trembling in his heart. It is not uncommon for Gu Ding to disappear suddenly, but it is also a short moment, not enough to be counted in microseconds. But now, a full 3 minutes have passed since the violent bombardment of Ashura's fist. Although 3 minutes is not long, it is a gap of 1 second and a century at this time. On the other side, Vegapunk, who was watching the battle, was also stunned. Did he take that step? Vegapunk tensed. Then, the voice of heaven came. It's only half a step, but it doesn't belong to the category of the world anymore. Quote, Vegapunk frowned tightly, and said, No. 1 can't live anymore. Gu Ding's strength progress is simply outrageous. A simple exponential curve can no longer simulate his strength growth. God, let's make plans early. Even if No. 0 is completed now, it is not Gu Ding's opponent. Quote, Vegapunk, we can't escape, we haven't lost yet. The way of the pirate is very clear, even if Vegapunk can walk, it can't. Gu Ding's current state has germinated, and he is about to burst the stomach of this worm. Time, every minute and every second is precious. Now, there are not many choices left for Tiandao. Vegapunk, I give you eternal life. So you don't have to worry about the flow of time, I will turn the flow of time to ultimate, and you go all out to develop, number 0. Exclamation mark quote. The way of heaven is decisive, take the initiative to let go of the origin, and bestow eternal life on Vegapunk 0. Vegapunk secretly laughed in his heart, accepting the origin of the way of heaven. At this moment, the battle outside has nothing to do with Vegapunk. The time flow in the laboratory has reached ultimate, and Vegapunk's research has made breakthroughs one after another. Number 0 is ready for everything, only the wind is missing. At the same time, in the depths of the starry sky outside, seeing that the situation was not good, Gu Ding number 1 slipped away, but he seemed to have fallen into some kind of supernatural nightmare. No matter how he walked, he ended up staying in the same place. He wanted to shout, but couldn't. He wanted to communicate with Gu Ding, but he couldn't find where Gu Ding was at all. The judgment came silently. The starry sky where number 1 was located seemed to be disintegrating, and it was like a piece of bread being squeezed up and down. The matter in the entire space is undergoing indescribable changes. Three-dimensional things become flat, the length and width are infinitely elongated, and the planet becomes a round piece of paper. The most frightening thing is that number 1 who is in it still doesn't know it, and is still running away desperately. The realm of God. Dimensionality reduction. Gu Ding's figure slowly appeared in the relatively normal starry sky. He looked at number 1 who had turned into a piece of paper, and felt quite emotional in his heart. If it wasn't for the mystery of the dimension at the gate, it might not be possible to get him in 3.2. Vegapunk really has some means, but it's not something a world with backward industry can do to achieve this level. Vegapunk, what secrets do you have in your head? Using cells, you can reversely produce a clone whose strength is comparable to mine. Your talent is truly terrifying. However, now that I have set foot in the 4-dimensional field, all attacks in the 3-dimensional world cannot cause harm to me. Even, with a thought, I can transform everything in the 3-dimensional world into a 2-dimensional world. Vegapunk, this is real. The realm of the gods is a realm that can only be set foot in by the Tao of heaven. I want to see how Pirate Wudao will help you. Having said that, Gu Ding set foot in the field of 4-dimensional creatures again, and began to search for Vegapunk's hiding place by means of 4-dimensional beings. Chapter 184 Thinking for subscription. Dimension determines height. Above 3 dimensions is the high-dimensional world. After the means of high-dimensional creatures affect the 3-dimensional world, it is a miracle that 3-dimensional creatures cannot understand. Likewise, 2-dimensional beings cannot understand the means of 3-dimensional beings. Something is unimaginable, incomprehensible, but there it is. The transformation from low latitude to high latitude is a process of breaking cognition. If cognition can't keep up, it means that realm can't keep up. If the realm can't keep up, the strength can't keep up. For a long time, the reason why Gu Ding was able to sweep his opponents was not only because of the external system, but also because of his vision. Vision is his upper limit. As an earthling who came to the pirate world, Gu Ding naturally has a cognition beyond 99.99% of the people in the pirate world. As for the reason that is not 100%, it is because One Piece world has Vegapunk. Gu Ding has no doubt that Vegapunk, like him, has an extremely profound and comparative understanding of the essence of the pirate world. Firearms, cold weapons, these are things that can be explained by conventional scientific principles. Devil fruit, on the other hand, makes it difficult for people and things in a normal state to be explained by conventional theories. After taking devil fruit, why can the human body suddenly become elemental, and why can people use various strange abilities? Now, Gu Ding has insight into the essence of these problems. In the world of pirates, only after the appearance of Vegapunk, the use of devil fruit other than eating can be developed, and that is also because Vegapunk stands on 10 extremely high patterns. It is very easy to draw 2 perpendicular lines on a piece of white paper, just intersect at 90 degrees. But how to draw 3 mutually perpendicular lines? The century-old problem for 2-dimensional creatures is simply a sub-question for intelligent life in 3-dimensional creatures. 2-dimensional white paper cannot accommodate 3 mutually perpendicular lines, so the third line can only exist in the extra dimension, which is the third dimension after length and width. Quote. Same. After there are 3 mutually perpendicular lines, how to add one to become 4 mutually perpendicular lines. The pirate scientist who had just led the people of Pirate World from the age of trebuchets to the age of nautical mortars was dumbfounded. How is it possible that 4 lines are perpendicular to each other? Specifically, it is. Devil fruit has other development methods besides eating. How is it possible? What indigenous scientists don't know, Vegapunk brings the answers. With a high-level attitude, he solved many problems that plagued the world of pirates, and brought a 4th line that is perpendicular to each other. As a result, a series of theories and achievements that broke the existing scientific system were continuously born, such as life factor lineage research theory, artificial devil fruit, weapon edible devil fruit, etc., etc. These are all thanks to Vegapunk. As for why Vegapunk has been progressing slowly before, Ji Ding believes that he is also troubled by the chain of suspicion and is on the verge of being wiped out by Tiandao monitoring. With this in mind, what happened later made sense. Vegapunk and Tiandao have come together, so that technology can explode in a short period of time and create a clone that can threaten me. However, technology is always technology, and it is still weaker than supernatural powers that wantonly mobilize the power of high latitudes one step up. This point is most vividly displayed in Pirate World. Devil fruit, to put it bluntly, is a mediator that mobilizes high-latitude energy. In the world of pirates, if the technological weapon is not attached to Haki, is there any means that can threaten Logia-capable people? Through many appearances, Ji Ding pushed through the clouds and mist, and saw the true face of the pirate world. The me now is almost proving the Tao with strength in the fantasy world. If it is not for the improvement of strength in reaching the height of the sky, otherwise, it is impossible for me to have a profound understanding of the world of pirates. This pirate world, to put it bluntly, is a Galway world in a sick state. A healthy Galway world should be that all means of power can achieve the ultimate goal. And the pirate world among them, the power of devil fruit presents an overwhelming advantage, and Haki is even slightly insufficient in front of devil fruit. As for technological means, let alone. The local technological means can be used. Other curses and witchcraft are not to mention. Ji Ding sighed, and secretly said, now it seems that the situation is grim. Whether it's Vegapunk, pirates, or even a plug-in system, I have to pay more attention. I can't be sold, I'm still helping count the money. However, in any case, the cheating system is also a friendly army. When dealing with friendly troops, you can't beat them to death with a stick. If there is a problem, just communicate in time. A person can easily pinch an ant without injury, but it is almost impossible to do the same thing with the big iron tongs of an excavator. After this year's time, after his strength improved again, Ji Ding clearly felt that he could no longer contact normal humans. When things like strength are strong enough, there is no way to lift them lightly. When Ji Ding launched the powerful observation Haki, or Galway observation Haki, what he captured was the whole universe. It's no wonder that the cheat system will find me and help me. The reason is also here. A sick and exhausted person is always easier to deal with than a healthy and strong man. Ji Ding Big Brother personally ordered me to come. I won't leave until I get his reply. Violet said with her chest puffed out. The plug-in to suppress the strength is urgent. Violet has grown into a slim beauty. Before, she thought she had no chance to stand beside Ji Ding, but now that the opportunity has come, how can she give up easily? Looking back at Ji Ding no. 1. Ji 460 Ding embarked on the road to find Vegapunk. Vegapunk, on the other hand, is sheltered by heaven. Under Tiandao's deliberate arrangement, the laboratory is shifting locations every time node. HMPH. Is it everywhere? Everywhere. Ji Ding had to admit that Tiandao's control over the universe far surpassed him. Although the beauty pageant in the world caused huge commotion in the world, under the auspices of Aya, the order was finally restored, and all businesses were waiting for prosperity. However, things did not end there. The plug-in system still has a huge effect on Ji Ding, that is, to suppress strength. Ji Ding number 1, who tried to kill Ji Ding in vain and become a human being, has become a two-dimensional creature, and the end waiting for him will be loneliness until death. A year passed, and the World Beauty Pageant came to an end. Ji Yuding knew that he was chasing him, but there was no result, so he came back to Mariajoy on his mind. Chapter 185 Fangs for subscription. Ling Nu was angry, but there was nothing she could do. Ji Yuding is not here, so she can't always tie up Violet and drive her away. Violet, I told you everything. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. It was a person who pretended to be your Ji Yuding big brother and issued an order. At that time, Ding Mu, Doflamingo and others were all deceived by him. Later Ji Yuding told me the truth as soon as he came back. He will come back after he gets rid of the counterfeit goods. Wei Sung Aya explained that although her tone was calm, she also had the majesty of a superior. Violet was born in the royal family. Facing Aya's aura, she was not vain in the slightest. She called Ding Mu and said, Uncle Ding Mu, I, Hancock, and Baby 5 all listened to your words and came here. Can you tell me? You can't help but speak the truth. Ding Mu had some headaches. He couldn't offend both sides. He was in a dilemma, so he simply pretended to be stupid. I am indeed acting on the order of the God Lord, and I am happy to see God born once from the beginning to the end. So, is Ji Yuding big brother real or fake? Did I really see you, or did I pretend to see you? Did I meet you after meeting Sister Aya, or did I meet you before? Violet's words were so continuous that Ding Mu couldn't catch up when she asked in one breath. Ding Mu looked at his nose and heart, and said, I don't know anything about it. So let's say. Violet raised her neck lightly, like a proud white swan, and said, Sister Aya, even if what you said is true, there is an impostor pretending to be Ji Yuding big brother, but that is not an order to summon us, it was issued by a counterfeit. Maybe Ji Yuding big brother really wants to marry me as a concubine. Impossible. Wei Sung Aya almost blurted out, what kind of person Ji Yuding is. She knows very well that even before the counterfeit goods incident happened, Ji Yuding never mentioned the matter of marriage. Ask him to take the initiative to take the concubine, unless the sun comes out from the west. In fact, Ding Mu thought so too. He felt that Ji Yuding's concubine's affairs were abnormal before, but at this time, these words were not suitable for him. Ding Mu can also see that Violet is really in love with Ji Yuding. Ding Mu was also a witness to what happened in Derice Rosa, so he naturally understood Violet's feelings for Ji Yuding. At that time, Ding Mu stood guard at the door when the palace performed dances. Violet, do you want to mess around? Ling Nu was also furious. She had already seen through Violet's thoughts, and Violet just wanted to take this opportunity to solidify her relationship with Ji Yuding. Ling Nu felt a little jealous in her heart. She hated this little girl so much. She thought to herself, even if you really become a concubine, then I am a big one. And I still have a marriage contract with Ji Yuding big brother. Violet smiled slyly, and said, a girl from the Liku clan, the man who saw her dance for the first time as her husband. Ji Yuding big brother, the Uliku Palace invited me to dance for him. Marriage. The custom of dancing. Wei Sung Aya looked at Violet dumbfounded, and said, when I was at Wanokuni, why didn't I hear you mention it? Violet looked peacefully. Yes. This is a custom established by the Liku clan just a month ago. When Ding Mu heard this, he almost fell down. After returning to Qinghai, Ji Yuding changed his plan. Instead of going directly to Mariajoy, he found Nico Robin first. Boom. Even though he was already trying his best to control the power, the moment it appeared, it still made the whole island feel like an earthquake. This is one of the reasons why Ji Yuding changed his plan. On the other hand, Ji Yuding came to Robin mainly to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. It cannot be denied that Robin is special. In addition to her wisdom and knowledge, there is another point as her character. A year ago, Ji Yuding #1 sent an order to summon her, but she dared to refuse. This made Ji Yuding look at him with admiration. Nico Robin. Ji Yuding called Robin's name, and the voice appeared directly in Robin's mind. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, his voice would be like rolling thunder, which would damage Robin's eardrums. Ji Yuding's control of power has reached the cautious ultimate, but he still can't communicate with people normally. God Master Ji Yuding, why did you come here? It seems that the impostor has been solved. I always feel that your state is not right. Robin looked at Ji Yuding. Combined with the rumors about him in the world, at this time she had a new understanding. I always feel that you are a little different from before. I don't know if you came to see me, is there any problem? Robin asked. Exactly, Shuai Weizhong. I found you, and I really wanted to ask you some questions. While waiting for Doflamingo to collect news about Devil Fruit, on the other hand continued to enter the high-latitude space to practice. Speaking of this, Robin giggled deservedly and said, Mr. Ji Yuding, why don't you think about it and have a child? The rumors of your wedding with Ling Numian have long been known. Robin adjusted his mood slightly, and said methodically, you can learn a lot by studying history. The emptiness and loneliness that Mr. Ji Yuding mentioned probably means being out of touch with society. This kind of situation also happened to ancient emperors. However, this is also one of the reasons why ancient emperors called themselves solitary. Someday, being a father. Robin obviously missed the point, but Ji Yuding still took her suggestion seriously. There are many ways to solve the feeling of emptiness, as long as the sense of social connection is re-established. Dreams, friendships, family relationships, these are all ways to help establish the bond of social connection. Only by dedicating yourself to things you love will not feel empty. Ji Yuding's current state is not suitable for marriage. The matter of marrying Aya can only be postponed. Mr. Ji Yuding really asked the right person. I dare not say that everything I said is correct, but at least it can be used as a reference. I hope it can help you. In a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Ji Yuding couldn't help but feel a little headache when he thought that there might be a small oil bottle by his side in the future. As you can see, I am very strong. But at the same time, I have lost a lot of things. Normal human emotions and connections with humans. Before, I also had a long period of emptiness, but that emptiness all along, it wasn't that strong, and it wasn't until I successfully killed the counterfeit that I realized that the feeling had grown so strong that it was uncontrollable. Ji Yuding did not report much hope. No matter how profound Robin's knowledge is, it is ultimately limited to the human shell. The Vegapunk that did not appear is always a hidden danger. Ji Yuding's gaze was far away and compared with another powerful existence separated by thousands of voids. Vegapunk, who had been hiding for a long time, finally showed his fangs. Ji Yuding has never forgotten this point. The question is a bit abrupt, and I don't know if you can understand it. Quote, Chapter 186 Pursuit for Subscription. The brief confrontation was fleeting. The peep from the depths of the universe hides again without a trace. Ji Yuding also restrained himself and did not pursue Vegapunk. Vegapunk has new research and breakthroughs every day, but Ji Yuding doesn't take it seriously. Ji Yuding knew in his heart that no matter how powerful the clones developed by Vegapunk are, there will always be a limit. One Piece Heavenly Tao is like a pot of meat. No matter how much Number 0 can eat, he can only eat one pot at most, not to mention that Ji Yuding also participated in it and is the sharer of this pot of meat. One ebbs and another, Ji Yuding has plundered more than half of the resources. That is to say, in this world, Number 0 is no match for Ji Yuding anyway. Inside the Vegapunk research room, Number 0 lay leisurely on the wicker chair, drinking freshly brewed tea. Dr. Vegapunk, if I go to deal with Ji Yuding, I will die. You guys created me too late. Although I devour power quickly, what I eat is the scraps left by Ji Yuding. It is impossible for me to defeat him now. There's really no chance at all. Vegapunk asked. For the level of, no. 553-0, and Ji Yuding, it is already impossible to simulate the outcome of the battle based on purely scientific calculations. After hearing what Number 0 said, Vegapunk felt uneasy. I'm also in a hurry. 0 said unhurriedly. If Ji Yuding wants to go further, he must devour me and make up for the source. Doctor, you don't have much time left. I can feel it. It won't be long before Ji Yuding will call. Vegapunk fell into a moment of thought. Maybe there is another way. With a flash of inspiration, Vegapunk summoned heaven and told him his thoughts. No, this is absolutely not possible. Pirate Tiandao was shocked by Vegapunk's bold idea. I'm not discussing, but telling. Whether you like it or not, you have to cooperate. At this time, Vegapunk was unprecedentedly strange, not like a scientist at all, but more like a gangster godfather with great power. Otherwise, everyone will die. After more than 3 years of adaptation, Ji Yuding finally managed to lift weights with ease. Although I still crush the teacup from time to time, but when I come into contact with people, it is much better. Promise to obey's glorious wedding, officially put on the agenda. Why don't you marry Violet as well? She has lived in the palace for 3 years, and no one knows what's on your mind. INV snuggled into Ji Yuding's arms, stroking Ji Yuding's palm. Impossible. Ji Yuding is determined, like a sage. I will not accept any kidnapping and coercion. If you like me, what does it matter to me? You are too indulgent to Violet, and you will allow her to stay for 3 years. Aren't I afraid that you are thinking about Meizhou Niang? Ling Nu said with some resentment. Ji Yuding picked up Ling Nu and smiled evilly. The only beautiful girl in my heart is you. However, Ji Yuding immediately restrained his desire, and asked with some helplessness, how is your armament hockey training? I'm afraid I'll hurt you if I hug you, because it's too difficult. HMPH, scoundrel. 2 red clouds floated on Wei Sung Ling's face. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and the wind was breezy. The long-awaited wedding ceremony has finally arrived. The fleet is like a dragon, sailing from all directions to Sabayati archipelago. The wedding was held on the island of Sabayati, a dream island full of bubbles, and the whole process of the wedding was broadcast live on a huge screen. Ji Yuding and Wei Sung Aya strolled on the rainbow, causing countless girls to scream wildly. There are prominent figures in the world, and none of them are absent. They all sit on the viewing platform and send blessings to the couple. Whitebeard Adventure Group, Captain Newgate sent a congratulatory gift. I wish the couple a happy marriage for 100 years and an early baby. The Red-Haired Adventure Group, Captain Shanks came to congratulate. Congratulations to the newlyweds on their happy marriage and grow old together. King Cobra of Alabasta and his concubine are here to congratulate. Congratulations to the newlyweds on their happy marriage and prosperity. Quote. The Ling girl stood by Ji Yuding's side, holding Ji Yuding's arm, feeling so happy that her heart was warm. Violet looked at Ling Nu and Ji Yuding, but couldn't hold back after all, and shed tears sadly. Bless you. Violet pursed her lips and whispered. The great marriage of the God Lord caused a sensation in the world. Banquet the world, amnesty the world, decorate with lanterns and festoons, and enjoy the world together. The wedding came to a close, and Doflamingo sent the latest information. My lord, the fruits of Zone's birth, plus the registered Zone Demon fruit power, are all ready. As long as the God Lord gives an order, those capable people can be wiped out at any time. Oops, Vegapunk can make devil fruit, and the dark fruit's ability can devour the fruit's ability. If the two are combined, it's not impossible to turn the ability into a fruit. Ji Yuding secretly thought. Vegapunk, where are you? As long as it is eaten by someone, that devil fruit will no longer appear during the person's life. Ji Yuding has a plan in mind. During these 3 years, zone fruits have been born one after another, and all the varieties on the illustrated book have been assembled. As long as you get the fruits of those ability users, you can complete the tasks given by the system. Ji Yuding can't wait to get the knowledge of Vegapunk. Doflamingo guessed Ji Yuding's mind, but he didn't know what Ji Yuding wanted the fruit for. But he knows that if he wants to get all the fruits, he can only kill those with existing fruit abilities. Yes, Almighty. Doflamingo ordered to retreat. Zone fruit ability users include Phoenix Marco, Jack the Drow, and other friendly characters. In all fairness, Doflamingo himself finds it difficult to kill them. This is actually a manifestation of the will of the pirates. Ji Yuding wants to try to break this rule, or cheat this rule, although it is very difficult. Wait, Ji Yuding stopped Doflamingo, who was about to leave, and said, publish the report to the world, and collect and record Paramesha and Logia in the same way. Give some benefits to those who voluntarily come to surrender. Those who deliberately conceal it will be killed without mercy. On the other side, Number O was shocked suddenly, and said in a panic, Ji Yuding is going to find us. Yes, Mao, it takes too much time to collect a series of fruits. Ji Yuding is a little worried. After the collection of Zone is completed, there will be a task of collecting Paramesha and Logia. If that's the case, one after another, it may take quite a long time until the task of customizing the plugin is completed. Only one fruit of the same kind can exist in the world at the same time. He closed his eyes, entered the four-dimensional mode, and his thoughts enveloped the entire universe. That's not necessary. Invite them here and see me. However, the last step of this task is still placed on the capable person. Chapter 187 The Battle of Two Dimensions for Subscription. Jump into space. God, hurry up and interfere with Gu Ding. The experiment is at a critical moment and cannot be interrupted. Falling short of success, the consequences are disastrous. Number 0 was accepting Vegapunk's transformation in an indescribable state, and suddenly felt Gu Ding's huge mind scan, and couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He has been silent. Why would he take the initiative to look for us? This is abnormal. Vegapunk is worried. The current experimental research has reached a critical stage and cannot be interrupted, otherwise it will bring unbearable backlash. I can't take care of that much anymore. Speed up the stealing, or Gu Ding will come to your door, and we will die. Zero roared. God, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and cooperate with us, Vegapunk roared. At this time, the pirate Tiandao hesitated, and said, what you have stolen is a Tiandao of the same size as mine. If he finds out, it will be a real disaster. No, you must control the speed, otherwise, the situation will be ruined. Not that I can't control it. Pirate Tiandao felt like he was on a pirate ship at this time. Under the leadership of Vegapunk, he went farther and farther, and the things he did became more and more exaggerated and difficult to deal with. Indecision is the taboo, Vegapunk roared. Number 0 and Gu Ding's aura are almost the same, we can just use the means of it to get rid of Gu Ding. Hurry up and speed up the absorption now. Dead friends don't die, poor Taoists. This account will be counted in it on Gu Ding's head. Pirate Tiandao still hesitated. At this moment, Gu Ding's thoughts swept over, causing the local space-time rules to turmoil, just like a person being scorched by the flame of a lighter in a small area. The pirate Tiandao was afraid of Gu Ding's strength, so he made up his mind. Okay, steal the origin of the way of heaven with all your strength. In an instant, the strength of number 0 skyrocketed, like an inflated balloon, constantly expanding and growing. But at the same time, it also attracted the attention of Fang Tiandao. To humans, it's okay for mosquitoes to lie on their legs and suck blood, but when mosquitoes suck blood and it hurts, people will slap it down. For Tiandao, the name of the country is that mosquito. 0 sucked his fill quickly, and quickly pulled away, narrowly avoiding the thunderous blow from Fang Tiandao. Boom! The overall rules of One Piece Heavenly Way fluctuated, but soon subsided. Vegapunk knew that this was the pirates' way to deal with the outside affairs. Fight against the outside world and secure the inside. Inside is the battlefield of Vegapunk and 0. The turbulence of the overall rules caught Gu Ding's attention. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Gu Ding quickly locked onto Vegapunk's laboratory. He avatars everywhere, manifesting directly in Vegapunk's lab at the whim of his mind. Not good. It's Gu Ding. Vegapunk was shocked. Vegapunk, you must have eaten the turtle fruit to be able to hide like this. As soon as they met, Gu Ding reached out to grab Vegapunk's head, but his hand was blocked by another equally powerful hand. If we don't agree with each other, we will fight and kill. Are we really two creatures derived from the same cell? Number 0 is chic and calm, talking and laughing without losing his grace. Gu Ding glanced over coldly, and said that he dared to have anything to do with me, he really has no shame, and put gold on his face. Quote, no. 0 was unmoved, and said, you try to humiliate me, just to prove your nobility. However, you don't need to prove your nobility. People who wear gold and silver are not real nobles, at best they are nobles. You're just a nouveau riche. Gu Ding, your heart is very impoverished, I suggest you read more books, don't be like a successful nouveau riche, and eat ugly. Number 0 shook his head, as if he was very shameless for Kuding's actions. Noisy. It's not your turn to talk about the truth of the world. You say that I am a villain, and I also say that you are a beast in clothes and a dog. There is no result in fighting and fighting. In the end, we still have to do it. After a game, whoever has the biggest fist will listen to him. Ji Yu Ding's voice was cold, and he didn't like the clone Zero at all. Hey, it's really true. When will you change your rude character of fighting and killing? I feel ashamed for you. Well, I will educate you and let you reflect on the atrocities you have done. Although number 0 verbally despised him, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. If you and I really want to fight, I'm afraid this universe will be returned to chaos by us, and there will be no life. Such a result is not what you want to see. Zero said. Zero looking for flowers. This is the agreement between him and the pirate Tiandao. When removing the malignant tumor of Ji Yu Ding, we must pay attention to proportion and influence. Otherwise, even the Tao of Heaven cannot bear the destruction of Ji Yu Ding and number 0. Ji Yu Ding immediately understood and said, "As you wish." Then the two punched each other again, and the galaxy directly became a two-dimensional space. Two-dimensional has only length and width, no height. In order to reduce the destructive power, Ji Yu Ding and number 0 took the initiative to lower their dimensional level, turned into two-dimensional plane creatures, and fought in the two-dimensional galaxy. Unlike the powerful destructive power of the three-dimensional world, the battle in the two-dimensional world looks like a picture that will evolve. Ji Yu Ding and number 0 are both paper men, and their fighting methods even look a little funny. You point, I point, you sway, I sway. 0. Shadow of chaos. The power of 2 dimensions can shake 3 dimensions, so can't the power of 3 dimensions shake 4 dimensions? Vegapunk was amazed again and again. Although he created number 0, the subsequent growth of 0 was far beyond his expectations. There is no length. Black origin. However, Vegapunk looked terrified. It's not scientific. It's not scientific. Ji Yu Ding in 2 dimensions, the length ratio is somewhat uncoordinated, like a poor graffiti. Under the impact of the powerful battle, 3-dimensional vibrations appeared in the 2-dimensional space. Only at his level and with his knowledge can one understand the thrill of this seemingly ridiculous battle scene. Vertical offensive. 2 pieces of graffiti wrestled together, were constantly torn apart, and then recovered, and the colors interacted with each other, permeating the entire 2-dimensional space. You come and I go, it's a joy. The battle between the two is aimed at obliterating the opponent's essential attributes of length and width. Starting to move, every move is trying to disintegrate the opponent's foundation. No, I still want to become stronger. I still need to acquire more knowledge. Oh my God, if this kind of power appears in the 3-dimensional universe, they can't penetrate the entire 3-dimensional universe. With this in mind, Vegapunk communicated with a mysterious existence in his heart. Now, this clumsy graffiti is trying to attack another graffiti. Chapter 188 Secret for Subscription. Dear Library, I need your help. Knowledge makes me happy. Knowledge makes me excited. Knowledge makes me feel fulfilled. It's just that the knowledge of this world has reached ultimate, and I have encountered cases that I can't understand. If I want to become smarter and more knowledgeable, I must study the nature of the power of the case, but this world is not enough. To provide more resources for my research. Dear Library, in the name of science, I want to learn more knowledge. A pious heart can be learned from the sun and the moon. The original light of truth is with me, and the original ring of wisdom is with me. Vegapunk has a pious heart, and his heart for learning has never been firmer than before. Once, he thought highly of himself and thought he had mastered enough knowledge, so when faced with the persuasion of the library, he didn't think. 707 meant it, which made the library angry and exiled him to the pirates' world. At the beginning, Vegapunk didn't understand the true meaning of library, so he tried his best to study the original creatures of pirate world, such as Haki and Devil Fruit. The great indescribable existence, library, it did not abandon Vegapunk after all, and a wise voice appeared in Vegapunk's mind. My student, do you know what learning is endless? I have been watching what happened to you, and I was a little disappointed at first. But after Ji Yu Ding appeared, your desire to win and seek knowledge returned, which makes me very happy. Learning without thinking will lead to death, and thinking without learning will lead to death. When studying knowledge, the most fearful thing is being too ambitious, not thinking about making progress, and feeling good about yourself. Mountains can't hold water, only the sea can hold the whole river. It's not too late to be open-minded like a valley like a cliff. Since you know that you are diligent in studying and asking questions, how can you not help me because of the teacher? The idea of library is full of humanity. In this respect, it is many levels higher than the plug-in system. Thank you, teacher. The student was young and frivolous at the time, but today he knows how big the universe is. In the same universe, I can't understand the power that Gu Ding uses. This is already a huge blow to my pride. After this, you must study hard. Vegapunk was quite emotional. Something incomprehensible happened, and both Gu Ding and number 0 hit him hard. It's so good. As a teacher, I will send you to a technological universe, so that you can feel the real wisdom civilization. Library said so. Thank you, teacher. However, I want to watch the battle between Gu Ding and number 0 before leaving. Moreover, I don't think the no. 0 I created will lose. Vegapunk has mixed feelings. In fact, 0's power is only 50% related to him, the other half is obtained through 0's own growth and understanding. Vegapunk was quite frustrated by not being able to linearly write the composition formula of Gu Ding's power. As you wish. After the voice of library sounded, a virtual blue screen appeared in front of Vegapunk's eyes. The battle between 0 and Gu Ding was broadcast in real time in the center of the screen, and various data scrolled on both sides. I don't know how many generations ahead of Vegapunk's own spectator equipment. 2 to the 14th power thread force. The chaos index is 87%, and the two-dimensional world is in danger of shattering at any time. Real-time monitoring of Gu Ding's winning rate, 45%, 56%, 33%, 78%. In vivo energy density analysis of number 0, 74 sources per unit two-dimensional volume. Vegapunk is engrossed in the fight scene. For him, this battle is an extremely precious research material. In the two-dimensional world, Gu Ding tore apart the 0 number, and the 0 number immediately turned into countless colored light spots, scattered in the entire two-dimensional world. Number 0 quickly gathers and takes shape in another place. But in the process, Gu Ding was like eating a snake, seizing the opportunity to devour the light spots of several astronomical units. The loss of light spots of a few astronomical units has little effect on the 0 number, just like a person who eats a grain of rice for a meal, it has almost no effect. The battle at the two-dimensional level is rougher and rougher than the three-dimensional one. Because one dimension is missing, subtle changes cannot be used, and the battle between the two often explodes, turning into dots and lines. This kind of battle is really boring. I really want to have a good fight with you. Beat him upside down, beat him to death, beat him to explode the universe, beat him to death. No. 0 became more and more courageous in the war, and the belligerent gene in his bones was stimulated. How could he still look half gentle? In that case, I have to thank you for all the creatures in the universe. Gu Ding said coldly. Thanks to Vegapunk. If he didn't install the ultimate bomb in my body, otherwise, who would be able to stop me? 0 licked his lips, and the color of his body had turned into a colorful poisonous color of Madara. Tisk tisk, I pretended so much like, so it's 10 mad dogs. Gu Ding scoffed in his heart, disdained to communicate with 0. Pigs and dogs are not branch houses, you and I are each other. 0's eyes were crazily hot, and he transformed into a more complex attack method, attacking Gu Ding. Gu Ding, you and I are of the same origin, so why rush to meet each other? Come, fall into my arms. Whether it is a human being depends on whether it has an independent will. Gu Ding shouted in a deep voice, armament hockey covered. But in any case, in the end, the remaining party is no longer the same person as before. In other words, one side devours the other. Victory and defeat, life and death, all can be said to be gone. Believe is strong. The will, flesh and blood, and soul of both parties will be intertwined without reservation. Gu Ding turned cold and said angrily, you want to devour me? The question of number 0 seems reasonable, but it is actually absurd. This situation, Gu Ding will never allow it to happen. And number 0's method 2.6 is to forcibly mix the wills of two people together to achieve a state of symbiosis without distinction between each other. That is to say, from now on, Gu Ding will become refined, and the title of the country will become aloof. Gu Ding is number 0, and number 0 is Gu Ding. You are crazy. Gu Ding's heart is like iron, his heart is like a dragon, his will is firm, and he does not allow distractions. Get out. I am you are me, how can I swallow it? Ha 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 ha. Gu Ding, I am here to fulfill you. Zero's crazy will impacted Gu Ding's will, and said, our cells are the same, and our genes are the same. If I am not you, and you are not me, then what is it? Don't you want my share of origin? Well, I'm here, come and get it. Number 0 spread out into countless spirals, tightly surrounding Gu Gong. Chapter 189 The Fate of Fitting. Subscribe. Hockey is the embodiment of will. And will, like time, can be consistent no matter which dimension it is in. Zero's approach is quite rogue. It was as if two people were fighting, and neither of them could do anything to each other, but he was the first to smear excrement on his hands, and rushed to have intimate contact with each other. If I can't beat you, it's good to disgust you first. That's the idea of number 0. Armament hockey covered. Armament hockey enhancement. Gu Ding resisted with all his strength and took the lead in confrontation in will. Armament hockey erosion. Armament hockey, number 0, is like a microorganism that decomposes rotten matter, eroding Gu Ding's will bit by bit. Gu Ding didn't dare to let number 0 succeed, otherwise he would really have wiped his excrement and touched him intimately. This confrontation of wills lasted for a full year. You chase after me, one after another, there is thunder in the silent place. Finally, the hockey of the two were exhausted, and they had to change their fighting methods. Your shamelessness is rare in the world. Gu Ding was quite helpless about the 01 style of play that number 0 did not use. This number 0 is obviously a disgusting person, but Gu Ding has to deal with it. Calling me is scolding you. No matter how you say it, we both have the same genes. You say you look down on me, but it's just a manifestation of your dark side. Hee hee. Gu Ding, am I right? In other words, if Gu Ding admits his point of view, it will be a huge blow to Gu Ding's will, and number 0 will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Ridiculous. What do you have to do with me? You have hands and a mouth, and you can do whatever you want. You have free will, who can control you? The nonsense of the internal bomb, you still lie to Vegapunk and Heavens, only their IQs will be deceived by you. We both know our strength, and there is nothing in this world that can check and balance you and me. During the battle with No. 0, Gu Ding had already learned everything about number 0 through reader cheats, and also knew that the internal bomb was real. But this bomb can't threaten No. 0. Number 0 is just a show, to defraud Vegapunk and Pirate Tiandao's trust and investment. If it weren't for the show, how could Vegapunk refit with peace of mind, and even contribute to stealing the Genichi weight of the Tao of Heaven? If it wasn't for showing off, wouldn't Pirate Tiandao not be afraid and tolerate the birth of another person comparable to Gu Ding? It's still the same sentence, whether you admit it or not, the two of us are one. Number 0 seems to be very calm. Regarding the matter of fit, number 0 is very open, like a person with a very open concept. In contrast, Gu Ding is an old feudal society subject to ethics. Our destiny is to fit together. I never feel that you are my enemy, and the hostility you show is only for Vegapunk and Pirate Tiandao. What age is it, and you're still beating people to death? Is there anything that can't be solved by a fit? Ha 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 ha. Gu Ding, you still don't read much, and you don't know much about the truth. What kind of shit ethics and morality, what the hell? There is no such thing as restricting human beings. How big is the heart, how big is the stage? As long as it is for the ultimate ideal, what can't be discarded? Love, family, friendship. Gu Ding, tell me, these three things, what do you have? Number 0 is crazy and crazy. He thinks he is the embodiment of wisdom and possesses advanced wisdom. Persuading Gu Ding can be described as tireless. If you play too much, you will get tired of anything. In a long life, you will not be interested in fishing, you will not be interested in money, you will not be interested in women. To tell the truth about the songs you don't like to listen to, living is suffer. The only thing being alive that makes one feel alive is the quest for eternity. Eternal power, eternal life, eternal self, everything else is fake. Even, one day, You will watch the woman you love in the past make love in someone else's crotch without moving. Gu ding. Gu ding. Gu ding. You can understand. Say you can understand. Number 0 in the two-dimensional world has turned into a mass of distorted colors, as if he has various expressions, forms, and consciousness. You're hopelessly insane. Gu Ding was taken aback by Number 0's remarks, and even had lingering fears. I have to admit that some of what you said is reasonable. However, being reasonable does not mean that it is right. What you said is just a narrow you, not my world. Your words, this attitude has strengthened my determination to destroy you. As long as you are still alive, you are a threat to the world, order, and human relations. I will never allow that time to exist. Zero snorted, and while speeding up the assimilation of Gu Ding, he said, "You are hypocritical. The process of chasing the ultimate power is the process of chasing the self. At the beginning of human beings, nature is evil. Gu Ding, you should stop being hypocritical. Isn't it tiring to live like that? Don't pretend. You and I have always had a clear purpose, and that is the pursuit of ultimate power. In front of the ultimate power, everything is just clouds, everything is dust. What nonsense, morality, let them go to hell. You know very well that before time, the only thing that can accompany people to live forever is the power of eternity. Love, desire, what is it? Since you don't want to take off the hypocrisy, then I will help you. 927. At this time, Number 0 conveyed an extremely evil idea, and even Vegapunk, who was watching the battle from a distance, was shocked and speechless. Demon, demon, I created a demon. Vegapunk clenched his fists. At this time, the two-dimensional world cracked, and Gu Ding's monstrous killing intent was conveyed inside. Gu Ding, don't you deny that I am one person with you. Hee. Then I will FK your woman first and let her conceive my child. I want to see you. What will you do? Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. The evil thoughts of Number 0 filled the entire two-dimensional world. Die 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 die. In heaven and earth, no one can save you. Number 0, I swear, I will torture you for 10,000 years, until the sky falls apart. Gu Ding's killing intent broke through the two-dimensional world, making the two-dimensional world on the verge of collapse. Then stop me and try. The evil idea of Number 0 was conveyed again, and then 99.999% of the power was left to restrain Gu Ding, and the remaining sliver of power was manifested in the palace. Sister Aya, let's have a baby. 0 suddenly appeared and said. 2 red clouds appeared on Ling Nu's face, and she said shyly, I hate it, she is dealing with government affairs. Chapter 190 Forced to Fusion. Subscribe. Boom. Gu Ding also sent a ray of will down from the sky, and without any explanation, he punched Number 0 directly. No. 0 was unhurried, still with a playful smile, and calmly handed out a punch. When the two fists meet, it's like a thunderbolt. The entire palace complex was razed to the ground, and none of the officials present would have survived if Gu Ding hadn't immediately protected them. What's going on, Ryo? Weisung Lingnu looked at the two Gu Dings and was at a loss. A group of ministers were also shocked and unable to speak out. At this time, they had a new understanding of why Gu Ding was able to control the world. With such terrifying power, it's no wonder the world is at your fingertips. We can only pray that Gu Ding is a benevolent monarch, otherwise the people of the world will be in deep water and cannot extricate themselves. The power to kill 2 billion with one thought. 2/3 of the world's population dies under this power. It's so terrifying, so terrifying. All the ministers took a breath in their hearts, and the shock brought by Gu Ding's punch was beyond their brain capacity to comprehend. Neither Gu Ding nor Number 0 paid any attention to Weisung Aya. When Weisung Aya was puzzled, the figures of the two, Gu Ding, melted like snowflakes, turning into gas and drifting away. In fact, the battlefield between Gu Ding and Number 0 has been transferred to East Blue in a single thought, and what is left just now is only their residual influence. Boom. Another punch. The huge East Blue seems to be hit by a huge meteorite, and the entire sea surface presents a concave shape, just like a bowl. Immediately afterwards, a kilometer-high wave hit the town of East Blue. This time, East Blue suffered heavy losses. The same happens with West Blue, South blue, north blue. Every sea area has been hit by a 1,000-meter high wave disaster, and every place has suffered heavy losses. Ji Ding, you have also seen that you can't protect the person I want to kill. You and I are balanced in power. If I don't face you head-on, do you think you can stop me from slaughtering at will? At that time, Violet, Hancock, Aya, and everyone related to you will die. At that time, you will become a lonely family. Although you have a nearly infinite life, you can only regret it in a long time. What number 0 said was the truth. Ji Ding really had no way to stop number 0 directly, or even kill no. 0. It can be said that Ji Ding is a titan, but the height of this titan is restricted by the roof, just like a crop seedling covered with a layer of film. If it cannot break through the limitation of the film, then the growth of strength will have an end. Both Ji Ding and 0 are people at the end. I have to admit that there is some truth in what you said, but if you really kill them, you can only strengthen my determination to get rid of you. Apart from this, there is nothing else. I will regret, but I will not be bound by regret. If you really want to kill someone, go for it. Ji Ding retreated to advance, seemingly not caring about the lives of those people, but in fact, he lowered number 0's attention to those people through negative sarcasm. Sometimes, the more you care about something, the less you can show your care, otherwise you will harm yourself and others. HMPH. How can I believe your nonsense? However, I don't intend to kill them. What good will it do me to kill them? No, what I want has always been clear. Ji Ding, let me declare again, I am not your enemy. Join me, Ji Ding. This is our fate. Ordinary people can't understand the way of thinking of number 0, even Vegapunk will think he is crazy. Are you kidding me? You are a lunatic. I am me and you are you. There is no indistinct relationship between me and you. If you really want to play a fusion game, clone yourself. Ji Ding frowned coldly. The remarks of number 0 really made him feel sick. You can't refuse my love, otherwise I will really use any means. You have to think clearly. Everything is in your mind. The whole world of Qinghai will be destroyed, or you can merge with me. 0's obsession has almost become a demonic obstacle. Since he was born, he has only one belief in his heart, that is to merge with Ji Ding and become the strongest and most perfect life body. There is no time to think about it. Give me an answer quickly, otherwise, you will be the chief culprit for destroying the world. Shui Hao said viciously. Moral kidnapping. It is clear that number 0 is going to do something to destroy the world, but he puts this account on Ji Ding's head, carries out moral kidnapping, and threatens Ji Ding to submit. As long as you nod and agree, I will give you the head of Vegapunk immediately. 0 threw out another condition. After Vegapunk heard it, he cursed 3 times, and had a thorough understanding of 0's nature, and no longer had any illusions. Ji Ding remained unmoved, and used all kinds of means in his hands, just to kill and trap number 0 quickly. The battle in the two-dimensional world has since become intense. Suddenly, with a bang, the two-dimensional world was shattered into a one-dimensional world. However, Ji Ding and number 0 jumped into the three-dimensional space one after another to start a fierce battle. Die. Ji Ding's fist shattered one star after another, and followed 0 from one edge of the universe to another. In the end, the four-dimensional hand of number 0 held Qinghai world. Stop! Ji Ding shouted loudly and quickly stopped. No. 0. If it is half a beat at night, I am afraid that the entire Qinghai world will collapse and turn into dust in the universe. He, it seems that you have thought clearly. 0's treacherous idea is like a prostitute who forces a girl to submit, which made Ji Ding very uncomfortable to hear. I accept your proposal. Come on, merge. Since you chose this way to die, why should I not satisfy you? Ji Ding is determined. He is not worried that the fusion process will be swallowed or affected by number 0, and the result of the fusion, Wang Hao, will definitely not be a symbiosis. It can only be that one party is completely wiped out. The reason why Ji Ding disagreed with number 0's proposal was that on the one hand, he felt disgusted, and on the other hand, he felt that number 0 was fraudulent. Now, for the sake of 1 billion souls in Qinghai, Ji Ding chose to take risks and merge with no. 0. One thought becomes a demon, one thought becomes a Buddha. Ji Ding, I really admire you, I can't see through you. Zero said so, and then established a symbiotic connection with Ji Yu Gong at the level of thinking. This is where the fusion begins. Immediately afterwards, the strengths of the two merged together, and they gradually became indistinguishable from each other, blending in harmony. It has come to this point, this number 0 is really a lunatic. Vegapunk was in a complicated mood and muttered to himself, after this battle, number 0 will be Ji Yu Ding, and Ji Yu Ding will be number 0. One Piece heaven is completely over. Teacher, let's go. Vegapunk is ready to go. Chapter 191 Horror for subscription. The Book of Transboundary starts. Set off. As Vegapunk's teacher, library, directly opened up a passage across domains after learning that Vegapunk had clearly left his mind. Vegapunk rode the space laboratory and entered the passage. Oops. Vegapunk is escaping. Ji Yu Ding was taken aback, and with the idea of 0, he swept up together. However, the realm channel is incomparably miraculous, directly blocking Ji Yu Ding's huge fusion idea. Can't let Vegapunk just run away. Ji Yu Ding was anxious. Vegapunk was related to the success or failure of customized tasks, and even related to the secret of immortality for ordinary people. Vegapunk has always been behind the scenes, causing the current situation. No matter what he said, Ji Yu Ding would definitely not let Vegapunk go. Cut. Ji Yu Ding's mind was like a knife, and he directly cut off a small part of the fusion idea. Tisk tisk, you really can do it. The thought of number 0 is already in a state of not distinguishing between you and me. Ji Yu Ding will also bear the pain of cutting off the thought. Shut up. Ji Yu Ding 230 paid no attention to number 0, and directly started to suppress him with all his strength. On the other hand, because of its small size and low risk, the fused idea was not blocked by the boundary channel, and directly pursued Vegapunk along the channel. In the channel, there are countless primitive graphics. The meanings of these graphics, some are different kinds of laws of heaven, and some symbolize the supreme origin of time and destiny, all of which can only be viewed from a distance. Ji Yu Ding chased all the way along the passage, and he didn't know how long it took. In the realm channel, there is no concept of time, or even space, so it can connect the two domains under the rule of heaven. It seems like a long time, and it seems like just a moment. During this period, Ji Yu Ding may have had other thoughts, but he forgot them all. He didn't remember the purpose of this trip until he saw Vegapunk's space laboratory. Suddenly, like a dream, as if a lifetime ago, Ji Yu Ding couldn't help sweating coldly. Oops, Ji Yu Ding is catching up. Teacher, what should we do? Vegapunk asked anxiously. The library remained calm. Kaido, this is the embodiment of the supreme scientific causality. Don't panic. Just like he is destined to catch up with you, since I took you away, I am destined to take you away. This is all. It is the embodiment of causal science in a three-dimensional world. Cause and effect is an important high-latitude dimension. It shouldn't appear in the low-dimensional world, but it has some characteristics of time and can run through some different dimensional worlds. This is a profound and huge subject. As the goal, research and penetrate the true meaning of the world. As soon as the idea of library disappeared, the fusion idea of Ji Yu Ding and number 0 appeared in the space laboratory. Vegapunk. Ji Yu Ding snorted coldly, and grabbed Vegapunk directly, but to his surprise, in the domain channel Daxia, the reader plugin could not be successfully activated, as if it was blocked. Ji Yu Ding, you're not going to kill me, are you? I don't think I've done anything excessive except to deal with you. Vegapunk's face was calm, and he dared to speak reason when facing Ji Yu Ding, who knocked on his door. Oh, what you mean is that I should thank you? Ji Yu Ding said coldly. That's about right. Vegapunk didn't look ashamed at all, and said, at least no matter what I did, I didn't directly target the people around you. Otherwise, you would have become Ji Yu Ding's widow. Ji Yu Ding, put me down, we can talk. I am not an unprincipled person, everything I do is just curious about you. And, now I actually know your secret. Quote, Ji Yu Ding loosened Vegapunk's collar and sat on Zero's favorite reading chair. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Remember, what you say determines your life and death. Hearing this, Vegapunk's face ABFI turned blue and red, and said, actually, we are not life and death enemies. I hope you can make this point clear. Standing at our current height, there is nothing that cannot be untied. What's more, I didn't move any of the people around you. This is already showing my kindness. Otherwise, there will be someone alive beside you. Having said so much, I don't want to be able to repay you, but I want you to understand that we can actually be friends. If you want to deal with Tiandao, yes, I will help you. It is not impossible to even replace the pirate Tiandao with the existence in your body. Of course, the premise of all this is that you can truly understand the morality of the universe and understand what I do. Vegapunk is full of confidence. Humph, it's better to say than to sing. Ji Ding scorned Vegapunk, saying, the morality of the universe is none of my business. Ji Ding, why should I follow the rules and regulations set by others? I am who I am, and no one can change my will. Wrong. I came here today just to let you know what regret is. Dare to plot against me, dare to provoke me. Do you want to smooth it out without paying a price? Are you too naive, Vegapunk? There is murderous intent in Ji Ding's words. Watching Vegapunk is like watching a dead person. Vegapunk speaks better than sings. If Ji Ding hadn't been strong, he would have been beaten to death by Vegapunk. Vegapunk who plays with others is actually more indifferent and hateful than Ji Ding who ignores life. Why do you have to press so hard? Vegapunk said with an unhappy expression. Bitterness and bitterness. You also know that bitterness and bitterness are forcing each other. Two clones, which one is not bitter to me? Ji Ding looked haughtily, stared at Vegapunk coldly, and said, you have stolen my core secret, how can I let you go easily? How do I know? Will you hide in the dark corner again, and do it again? A clone came out and conspired against me. So, whatever you say, it can't stop me from killing you. Ji Ding, you are so disgusting. I have already retreated so much, how can you still push me forward? Vegapunk looked at Ji Ding with a ferocious expression. Double standard dog, let your shit go. Die, I don't bother to talk to you. Ji Ding stood up and reached out to grab Vegapunk. Although Vegapunk has superior intelligence, his force is almost negligible. Teacher, save me, Vegapunk yelled out. Then, a grand idea enveloped the entire space laboratory. The air almost turned into a rock-like solid, and even in Ji Ding's current state, he almost felt as if he wanted to suffocate. Powerful, terrifying, menacing, unrivaled. All kinds of emotions appeared in Ji Ding's mind, and for a while, Ji Ding had the illusion that he was a shivering firefly. Chapter 192 Killing the Library for Subscription. Then, Ji Ding watched Vegapunk escape from his grasp. Okay. Ji Ding raised his eyelids slightly. Vegapunk's hiding method was beyond his expectation. However, Ji Ding still had the confidence to kill him. Number 0. After all, I gave you life, and you actually just sit back and watch Ji Ding kill me, without doing anything. Vegapunk looked a little distraught. Don't you deserve to die? The idea of number 0 temporarily dominated the upper hand, and he talked to Vegapunk. Give me life, so I have to be grateful to you. Who stipulated it? Say it, and I will kill him. The most annoying thing about lousy is self-righteous people. From now on, lousy will be the rules, and whoever dares to set rules for lousy will kill him. Okay, sure enough, you are just like Ji Ding, you are both bad to the core. Vegapunk wished he could whip Zero in the face, but he wasn't Zero's opponent. Forcibly acting is just asking for humiliation. At this time, Ji Ding's thoughts split from the side. He is not interested in Zero and Vegapunk, what he is interested in is the teacher in Vegapunk's mouth. Who are you? Oh, one. However, the library is cold and unwilling to answer Ji Ding's question. Ji Ding touched his nose, snorted coldly, click, click, to break free from the shackles of the library. At this time, the library made a sound in surprise. Wait a minute. The library stopped Ji Ding and said, you can't do anything swaggeringly in the domain channel, otherwise the way of heaven and earth will know it. It is not a wise person to put oneself in a situation surrounded by tigers. After saying that, the library quickly removed the space confinement to show its sincerity. Old BD. Ji Ding didn't have a good impression of the pretentious library, but its behavior aroused Ji Ding's even greater dislike. If you can't resolve the conflict between us, it's useless to say anything. In a word, I want to kill Vegapunk. What do you do? Ji Yu Ding was too lazy to waste his tongue, so simple. Little friend, can't we each take a step back? The library lowered its posture again and asked, who is your little friend? Stop putting gold on your own face. Stop talking nonsense, answer quickly. If you dare to ignore my love, then you will not be able to climb high. Ji Yu Ding doesn't give face at all, and there is no need to make false claims with this kind of enemy. Little friend, are you really unwilling to back down? The library asked again, whispering. Ji Yu Ding was really annoyed, so he stretched out his hand to grab Vegapunk. If the claw was firm, Vegapunk would have left at least 5 blood holes on his body. The library strikes again. The confrontation between the two condensed ideas formed a powerful space position. In the midst of the stand, Vegapunk looked pained, almost torn away by Ji's power. Shut up, little friend. Let's stop fighting. Seeing that Host was on the verge of death, the library was extremely nervous. If Vegapunk died, then everything he placed in Vegapunk would be in vain. It is advisable to chase after the poor with courage, not to be famous and learn to be the overlord. Ji Yu Ding's poetic character became great, and he recited the famous poems of Tezu, and then made a big speech, forcing the library to strengthen its defenses. Next moment, the library is recruited, 4+ Punk dies. Before he died, Vegapunk was unbelievably Ji Yu Ding, with only one thought in his mind, the teacher lied to me. It is destined to take me away as agreed. But why am I still dead? Could it be that he took my dead body with him? Vegapunk died with his eyes closed. You actually killed my most promising student. I'm going to kill you. No one can save you. The host was killed, and the library was extremely crazy, as if the seal was lifted, completely exposing the vast strength of the sea. The light of fireflies competing with the bright moon strikes again. Not only Ji Yu Ding, but also number 0, are also deeply afraid. At this moment, the two choose to let go of their prejudices and face it together. The library attack strikes. The first microsecond unit of time, the space lab explodes into cosmic dust. In the second subtle time unit, Ji Yu Ding felt a strong sense of death in his heart. At the third subtle time unit, all worlds and heavens are paying attention. In the fourth subtle time unit, the fighting pirate Tendo and Hokage Tendo stop fighting at the same time. At the fifth subtle time unit, Ji Yu Ding's thoughts will be erased by the library. In the sixth subtle time unit, Hokage Tiandao and Pirate Tiandao shot at the same time, stopping the library with different ideas. Why are you stopping me? The library asked displeased. Return the treasure that was stolen from me. Hokage Tiandao was a little confused between Ji Yu Ding and number 0. The pirate Tiandao cannot be charged with stealing the source, otherwise, other realms of Tiandao will not be able to tolerate him. Ji Yu Ding is a super creature conceived by my pirate realm, how can he be humiliated by outsiders? When saying this, One Piece Tiandao has another meaning, which is to please Ji Yu Ding who is not inside Orguo. One Piece understands the situation, Vegapunk is gone, and the only ones who can help it are Ji Yu Ding and itself. If it offends Ji Yu Ding at this juncture, then its future life will be even more difficult. Pray for help from other gods. That's impossible, not to mention whether other heavens will take advantage of the fire to rob and steal the source. Just the act of moving in from the outside world is no less than an ordinary human being dissembled. This behavior is even more terrible. With such thoughts in mind, Pirate Tiandao and Hokage Tiandao stopped the library at the same time. The library was furious and cursed. What are you two 453? How dare you stop me? With a disagreement, the three supreme beings launched a high-latitude confrontation. This kind of battle, Ji Yu Ding can understand part or two, but not completely. There is no concept of time in the boundary space. Ji Yu Ding forgot what happened during the process, only remembered that he had the intention to return at this time, and an inexplicable feeling entered his mind. What the hell? Ji Yu Ding was about to find out, but was kidnapped by Hokage Tiandao. This ray of remnants that has been separated is not the opponent of Hokage Tiandao at all. The next battle involved a higher dimension, and Ji Yu Ding had no chance to know about it. When Ji Yu Ding woke up again, he found himself turned into a tree. Tree. For a while, Ji Ding couldn't make up his mind. After turning into a plant, compared with before, the speed of thinking was slowed down to almost stop. When he came back to his senses, he was being chopped down. The war must be won. I'm sorry, Lord Shenshu. The woman was cutting and talking to herself, and finally, with unremitting efforts, she cut off the twigs of the sacred tree connecting with Haitzi. No matter what the woman said, Ji Ding was furious. It's the first time for me, Ji Ding, to be bullied by someone riding on my head. This tone, I can't bear it. Chapter 193 Creation for Subscription. Another world far away. The fusion of Ji Ding and Number 0 has reached the point where it is in full swing. The fusion of strength has been basically completed, and now the two are fighting for the control of their bodies. At this point, Ji Ding did not budge. He feels that once his thoughts are mixed with other thoughts and become impure, then he is no longer himself. Namely, loss of self. 0 wants to pollute Ji Ding's thoughts and carry out T's fate. What are you still resisting? I have said that the dominance belongs to you, I just want to merge with you. Ji Ding, don't judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Let go of your mind, let us two not divide into each other, put together. Put away your nonsense. If you really only fancy fusion and us after fusion, why don't you take the initiative to disperse your thoughts? According to what you said, I am you, so why not for what? Ji Ding, you are very insincere in doing this. If there is no me, it is not fusion, but devouring. Devouring is not my character, nor is it my pursuit. Why don't you understand? I am satisfied with you, it's full of love. The two held their mouths together, their thoughts colliding constantly. This is a protracted war. No one dares to separate their minds. Even at this time, outside 720 can distinguish between the two. The only one who can help Ji Ding now is himself. This situation also caused the loss of contact with the idea far away in the world of Hokage. After the devastation of Hokage, Ji Ding forgot a lot of his thoughts, leaving only part of his fighting instinct. For a tree, the fruit is its flesh, and the branches are its body. Now someone chopped off his body and ate his flesh, how can he not be angry? Ah, 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 ah. Just because I am a tree, am I going to be bullied, cut off my arms and legs, and drink blood and eat flesh? Humans, human beings, this is the first time I feel that human beings are so inferior. This vile creature must be destroyed. After turning into a tree, Ji Ding, who only kept part of his mind, was very angry. After remembering the breath of the man who cut off the branch and ate his fruit, he began to practice for revenge. At this time, the world of Hokage is in ancient times. Where there are people, there are disputes. The protracted war has made people forget the original intention of the war, and finally turned into a retributable, vengeful killing. You kill me, I kill him. Finally, there was a man who was tired of this protracted war and determined to end all disputes by himself. Her eyes fell on the body of the divine tree Ji Ding. After Ji Ding bore a fruit, she reached out to the forbidden fruit. After that, she fulfilled her wish and ended the war by herself, and was honored as the goddess of Mao. Her name is Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya only knew that eating the forbidden fruit would give him the power called chakra, but he didn't know the reason why the forbidden fruit was named forbidden. The story begins before the birth of humans in the world of Hokage. In order to strengthen Zero, Vegapunk teamed up with the pirate Tiandao to steal the origin of Hokage Tiandao, which was still in chaos. After Hokage Tiandao found out, he immediately challenged the pirate Tiandao to ask for an explanation. Later, I met Ji Ding in the library who were mixed with the breath of Zero. The three supreme beings started a long-latitude war for Ji Ding. The final result of the war ended with the independent will of the library being broken. The pirate Tiandao spared no effort in the battle and was severely injured, while Hokage Tiandao took advantage of the situation and kidnapped Ji Ding. At the beginning, Hokage Tiandao just wanted to kill Ji Ding and get back the stolen origin. After withdrawing his origin, Hokage Tiandao gave up the idea of killing Ji Ding. It began to have an interest in human beings. Then, Hokage Tiandao tried to create human beings in its domain, and Ji Ding was sealed as a sacred tree for human beings to look up to. Over the long years, human beings have long forgotten the original intention of looking up to the sacred tree, and only remember the words, far away, and forbidden. In fact, in the original legend, the purpose of paying homage to the sacred tree of Ji Ding under the instruction of heaven is to let human beings worship their ancestors, and also to let human beings know how terrible Ji Ding is. But these were all covered by the cloud of history, so that Otsutsuki Kagaya stole the forbidden fruit later. Forbidden fruit is the condensation of Ji Ding's certain power. Before this fruit, two fruits had already been picked. One is the devil fruit of demon power, and the other is Kendo no Sato of Kendo power. The devil's fruit comes from the pirate world, from which we can see the essence of the pirate world. The fruit of the way of sword comes from the world of Arid, which Ji Ding stole from A Gump Zuo. Although its power is slightly inferior to devil fruit, it is also the crystallization of strength and wisdom, and it is also the most needed by Hokage Tiandao in the chaotic stage. As for the third fruit, it is called the fruit of ninjutsu. Forbearance is an idea, art is the means of action. O sacred tree, I am your pious guardian. Otsutsuki Kagaya said. This vocabulary made him very familiar, but for a while he couldn't remember what this familiarity was. This is just a ray of remnants, and it has been squeezed by the Hokage world for a long time. It is a blessing in misfortune to be able to maintain a little sanity. Ji Ding fell into confusion. Seeing this, Ji Ding was instantly moved by the branches and leaves. Just when Ji Ding was confused, Otsutsuki Kagaya had already pounced on him. The woman with three eyes said so, and then pulled down her clothes, revealing her delicate and flawless jade body. This crazy woman, what do you want to do this time? Among ninjutsu fruits, apart from chakra, there is also a very small part of immortal energy. The unity of forces must be maintained. Ji Ding is a little helpless now. Although he bears the name of the sacred tree, it is of no use. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the crazy woman, cut off his branches and ate his fruits, and there was nothing he could do about it. If the fruit is ripe, it will be picked by heaven. Now, it is robbed by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Not long after Ji Ding had the idea of cultivating hard and taking revenge, Otsutsuki Kagaya came again. Immortal chi and chakra have very similar attributes in Ji Ding's body, and when he transformed into the divine tree, they were condensed as the same kind of power. Immortal energy comes from the sun, moon, and star bodies of Ji Ding Dacheng's Shanman body forging technique. Ji Ding said in his heart, "Fart. If you don't agree with me and drive, you'll be considered ruthless." Ji Ding slandered foolishly. Chapter 194 Uzumaki Naruto for subscription. Immediately afterwards, Ji Ding was really fitted. It was an indescribable feeling. If Ji Ding had to say something about it, Ji Ding would only have the word, cheating father, in his heart. Otsutsuki Kagaya took advantage of chakra's disguise and merged with Ji Ding. Ji Ding had no resistance at all, and was completely occupied by the dove. His meager willpower was not Otsutsuki Kagaya's opponent. Facing Otsutsuki Kagaya's encroachment, Ji Ding instinctively retreated and passively protected himself. The latter matter has nothing to do with Ji Ding. Out of greed for power, Otsutsuki Kagaya cast infinite Tsukuyomi on the world, and then in order to capture the chakra in his two children, he merged with Ji Ding and became 10 Tails. As a result of the war, it ended with the defeat of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Eventually, 10 Tails' body was sealed by the planetary devastation, Otsutsuki Kagaya leaving only the will incarnation Black Zetsu. And chakra of 10 Tails was sealed in the body by Sage of 6 Paths. When Sage of 6 Paths was dying, he divided chakra of 10 Tails into 9 parts and became 9-tailed beasts. The vicissitudes of life have changed, and the world has changed. Since Otsutsuki Kagaya's fusion incident, Ji Ding has been in a state of deep sleep. Everything is so long and so short. Ji Ding seems to have just had a dream, and the world of Hokage has changed dramatically. The ninja sect was opened, the ninja village was established, Konoha Shinobi Village, Mist Shinobi Ninja Village, Sand Shinobi Ninja Village, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Ninja Village. The 5 major ninja villages stood like princes, and wars were waged one after another around the 9-tailed beasts with legend. As the time passed, Gu Dings will gradually showed signs of awakening. BD. Always playing tricks. It's like this every day, don't go too far. What are you doing? You will be punished. Look, that guy actually drew a pile of poop. This is blasphemy, blasphemy. My God, Master Hokage, come and take him. The people below pointed to a young man in the sky and talked a lot. In the hand of this young man, he was holding a bucket of paint. The graffiti on the Hokage in the past was written by this young man. Stupid. BD. Don't talk too much. The boy hanging in the air laughed, his eyes squinted into two curves, and shouted, "Aren't you envious? Can't you do such a thing? But I can. So, I'm still very good, hee hee." Quote. However, the boy's smile stopped abruptly the next moment. Teacher Luca. The young man looked ugly. Nuonuo said, "What's wrong with you? Naruto, what are you doing? The class is not over yet. You idiot, get out of here." As soon as Iruka got angry, he grabbed the rope hanging from Naruto's body and tied him to the classroom. Naruto sat on the ground with a face of disdain, surrounded by his classmates like a monkey. Youthful mind, not ashamed, but proud. The frustration that Iruka expected did not appear on Naruto, but instead made Naruto look a little arrogant. Hey, this will attract everyone's attention and let everyone notice me. I'm not alone, Naruto said secretly, then tilted his head slightly, and let out a, You little BD. Iruka was so angry with Naruto that he pointed to Naruto and said, "Tomorrow is the graduation exam. You have failed twice, what are you still doing?" I know, Naruto said nonchalantly. In fact, there was a glimmer of sadness in his heart. So what if I know? I still can't pass. The technique of the exam is too difficult for me. My chakra, I don't know why, I can't do it at all. Naruto was also very helpless. It's not that he didn't want to pass the exam and prove himself to others, but he couldn't do it even though he tried his best. The more this is the case, the more he cares about things, the more he has to show a look of indifference. Everyone get ready and review the transformation technique. Stand in a row and become like a teacher. Iruka said. Transformation technique. Boom. A puff of smoke rises, and a student succeeds in taking the form of Iruka. Next, more students pass the quiz, and one becomes Iruka. It's your turn, Naruto. Iruka said, pointing at Naruto. Change. Transformation technique. Boom. A naked beauty with smoky buttocks and breasts appeared in front of Iruka. Well, okay, Bo. Iruka was dumbfounded by the nude beauty posing. Zero seeking flowers. You idiot, what are you doing? Iruka yelled. Teacher, this is a seduction technique. Ha. Naruto has no sense of making mistakes, just like a naughty child without discipline. After school, Naruto was taken by Iruka to the Hokage statue to clean up the graffiti. Damn. Naruto kept yelling impatiently until he heard that Iruka was going to treat him to ramen, and he became lively again. Looking at the busy Naruto, Iruka felt a little distressed. Don't go home if you can't finish wiping. Fart. You still have me. Gu Ding felt emotional. Gu Ding gradually remembered what happened after Otsutsuki Kage emerged. Avatar 10 Tails. Sage of 6 Paths. 9-tailed beasts. 5 ninja villages. 4th Hokage. 9 tails. However, it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. The body of the sacred tree is the shell that Hokage Tiandao used to seal me. I was a blessing in disguise and got out of the shackles. From now on, the sky is high and the birds are flying, and the sea is wide. Until this time, Gu Dings will return like a tide. Iruka felt sorry for Naruto because of this, but Gu Ding scolded Naruto because of it. He is back, but my memory was also divided into 9 parts at the same time, scattered among the 9-tailed beasts. If I didn't collect them into one, I wouldn't know who I am, where I came from, where I'm going. Their strength is not weaker than mine, and they may not be willing to respect me as the main will when they meet each other. If they really fight, it will take a lot of effort, and it will be very troublesome. It's been a long time. However, they may not wake up as fast as I do. If I can seize the opportunity, I can still swallow it. Oops, what should I do if I have to take the clone technique, which I am not good at? 9 tails. 10 tails divided into 9 parts. I am really miserable. At this moment, the host felt a sense of uneasiness. Tisk tisk, has it become like this now? Naruto is anxious. It doesn't matter, I'm alone anyway. Ji Ding carefully calculated the past and the future. Although he can't remember the mission and reason for coming to the world of Hokage, he began to approach the truth step by step with his instinct. Fish Jump. Chapter 195 God's Choice for Subscription. Listen well, the topic of the graduation exam is clone technique. Everyone, get ready, the students who are called, go to the next classroom in order. As soon as Iruka finished speaking, Naruto became very nervous. Oops, it's over. How could this be? Could it be, am I doomed not to graduate? It's clone technique, which I'm most, and least good at. What's the matter? Can't you do a seduction spell? After hearing the topic, Naruto was frightened silly. But, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to be Hokage's man, I'm sure I can. With faith in his heart, Naruto pinched his fingers and gave a low voice, clone technique. Boom! A puff of smoke rose. The clone Naruto lay limply on the ground like a dead fish. Failed. Iruka was simply crying stupidly by Naruto. This, 747, is his third exam. Besides, this time at least one of them has been allocated. Let him pass. Mizuki comforted. Naruto's eyes sparkled after listening. In this regard, Ji Ding really wanted to rush out and reward Naruto with a stir-fried chestnut. To be a Hokage man, is the self-requirement so low? Ji Ding couldn't help but slander. How can I do that? Teacher Mizuki, everyone else has 3 people, but he can only get 1, and he still looks dead. It's useless at all, can't pass him. Iruka is businesslike and ruthless. Naruto stared at Iruka with displeasure upon hearing that. Seeing this state of mind, Ji Ding couldn't help but want to complain. Oh my god, you are a man who aspires to be Hokage, are you so happy and angry? Ji Ding almost convinced Naruto. After the exam, Naruto sat alone on the swing in the corner. The other students gathered together to share the joy of becoming a ninja after passing the exam, but he was alone, looking so out of place. That kid, I heard he failed the exam again. He deserves it. It would be so bad if he became a ninja. Who told him to be? Don't say it, it will be bad if he hears it. Naruto lowered his head. No one blesses him, and no one sympathizes with him. Why don't they like me? Naruto felt an urge to cry. Well done, this is my child. We will all be independent ninjas from now on. To celebrate, Mom will cook something delicious for you tonight. The wind blows, and the shadows are bleak. Naruto sadly left the swing and walked on the streets of the village alone. Ding! At this time, a voice sounded in Ji Ding's consciousness. Dear host, the library system has been activated. Library. Ji Ding's consciousness was first devastated by Hokage, and then divided into 9 parts by Sage of 6 Paths. At this time, he was unclear about many things that had happened to him. The official history of the Hokage world is not in his memory, and he doesn't remember anything about the library or even what happened in the pirate world. Everything in the past was almost wiped out by the Hokage Heavenly Tao. Only a few memories remained, but they were also divided into 9 parts and turned into 9-tailed beasts. The plug-in system remains in the main consciousness of Pirate World. The power of the devil and the power of the sword are both extracted as fruits by Hokage Tiandao and picked away. Belonging to the original power of Ji Ding, now only Shanjutsu and Ninjutsu remain in this world. If 10 is less than 3, it can't be said that it is not miserable. However, Ji Ding also got a blessing in disguise, and got the secret of Vegapunk, the library system. It's so. After the recovery of the library system, it led Ji Ding to unlock part of the memory. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman wins. The battle between the Hokage Heavenly Way, the Pirate Heavenly Way, and the library system ended up taking advantage of me. The independent consciousness of the library system was destroyed, and it lodged in my consciousness at the last moment. The main purpose of Hokage Tiandao to suppress me is to get the library system, but it didn't expect that Li Deidao saved the first area of the library system with my supernatural power. Now, the library system has been extinguished of self-awareness, and has become the initial state of no owner. It has become a system that serves me. I don't know how Vegapunk will feel after learning about it. Hey, strange, who is Vegapunk? Why is there such a name in my consciousness? Well, the memory is still very bad. I still have a long way to go. 0. Whether it is collecting memories or condensing the body, it is an imminent thing. Now, it has been a long time since the body of the sacred tree was sealed. I have to race against time with Hokage Tiandao, before it finds me, grow to the point where he can't threaten me. The point. After recovering some memories, Ji Yuding had a deeper understanding of the situation and the status quo, and immediately communicated with the library system. Library system, what's your use? Ji Yuding asked. To the host, the most basic function of this system is to quickly grasp. As long as it is recorded in the book, after registration in this system, you can quickly understand and master it and reach the point of proficiency. The system replied. Then what else? What other functions? Ji Yuding asked again. Reporting to the host, due to the serious damage to the system, other functions have not been unlocked. However, the host can collect different books. Books are the driving force for the survival and strength of the system. A large number of books can repair the damage of the system, and even it can make this system evolve to a higher level. For the library system, it is like a cow grazing and milking, which can feed back something higher than the contribution. Ji Yuding is quite satisfied with the current functions of the library system. After a little planning, Ji Yuding appeared in Naruto's mind as a grandfather. For the third time. This is the third time for such a disgrace. Naruto was walking on the street, feeling extremely lost. The little friends graduated one after another and became ninjas. Only he couldn't even pass the most basic ninjutsu exam, and became a repeater. Naruto clenched his fists, his voice hoarse and firm. Hey, boy, it seems that you need help. Just when Naruto was feeling resentful, Ji Yuding's magnetic voice with a charming attribute came into his mind. Who are you? Naruto looked around in a panic, but found nothing. Just when he thought it was an illusion, Ji Yuding's voice sounded again. Just an insignificant god. Helping people has always been my pleasure, and saving all beings from suffering is my teaching. You, Uzumaki Naruto, the boy chosen by God, the boy appointed by God as Hokage, kneel down and give thanks. Chapter 196 Kill 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 kill. I don't know why. In the plan, it should be a series of conspiracies and tricks, but at this time Ji Yuding just wanted to make a joke with Naruto and tease him. What, my lord? Naruto was overwhelmed by Ji Yuding's magic stick move, really knelt down and kowtowed towards the sky. My lord, where are you? Can you come out and see me? Have you been watching me all these years? I knew that I was not alone. My lord, I am really wronged. I don't know why. I desperately wanted the people around me to like me, but the people around me always looked like they were avoiding the plague when they saw me. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why do I work hard to get along with people, but I always get cold eyes from others? I desperately make fun of them in front of them, just to get their approval, but they, why is it so difficult to get along with? Why don't they like me? Why do they hate me? These are unreasonable. Could it be that I was born destined to be rejected by others? Ji Yuding also didn't expect that his unintentional trick would be regarded as a life-saving straw by Naruto, and one even cried with his heart. Even Ji Yuding couldn't help being moved when he heard Naruto crying about the past events. Because there is no one to rely on, have you always pretended to be strong? Ji Yuding had a feeling in his heart, and then said, it's been hard for you these years. Do you want to know why you have been mediocre all these years? Okay. Naruto was taken aback when he heard this. He blinked, feeling that things were going in a weird direction. Please tell me, my lord. Naruto asked respectfully. Actually, all of these are my god's test for you. That's right. The reason why you have been a dead person even from clone technique all these years is because 90% of your chakra has been sucked away by me. I have to say that your chakra is still very nourishing and beneficial to me. If it weren't for absorbing your chakra over the years, I haven't recovered so early. How? Now that the knot is untied, aren't you happy? If Ji Yu Ding could change his form and become an old whitebeard man, then he must be stroking his beard proudly at this moment. Naruto was stunned. Crap. Immediately the rage was abnormal. It's all because of you that I couldn't pass the exam. I couldn't become a ninja. I was ridiculed by everyone. I was alienated by my classmates. Calm down, calm down. Man is a man who has a great mission from heaven, and he must first suffer from it. This is God's test for you, and it is love for you. Ji Yu Ding has no awareness of being rejected at all. Naruto told the truth by mistake. It was precisely because of the sealed 9 tails inside Naruto that everyone hated and distanced themselves from Naruto. However, you have to see the essence through the appearance. It seems that it is because of me that caused your misfortune today. It is actually because of those people. Ji Yu Ding transferred all the battle scenes he sorted out with Namikaze Minato to Naruto's mind. Those people have bad human nature. After all, they are just a bunch of ungrateful nuns. The truth. You want to know the truth. The truth is that I was sealed by your father, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and sealed into your body. The truth is that your father and your mother gave their lives to save the whole village. The truth is that you have become an orphan, and those who were saved by your parents hate you anyway. The truth is that they are forgetful, grateful, negative, and righteous. So, Ji Yu Ding's voice was as cold as the ancient Changyi's, and he sneered twice. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Rumble. It was like thunder and lightning. Naruto froze on the spot. If this is the truth, then the truth is cruel to Naruto. So, my father is 4th Hokage. It turns out that my parents are the benefactors who saved the village. However, why did my parents pay so much and get unfair treatment from me? Alienated, isolated, no friends, not even a person to talk to. I gave my life for the village, but in exchange for this result. It's chilling. Naruto has never felt that the world is so cold and ruthless. For a moment, thinking of the grievances he has suffered over the years, he has no sense of belonging to this village. Almost everyone is rejecting him. Almost everyone hates him. This is not the weight of life that a teenager should bear at all. I hate it so much. Naruto roared, clenched fists, nails deeply embedded in flesh and blood. Ha 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 ha. Ji Yu Ding said proudly, his magical voice reappeared in Naruto's mind. All things are born to support the people, and the people have no good to repay the sky. Kill 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 kill. Unfaithful people can be killed every day. Those who are not filial can be killed. Unkind people can be killed. The unrighteous can be killed. If the mountaintop replaces the sky tree with this steel, the heaven-defying people will die if they kneel and die. Murderous aura soaring to the sky, 7 killing poems. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto's world outlook, values, and outlook on life were all subverted by Ji Yu Ding. Naruto stands on the street, his lonely back is like a lone star in the night sky. Should I call you 9 tails, or God? Naruto clenched his fists, with complicated and firm emotions. The so-called 9 tails are just my appearance. God is my true form. 613. The image of Ji Yu Ding, at this moment, seemed extremely lonely. My lord, what should we do next? Naruto asked. No hurry, someone is coming. You should deal with it first. Although Ji Yu Ding is sealed in Naruto's body, he can perceive external things through Naruto's body. The moment Mizuki appeared, Ji Yu Ding sensed it clearly and reminded Naruto. Naruto. Teacher Mizuki. Seeing Naruto's tear-stained face, Mizuki didn't think too much about it, but felt that Naruto was deeply hurt by failing the exam. Teacher Iruka is very serious, so don't take it too seriously. He became an orphan at a young age. Along the way, he has made it to where he is today through his unremitting efforts. Iruka comforted Naruto. But why does he always ask me? Naruto asked. Perhaps, he thinks that you are very similar to him. That's why, in his heart, he hopes that you will become stronger. Mizuki said with emotion. You are all orphans, I think you can understand his painstaking efforts. But, I really want to graduate. Naruto lowered his head. I can't help it, so let me tell you a secret. Mizuki beckoned Naruto to come closer, and whispered, Shadow Clone Technique. The corners of Naruto's mouth raised slightly. Chapter 197 Don't bully young people into poverty for subscription. That night, The moon is dark and the wind is high. After learning of Mizuki's suggestion, Naruto was overjoyed. However, he did not act as Mizuki said, but first consulted Gyuding. My lord, Mr. Mizuki told me to steal the sealed book. Before I met you, maybe I really did what he said. But now, I have a bad feeling. Really. After Naruto was told the cruel truth by Gyuding, his perspective on the world changed. It used to be from the side of good, but now it is from the side of evil. Don't speculate on others with the greatest malice, but don't start from the perspective of goodwill. This is the change that Gyuding brings. Very good. This shows that you have grown up. Gyuding said. I can tell you that even if you steal the Book of Seals, you will not be able to learn the ninjutsu above. In terms of ninjutsu, throwing away my influence, you are equivalent to a toddling baby. However, the sealed book records such difficult movements as how to jump and how to flip Wangjobin. If there is no accident, after you get the sealed book, you will be snatched by someone soon. This person, HMPH, is Mizuki. My god, what should I do then? Naruto asked. With the deity here, any conspiracies and tricks are just jokes. Don't worry, do what he says. With the deity here, ninjutsu or something, it's hard to think about it. Speaking of this, Gyuding paused, and said emphatically, before stealing the sealed book, you should do one thing first. As a declaration of war on the world, as a declaration of return, this matter comes from Konoha Shinobi Village begins. After saying that, Gyuding sent an idea into Naruto's mind. Okay. Hearing this, Naruto was very excited to find paint, and went to Mount Hokage again. Everything is ready. Naruto ignites the preset powder keg. The movement of God's presence has already been played. Tonight, everyone will witness the return of God. God's apostle, willing to win glory for God. After saying that, Naruto disappeared into the night. Then, a loud explosion resounded through the village of Konoha Shinobi. What happened? Let's go over and have a look. It's in the direction of Mount Hokage. This huge explosion sound, could it be that child who blew up Mount Hokage? My god, this prank is too much. It's a good thing this disaster star didn't become a ninja, otherwise, it would be a disaster for the village. All the people in the village were woken up by the loud noise. For a while, they turned on their lights and headed for Mount Hokage. TCH, it's really boring. Sasuke snorted coldly and didn't lose it. Dad, I want to go and see. Hyuga Hinata tugged at the hem of Hyuga Hiyashi's clothes. People from all walks of life rushed to Mount Hokage. What happened? Surrounded by the crowd, third Hokage walked to the front of Hokage Mountain. The fire illuminates the entire Mount Hokage. This guy, I really don't want to worry about it. Iruka complained and walked over. When he saw the words written on Hokage Mountain, he stood on the spot just like third generation. 30 years in Hidong and 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into being poor. Iruka murmured out, with some tears in his eyes. Naruto, is this you? The real you? Don't bully the young and poor. Naruto, you have to work hard. I know you can do it. You are that person's child. Iruka thought of the past, holding hands secretly fist up. This is the teacher's son. Hatake Kakashi in the distance couldn't help but be moved. Third generation laughed, turned and left. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were full of love. Damn it, this brat, he's getting more and more arrogant. If this continues, the village will suffer disaster. Hikadaushin clenched his fists, he was very disgusted with Naruto's actions. Even, seeing Naruto feels disgusted. Don't worry, father, he's just a waste of big talk. It's the third time, and he failed the graduation exam to qualify as a ninja. He will only become a shame to the village. Hikigweji satisfied, he said. Although I am now ranked 10th in the class, as long as I work hard, it is not impossible to surpass Uchiha Sasuke. Well, son, come on, Hikadaushin said. At this time, Naruto went to the home of the third generation target under the trick of Gyuding. The method of striking east and attacking west. Now that I have come to the home of the third generation, there is no reason to return empty-handed after passing through Baoshin. Although chakra is derived from the power in my body, Sage of Six Paths opened up the ninja sect, and has many unique insights on the use of chakra. If there is a method of reshaping the body in Konoha Shinobi Village, then okay. If not, you can only appear in the form of 9 tails, but that is another big trouble. Well, in fact, impure world reincarnation is also possible. It just needs to be improved, otherwise, it will still not be a perfect body. Lots of restrictions. For the Book of Seals and other collections, what Ji Ding is most looking forward to is the technique of condensing the body. Since turning into a tree, Ji Ding has not appeared in human form for too long, which made him feel very depressed. Found it. The Book of Seals. Naruto was holding the sealed book, and was about to pick out a few more, when he was discovered by the guard on duty at night. Ji Ding's practice affected the progress of official history. These effects have advantages and disadvantages. What is happening now is something that does not exist in official history. God Lord, what should we do? Naruto asked. What are you doing in a daze? Run. Ji Ding said angrily to Kaido. Now, Ji Ding has no entity, and can only be condensed into a book in consciousness through the method of secondary reading. But this technique is too difficult, and it is not something that Naruto can master. It's so hard to understand. I don't know some words here. Ah, come out of the library. The idea of the library communicated with Ji Ding, and then passed down the most exquisite and fundamental understanding of shadow clone technique. However, these are within Ji Ding's expectations. Shadow clone technique, it's done. After seeing the contents of the scroll, Naruto was a little bit crazy. Ji Ding communicates with the library, and then sacrifices shadow clone technique. Ji Ding was thinking, and then instructed Naruto to open the sealed book. Using a clumsy method, Naruto memorized the shadow clone technique bit by bit. Open the scroll, the first ninjutsu on it is shadow clone technique. Kings. There is only one book, but the sealed book is also a good book. If you hand it over to the library, you will benefit greatly. Naruto was elated. Don't rush, take your time, memorize the appearance and shape of the characters. Leave the rest to me. Ji Ding said. Well, this is a good book, and the technique recorded in it is a unique avatar technique. Although a little regretful, Ji Ding didn't force it. Ji Ding compared the gourd painting and transferred the understanding to Naruto County. Chapter 198 Multiple Shadow Clone for subscription. After mastering the shadow clone technique, who dares to underestimate me? They can create at most 3 clones, but I can create at least dozens. As long as chakra stars are enough, the number of clones can be almost endless. This time, they must be surprised. Naruto felt an unprecedented joy in his heart, as if all the unhappiness accumulated in the weekdays had been swept away. Don't get too excited, the good show will start soon. According to my estimation, Mizuki will come here soon. Ji Ding reminded. Well, my lord, after putting away the shadow clone technique, Naruto went to the grove according to the plan discussed with Mizuki. The moon and black stars are sparse, and the sound of insects is sparse. However, it was not Mizuki who found Naruto first, but Iruka. Naruto, where did you get the scroll on your body? Iruka asked. This scroll is amazing. As long as I know the spells on the scroll, it won't be a problem. Naruto was a little proud. At this moment, dozens of shurikens hit like a torrential rain. Get out of the way. Iruka pushed Naruto away, but he didn't have time to dodge, leaving a few holes in his body with the shuriken. I didn't expect you to find this place. Mizuki squatted on the tree, ready to go. So that's how it is. Iruka immediately understood why Naruto stole the scroll. Naruto. Mizuki jumped down from the tree and said, quickly 907 and give me the scroll. Naruto. Never give the scroll to him. Iruka said urgently. Huh. Mizuki glanced at Iruka, with a playful tone. Naruto, you don't have a scroll, you'd better give it to me. Otherwise, let me tell you a story first, about the truth 12 years ago, accompanied by great disaster from your birth. Iruka's heart was heavy, and when Mizuki mentioned what happened 12 years ago, he seemed to have lost something very important in his heart. No, don't tell him. Iruka seemed bereaved, almost begging. After the demon fox was sealed 12 years ago, there was an unwritten rule in the village. Mizuki stared at Naruto with satisfaction, wanting to see what kind of expression he would have. However, soon he was disappointed. Naruto looked indifferent, and even wanted to laugh, and said, regulations. Why don't you talk about it? Poor Mizuki, jumping up and down like a circus monkey, thinking he has a shocking secret, but we don't know how ridiculous he is in our eyes. Ji Ding said, yes, all this is thanks to God. If God hadn't been omniscient and told everything, today's affairs would be very passive. Not only will I be taken away from the Forbidden Technique scroll, but my father's reputation will also be shamed. Mizuki, it's really hateful. Damn it. The current situation, Naruto is afraid when he thinks about it. If he hadn't met Ji Ding, he would have really fallen into Mizuki's scheme. The crime of stealing the taboo book at the age of 12 is enough to make him unable to recover for the rest of his life. It would be nice if he was an ordinary child, but his father is Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage. If Naruto betrays the village, he will become the laughing stock of the ninja world along with Namikaze Minato. His heart can be punished. Naruto hated Mizuki in his heart. Mizuki also realized something was wrong, but he didn't think much about it. He decided in his heart that Iruka would definitely not tell Naruto the truth about the demon fox, then Naruto's current actions are all about posturing. There is only a rule that you can't know. Mizuki looked sly, and lowered his voice. That is, you must never mention the demon fox in front of you. It was you who killed Iruka's parents. You were the one who destroyed the village. You were the Nine-Tails demon fox. Mizuki's eyes showed fanaticism. He was like a lunatic at this moment. Do not talk. Stop talking. Iruka was in great pain in his heart. In other words, after being sealed by your most admired Hokage, this matter can be kept secret. Everyone hates you. Don't you find it strange? How many relatives have you killed? Everyone hates you to death. You are simply a superfluous person who is not needed by everyone. Mizuki took advantage of the situation to launch an attack, and the huge shuriken swirled like the wind. Abaj and Naruto pierced through the air. Naruto, who kept his head down, suddenly raised his head, revealing clear and bright eyes, and said, I know. They don't like me, and I don't like them anymore. Need and need not are relative. Today you ignore me, but tomorrow I will let you down. Mizuki, listen to me too. From now on, my master will not serve anyone. I will explain clearly what you owe me. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto made a seal with his fingers, and immediately Ji Ding's chakra, which was as majestic as the sea, poured in, and suddenly thousands of shadow clones were formed, densely filling all the open spaces and standing on all the branches. Immediately, the huge rotating shuriken was kicked by 4 or 5 Naruto, and Iruka, who rushed to rescue, was also blocked by a large number of Naruto. How is this possible? Mizuki and Iruka said in unison. How did you do it? Mizuki's eyes were full of shock, and he almost lost his voice. Supreme technique, multiple shadow clone technique, thousands of them, all of them are clone techniques of entities. How did you master this supreme ninjutsu? Impossible. This is impossible. You can't learn that. Don't you know a lot? Why can't you tell the truth now? Naruto's voice was indifferent, and before Ji Ding woke up, the little affection he had for Mizuki disappeared. Die. Naruto spat out this sentence lightly. Then, thousands of Naruto attacked at the same time, and their fists hit Mizuki like an impenetrable storm. Mizuki couldn't avoid it, knelt on the ground, and finally got down slowly. Naruto's movement was too loud, and finally attracted the attention of the patrol team. After the taboo book was stolen, under the order of the third Hokage, all groups of inspection teams were on standby, and rushed over when they heard the trouble. Naruto, Iruka, Mizuki, Naruto's shadow clone technique has dissipated. Among the people present, only Naruto is unscathed, Iruka is seriously injured, and Mizuki's life is unknown. For a while, the patrol captain was also a little uncertain about the situation. What's going on here? Can someone explain? The patrol captain has been watching Naruto nonchalantly, until Iruka briefly explained what happened. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Naruto. However, for the sake of Naruto, Iruka did not tell the truth, but said that Naruto had more than 100 clones. Have you mastered the shadow clone technique? The inspector captain said with a cold voice. So what? Naruto didn't bother to pretend. Chapter 199. Ignore. Please subscribe. Very good. Hand it over. The patrol captain approached Naruto step by step. Give it up. Why? Not to be outdone. Naruto stared at the patrol captain with an unfriendly expression like a vicious dog protecting food. The taboo book is something in the village. Do you still want to keep it for yourself? It is a death penalty to study the content of the taboo book without permission. If this is the case, the village will not tolerate you if you are a wolf. Go to hell, confession, go. The captain of the inspection made a sudden attack and slapped Naruto like a tiger coming out of the mountain. Suddenly, before Naruto could respond, a shuriken of lightning attribute shot out, directly piercing the patrol captain's palm. Captain Guoxin, Master Hokage has the final say on whether you are guilty or not. If you do this, is it a violation of the village rules? Do you want us to judge? A lazy voice sounded behind Guoxin. Kakashi. Guo Shin put away his sinister face, turned to smile and said, "You have seen it too. It is clear that he refused to hand over the taboo book." What is in the taboo book? Do I need to say more? If something really went wrong, at least what happened 12 years ago repeats itself, or at worst. At this time, both Naruto and Ji Ding also realized that something was wrong. My lord, could it be said that the book of taboo contains? Naruto felt a little regretful. Yeah, there is a way to free me. Oh, blame me, I didn't think of it before. Ji Ding is also quite unwilling, but now he can't break through the seal and can't use Naruto's body, so he is far from Kakashi's opponent. If there is only one Guoxin, then things are much simpler. As long as Naruto is given a little chakra to make him enter the three tails, four tails form, Guoxin can be easily killed. Now, the plan to snatch the forbidden book by force is no longer feasible. My lord, what should we do then? Naruto asked. After this time, the book of taboos may not be so easy to obtain. The matter of releasing me can only be done slowly, and there is no rush. Give the book of taboos to Kakashi, and he will not embarrass you. In the future, don't show hostility to the village. Remember, you can be hostile to the people in the village, but you must not put yourself on the opposite side of the village. Ji Ding warned. At Naruto's current age, the city is not deep, his emotions are all on his face, and he can't hide things in his heart. Ji Ding was worried that his reckless behavior would put the two of them in a dilemma. Yes, my lord, according to what Ji Ding said, Naruto handed over the taboo book, and Guoxin no longer had an excuse to persecute Naruto. Afterwards, Naruto was recognized by Iruka and graduated smoothly. Under Kakashi's care, he was assigned to Kakashi's class. In the meantime, a few other things happened, but they were all fooled by Naruto in his unique style. During this time, Ji Ding has been studying his seal. After waking up, my mind is clear, and when I think of things, I will understand a lot. Soon, Ji Ding discovered something that made him want to vomit blood. Naruto's body is not complete. Yin, yang, makes sense. Dead ghosts are sealed, my other half of power. Based on Ji Ding's current cognition, he felt that the lost other half's yin-type power was forever sealed up by the ghouls and brought underground, which made him heartbroken. Later, Ji Ding discovered that there were two other forces hidden in Naruto's body. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Shin Junai. They don't stop even after they die, and they plant time bombs. Are they trying to piss me off? Although dissatisfied with the remnants of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki, Ji Ding has no intention of awakening them or erasing them now. One is because it will arouse host Naruto's resentment, and the other is because he is now in the Uzumaki of Konoha, so he must act cautiously. Forget it, I have gained some insight into the secrets of the seal. Let's see what Naruto is doing now. After all, he is the only one who is stronger now. I can get out as soon as possible. Putting away the state of practice, Ji Ding borrowed Naruto's facial features, and once again shared the same views and feelings with Naruto. At this time, Naruto was lying on the table with a smirk on his face. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up, and his eyes fell on a heroic young girl. Little Sakura, Naruto yelled. After seeing Haruno Sakura, Naruto was very happy and couldn't help thinking, she came here. Is she going to sit next to me? Ha 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 ha, it's great. The girl who makes me a little bit excited is sitting next to me next to him, this is the favor of fate. Naruto, why are you here? Isn't it only for those who have passed the graduation exam? Haruno Sakura said with some disdain. The fact that Naruto mastered the shadow clone technique did not spread under the high-level instructions. 0. Asking for flowers. Look, what is this? Dang dang dang. Naruto proudly pointed to the forehead protector above his head. At this time, Haruno Sakura, who had always been cold to Naruto, stood in front of Sasuke like a docile kitten, and whispered, "Can I sit here? Can I sit here? A woman won't give her heart unless you can conquer her. My lord, you are here." Naruto seemed to catch a glimmer of light, and said, "How can I make little Sakura like me? Cut that kind of boring thing. But since you asked, I'll tell you mercifully." Following Haruno Sakura's finger, Naruto saw a guy who made him roll his eyes. Bah, you can pretend to be cool. It's really disgusting to death. If there is me in the world, why should there be someone like him? Naruto felt even more upset. Ji Ding's words hit Naruto deeply. Ji Ding calmed down his voice a little, and said, "All the time, the pranks you have done have given people the impression that you are a clown who wants to please the public. Which woman doesn't want her ideal person to be a hero who walks on colorful auspicious clouds? And you, it's more like a monkey jumping up and down, childish and pitiful. Women are cold and ruthless, and they will never like a childish boy. The man is affectionate, but the concubine has no intention. There is no choice but to let the flowers fall." At this time, Ding's voice appeared in Naruto's mind. Naruto was super upset. Ji Ding snorted softly, and then said as if instigated, "Let's have a fight. Beat Uchiha Sasuke hard." Uchiha Sasuke. In contrast to Sasuke, his coolness is actually closer and calmer. This kind of charm, coupled with a handsome face, is something no woman can resist. But what do you have? And what have you done? Think about it. ... However, the girl's thoughts were not on him at all. She pointed to Naruto and said, "Get out of the way, I'm going to go there." Naruto asked unwillingly, "Then I really have no way to win little Sakura's heart." 7SC. Chapter 201 Tail Mode for Subscription. Naruto was taken aback by Ji Ding's proposal. "It's not so good, we are all classmates. Besides, although I really want to beat him, but he is the first in the class. If you can't beat him, it will be embarrassing again." Naruto said nonchalantly, "A believer in God will not lose. Let go of your heart, I will give you strength." Ji Ding said indifferently. Naruto made up his mind and said, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, I don't want to be that Naruto who is looked down upon. I am me. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am the son of Namikaze Minato from the 4th generation. My parents have their names corrected. I want the world to know that I am not a crane tail, I am also a genius. It is good. Ji Ding couldn't help applauding Naruto. People, I am afraid that the mud will not be able to support the wall. Ji Ding appreciates Naruto's current performance very much, and said, "Actually, the Uzumaki family is the 093 ethnic group of immortals. You can justify your name in terms of emotion and reason. As long as your heart is here, you will not lose." Ji Ding's agitation made Naruto's blood boil. Putting it down, Naruto let go of part of the body's control, and Ji Ding controls it to facilitate the control and delivery of chakra. "Sasuke, let's have a fight. I see you have been upset for a long time. Put on a bad face all day, as if someone owed you money and didn't change it. It's really disgusting. If you lose, leave this class, don't let me see you again." This is what Ji Ding said instead of Naruto. Somewhere, Ji Ding seemed to have insight into the future opportunities, and knew that Sasuke would definitely leave. Although it is difficult for Ji Ding to explain this point now, it does not prevent Ji Ding from pushing the boat along, and maybe he can sell Sasuke a favor. At the highest level of business, he even helped to count the money after selling people. "What are you talking about, Naruto?" Haruno Sakura was startled by Ji Ding's words. "If I heard correctly, the end of the crane actually wants to challenge for the first place in the class. Has he lost his mind? Hey, his mood is not suitable for being a ninja. Being jealous for the sake of a woman is really a weak stroke." As expected of Konoha's laughing stock, everyone was discussing. Haruno Sakura couldn't hold back anymore. She was about to grab Naruto's ear and let him sit aside. At this time, Sasuke spoke. "Oh, Where did the little reptile come from, and dare to buzz on my wall? Sasuke's voice was flat, and he didn't even look at Naruto. You are still pretending. Today I will tear off your face. After saying that, Gyuding made 3 clones, flanked left and right, and attacked Sasuke. This is just a trial. Secrets. 3. How is that possible? The best in the class is divided into 3. Some students couldn't help but exclaimed. At this moment, Naruto's fist has hit Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes were cold. He grabbed his shuriken and bowed left and right, blocking Gyuding's fist. Now they have just become low-level ninjas, and have not practiced powerful ninjutsu except for the ninjutsu passed down from the family. Although ninjutsu was used in the battle between them, it was also ninjutsu in the category of physical warfare. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto gave a low shout, and in an instant, the spacious classroom was filled with hundreds of clones, and it was too crowded. 500 consecutive punches. Naruto's fist is like a wave. Wave after wave, wave after wave. Sasuke was forced to flee from the classroom to the playground. Oh my god, is this really Naruto at the end of the crane? How many clones did Ganjai have? 300, 500, too many to count. Tell me it's not real. I must be dreaming. Haruno Sakura's face turned pale. Just now she laughed at why Naruto came to this classroom, and now Naruto has created 500 clones. In her knowledge, no one can separate so many clones. No, impossible. Naruto must be cheating. Sasuke will definitely teach him a lesson. Haruno Sakura pursed her lips and said. Then, she hurriedly leaned to the window to watch the battle. 500 shadow clone, so many chakra, how did you do it? Could it be, you borrowed the power of the demon fox? Sasuke was extremely clever, and he saw through the essence of the matter at once. If you dare to do this now, you won't be afraid that the demon fox will devour you. Naruto, you are playing with fire and setting yourself on fire. As long as your tongue shines like a lotus flower, you can't escape the ending of defeat at this time. Naruto snorted coldly, and under Gyuding's instruction, said, what can I do if I use the power of the demon fox? As a Jinchuriki, you just want to use the power of the beast. You are really insane. Anyway, I will let you see something interesting and let you know what is beyond the sky. Sasuke didn't agree with each other, and began to accumulate strength 0. At a certain moment, Sasuke's eyes changed, and a red goblin appeared in the center of the pupil. Sharingan, all your attack methods will be seen through by me, and all your ninjutsu will be seen through by me. Sasuke stared at Naruto and said. Naruto still doesn't know about the Sharingan. In the memory transmitted to him by Gyuding, Uchiha Madara used the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the 9 tails. Gyuding didn't know much about it, so he just mentioned it. Although I don't know where your self-confidence comes from, but you can see through it and show me. Naruto gave a low snort, and then his aura changed drastically. Gyuding's chakra enveloped Naruto. Instantly Naruto was covered with golden light, and a tail appeared behind him. Beastization. Haruno Sakura clenched her fists and said secretly. Stop. Naruto can stand being 2.8 mouths and a crane tail all day long, but Gyuding can't stand it. Are the two of them really our classmates? The gap between us and them is too big. In any case, in a place like a school, in a place like Konoha village, one must not just sit back and watch the bloodshed happen. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto's back, feeling rehabilitated. Is that the power of the tailed beast? My god, Naruto is crazy. Just then, Kakashi's voice was heard. HMPH. The power of the tailed beast is not the right path after all. It is the tailed beast that destroyed the village. The adults will definitely not sit idly by. The duel with Sasuke is to help Naruto become jealous on the one hand, and to help Naruto stand up on the other hand. After Kakashi appeared, Gyuding took back chakra. The majestic power caused smoke and dust to rise around Naruto, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. As a teacher, he has been secretly watching the development of the situation. Now that things have come to this point, if he doesn't show up again, he will be set up by Naruto to throw a catastrophe. The battle between the two is imminent. One tail mode. He actually controlled the power of the tailed beast. How old is he? Then give the teacher some face. Naruto held his head in his hands and left leisurely. At the end, he said, "There is no way, I can only wrong myself for having a classmate like you." Having taught Sasuke a lesson, Naruto is in a good mood. Chapter 201 Bondage for Subscription. Naruto's tailed beast caused an uproar among the top management. At a young age, because of jealousy, he used the power of the tailed beast to kill his classmates. Such evils must not be left behind. If he is allowed to grow up, it is very likely that a disagreement will threaten the safety of the village in the future. We must take preventive measures and eliminate this hidden danger in advance. You look old when you are young. This guy, only a few years old, is so violent. It is definitely not a good omen. The hero is sad about the beauty pass. Little Naruto has suffered a lot of grievances, and it is understandable for him to vent a little bit. We all see Naruto, a child who likes to play tricks on weekdays, but he is still kind in his heart. Naruto has grown up, and we owe him a lot over the years, and it's time to make up for it. Now it seems that Naruto has practiced sealing techniques. We must treat it with caution. Now he is a human bomb and we have to guard against it. Konoha's high-level officials had a lot of discussions, and proposed different solutions to Naruto. Third generation listened to each other in their hearts, and finally said, "What kind of child is Naruto? If you still have doubts, then you should know what kind of people Minato and Shinjunai are. In all fairness, these years, is there really nothing wrong with what we did? That's right, Naruto has the nine-tails fox sealed inside him, but what does this have to do with him? Isn't it the incompetence of us adults that caused all this? Naruto is just a child. When he was just born, he was cruelly sealed into nine tails by his parents for the sake of the village. But at this moment, you are aggressive towards Naruto. Aren't you afraid that the dead will be chilled underground? Why does the village have Jinchuriki? Do you want me to talk about these things again? You people are really old enough to live like dogs. The people in the village are messing around, and you are messing around too. What you do is so embarrassing to me. Disappointed. The third generation hates iron but not steel. If Namikaze Minato sacrificed himself with the ghoul sealing technique, Konoha would not exist today. Not only are the living people not grateful to the heroes, but they are always embarrassed and isolated. Such actions are simply chilling. If Minato knew what happened to Naruto before he was alive, would he still sacrifice himself to seal nine tails? Third generation felt extremely desolate in his eyes. Okay, shut up. No one is allowed to embarrass Naruto, otherwise I won't be able to get around him. After saying that, third generation left the conference room without giving anyone a chance to raise objections. On the other side, Naruto started a round of fierce competition with Sasuke while studying. Thanks to Sharingan, Sasuke practiced various ninjutsu very quickly. But Naruto has Gyuding, and Gyuding has a library. No matter how complicated the ninjutsu is, it is a point problem in front of Gyuding. Gyuding helped Naruto learn ninjutsu one after another. Naruto and Sasuke, at the same time, became the brightest new stars in the school. Haruno Sakura was assigned to the team of Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing the rapid progress of the two, she felt very uncomfortable. All along, we've been lied to by Naruto. If he is the tail of the crane, then what are we? Haruno Sakura felt bitter in her heart. The sanction she was expecting from adults against Naruto did not come, but Gyuding got along like a duck to water and got more and more favored. This caused a huge gap in her heart. In the past, when Naruto saw me, his eyes would sparkle, but now he doesn't pay much attention to me. Did I really do something wrong? Haruno Sakura was annoyed and hated, absent-minded. Fell from the tree. When practicing the control of chakra, the most taboo is to be distracted, otherwise, you will not be able to walk on the water or climb trees on foot. Boom! Haruno Sakura fell into the water, drenched, and she couldn't help but look at Naruto and Sasuke. And Naruto and Sasuke turned a blind eye, hanging upside down from the tree with one mind. Master God, thank you for your help, otherwise, I would never have achieved what I am now. Alas, when I think of my parents, I feel a lot of pressure. I will rectify my parents and let everyone know Namikaze Minato's son is not a coward. Naruto was doing two things at once, contacting chakra's control while deserting to communicate with Gyuding. I am very pleased that you have this awareness. I have to say that you have grown up. Gyuding said. A man's sky cannot be limited to women after all. Haruno Sakura is good, but it is definitely not a good match. Can you finding out about this is what really makes me happy. I see that your current level is almost ready for the Chunin exam. After the Chunin exam, you almost have a reason to practice on your own. You must get out of Konoha, otherwise, I will never be able to perform. Konoha will not provide me with a suitable body. This body, I have to do it myself. My lord, I'm going to ask Mr. Kakashi for the Chunin exam. After saying that, Naruto jumped down from the tree and passed by Haruno Sakura without even taking an eye. Naruto has long been no longer the tail of a crane that everyone can dislike. Even Sasuke dare not underestimate his current talent and ability. What? You two are taking the Chunin exam? Haruno Sakura was devastated. Haruno Sakura couldn't help crying. I'm going to take the Chunin exam, his business has nothing to do with me. Naruto said lightly. Kakashi was shocked by Naruto, Sasuke's thought. I don't quite agree with your statement. How so? The two passed by Haruno Sakura one after another without even looking at her. This moment, that moment. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, I'll go too. Sasuke was a little worried that he would be overtaken by Naruto. At this time, Ji Ding took the lead of Naruto's body and said, it is true that the strong have the obligation to protect the weak, but the strong do not have the responsibility to send the weak to death. Just like my father, he has done so much for the village. Sacrifice, but what do you get in the end? Both of you, give me a break. You are all in a group, and you are bound together. You have to be united, and only with unity can you have strength. Kakashi taught. Where is little Sakura? She is also a member of your group, how can you leave it alone? You will fail when you go out on a mission like this. Chunin exam. I'm completely tired of these basic things. 907 Naruto said Kaido lightly. Hey, where are you going? Sasuke asked unwillingly. I'm taking the Chunin exam, so what does it have to do with him? Sasuke said unconvinced. Ji Ding's eyes turned cold, and he said, don't kidnap me with the morality of the weak again. Chapter 202 The Storm for subscription. Ji Ding firmly believes that what happened to Naruto, anyone with a sense of justice will be filled with righteous indignation. Sometimes, some people's actions are really chilling. There is no limit to the evil of the human heart. It is futile to restrain people with morality. Alas, since you think so, then I have nothing to do. I just hope that you will not be extreme in your actions from now on. Although many people in the village are alienated and indifferent to you, it is all based on the hatred brought by Nine Tails. The matter of hatred, there will never be a clear reward. If old hatred breeds new hatred, it is a blasphemy against the meaning of life. Naruto, I hope you can remember my words. Why? Kakashi sighed, he couldn't change Naruto's will either. Those people in the village are different from Naruto, they are adults with sound minds. Since they chose to be hostile to Naruto, they must be prepared to bear the corresponding consequences. Do something and take responsibility, whether it is right or wrong, this is the way of an adult. With the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, the trajectory of the official history has undergone a shocking deviation. After passing the Genin exam, Naruto did not follow Kakashi to do some boring tasks of looking for cats and dogs, nor did he make a fuss with Hokage, and then escorted Danas. However, the current result is still the same. In the official history, Kakashi's determination to let Naruto and the others become stronger quickly was strengthened because of meeting Zabujan. And now, because Naruto learned of the impact of the battle between Nine Tails and his father, under the impact of that huge strength, Naruto's heart to become stronger is extremely firm. And this is exactly what Ji Ding wants to see. Only when Naruto becomes stronger, Ji Ding can escape from the cage as soon as possible. These days, under the spur of Ji Ding, Naruto has been practicing selflessly until reaching the bottleneck of Chunin. According to Konoha's rules, it is not allowed to practice high-level ninjutsu public in the village before reaching the next ninja level. In addition, there is only one way to master high-level ninjutsu, family inheritance. Naruto is now a widow, so there is no family history at all. Ji Ding does have some ninjutsu, but they are all tailed beast bombs that can only be used in the tailed beast state. Ji Ding is tired of his current appearance, longing to become a human, how can he be willing to walk in the world as a tailed beast now? Take the Chunin exam, practice high-level ninjutsu, increase your strength, obtain the qualification to go out, and then help Ji Ding reappear in the world. This is Ji Ding's preliminary plan for Naruto. Chunin exam, twice a year. Involved in the confrontation between genin, the number of places is limited. Now, not long after the last Chunin exam, the last group of people who were qualified to take part have all gone to perform the task. For a while, even if the Chunin exam is forced to be held, there will not be enough people for confrontation. No, this kid is becoming more and more lawless. The Chunin exam is very involved, and it is related to the future of many genin students. If he wants to start the exam, where will the other students be? Where are the rules for Konoha? Quote, in this matter, Konoha's top management almost reached a consensus, and they did not agree to open the Chunin exam specifically for Naruto. Third generation did not make a clear statement, but wanted to hear Naruto's thoughts. Naruto stood in front of a group of high-level executives without any stage fright. According to what Ji Ding taught him, he said, I urge the Lord of Heaven to rise up and send down talents of all kinds. You guys have not learned from what happened 12 years ago. A lesson. Uchiha Madara brought the power of 9 tails to destroy Konoha. At that time, who stood up to save Konoha? HMPH. Naruto glanced at the crowd coldly, and said, it's my father. Namikaze Minato. What? Who told him about his background? Too bad. Now that he knows his life experience, he probably doesn't like us even more. Which damn it is, told his life experience. Konoha's high-level executives were shocked. Naruto's life experience was concealed by Konoha's top and bottom, and it was as tight as a bucket. The fear was that Naruto would have a different mind after knowing it. Anyway, Naruto is meant to be a Jinchuriki for the village, and nothing should be lost. What do you want to express? A middle-aged man said coldly. Oh, Naruto turned around slowly and said, you seem to be very dissatisfied with me. Tisk tisk. Coincidence, I am also very dissatisfied with you now. What's more, I remember your face. Hee hee, hum. As soon as Naruto's voice fell, everyone only felt buzzing in their heads. Oh my god, is this still a 12-year-old boy? He even dares to threaten people. This child is so scary at such a young age. If he grows up, what's the deal? All of a sudden, there was a new change in the way everyone looked at Naruto. Naruto saw it, as if he hadn't seen it, and continued the previous words, saying, the ghouls are sealed off. Those who use this technique will not be able to reincarnate their souls. It's so cruel. Huh, can you do it? With all due respect, you trash, after something happens, you will only hide behind the strong. You don't even have the courage to go up to die. It's you trash. This led to the withering of Konoha's talents. Quote, I ask you, if the 9 tails incident happened again, would anyone be able to stop it? Let me ask you, if you lose the 9 tails Jinchuriki, may the 9 tails still be in a detached position? I ask you, today, is there anyone among you who can match the strength of the 4th generation in the past? No one can fight, a bunch of trash, don't stop me from becoming stronger. Naruto stood out from the crowd and offended Konoha's senior management all of a sudden. Do you know what you're talking about? The person who was threatened by Naruto said again, Jinchuriki, it's not impossible to change. Drain the tail beast chakra in your body, and you will die. Are you declaring war on us? Uzumaki Naruto, shut up. 3rd generation said. Hattori Bashang, you are too much. No problem. Naruto waved his hand, continued to follow Ji Ding's instructions, and said, who can't talk about it? If you can't fight or talk, then you will become a real waste. Just let him live the addiction of talking. After all, I am getting stronger and stronger, and he is getting older and older, and he has a few days of good life. Ji Ding was not afraid of making things worse at all, although Baochang Hattori was considered a high-level person in Konoha. If he really wanted to fight, he could be killed with a single slap. You are very good, very good. Hattori Baochang laughed angrily. Ji Ding ignored him, and then instigated Naruto to tell his real purpose. Chunin Jonin or something is nothing more than a false name to me. It's fine if you don't want me to take the exam, just open up Chunin Ninjutsu for me. How about it? Is this a good deal? Strength is fundamental. Without strength, the so-called reputation is the real false name. Even the name Hokage was won by virtue of its strong strength. It can be said that Naruto doesn't care about anything now except for the name Hokage. And the reason why he cares about this name is more to inherit his father's will. For Ji Ding, everything is even more indifferent. Neither the name of Hokage nor the so-called morality of the world are the ropes that bind Ji Ding. At this stage, the goals of Ji Ding and Naruto are highly consistent. How have you thought it through? Naruto asked. Stinky boy, you are too arrogant. Hattori Bouchang looked bad. Don't bite me to death. Naruto spread his hands and said, I'm just talking to you about a suitable deal. As you all know, I'm a widow with no father or mother. Except for the public ninjutsu in the village, where can I get it? Others, it's you. Don't bully people too much. Rabbits will bite people when they are in a hurry, not to mention that I am much better than rabbits. Quote, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out of this meeting room? Hattori Bouchang threatened again. Humph. Naruto and Ji Ding got angry at the same time, stared at Hattori Bouchang coldly, and said, you old BD, you threaten me again and again, do you really think I can be bullied? If you want to die, let's have a fight, otherwise, don't push me endlessly. Hattori Yasunaga was ruthless, but Naruto and Ji Ding were even more ruthless than him. If it's a big deal, let's fight. Naruto and Ji Ding are worthy of the old guy Hattori Bouchang. Good. Hattori Bouchang was choked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent towards Naruto, but he restrained himself very quickly. Because he knows that this is not the most effective way for him to speak. Sure enough, when he looked over, the third generation was looking at him with disappointment. Third generation did not say too much, but put forward suggestions for improvement on Naruto's proposal. These days, I have noticed your and Sasuke's efforts. I agreed to your request. From today onwards, both you and Sasuke have been promoted to Chunin, and can practice high-level ninjutsu in the village. However, the ninjutsu in the village is not Huxia cabbage, and cannot be handed over to people with evil intentions. According to the ancestral rules, those who want to practice ninjutsu must make corresponding contributions to existence. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware of the situation. He can see that the only one who can keep up with Naruto's practice speed is Uchiha Sasuke, so he places his hopes on Sasuke, hoping that he can check and balance Naruto. Ji Ding has a thorough understanding of this little trick, but he doesn't expose it. In any case, it is enough to achieve the goal. Well, I'm fine with that. Naruto went straight to the door, ready to leave, then stopped suddenly, and said, can I ask, what is the task I can take now? It's better to come to the one who contributes more, otherwise, it will be too troublesome and delay practice. This kid is really troublesome. Kakashi also clicked his tongue at Naruto's performance at this time. Is there a task with a lot of contribution points? Yes, there is one, but it is a team task. The task must be carried out as a team, otherwise it will not be issued. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a confident smile on his lips. Naruto and Sasuke are stunned, busy practicing, and ignore Haruno Sakura. The matter between the three of them has long been no secret at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's move can just smooth the gap between the three. Young people are not uncarvable kuchiki. As long as they are pruned a little, they can grow the desired landscape. As long as they experience together, they will establish a bond. And the bond is the root of the kanzi's maintenance. Sarutobi Hiruzen is as clear as a mirror in his heart. Naruto wants to use him to get intermediate ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen in turn uses the task to train Naruto. Ever since, the deal hit it off. Joyu beat Huang Gai. One was willing to fight, the other was willing to suffer. Okay, although I have 2 oil bottles, it doesn't prevent me from completing the task. Naruto's words still sounded arrogant. Okay, then you have to take good care of your teammates to complete the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately released the task, saying, for this task, the client Danas must be escorted to the country of Bo smoothly. Danas as the bridge expert has an important role in the country of Bo, you must ensure his safety. Understood. Naruto walked away. Fate turned a corner and returned to the original point. Afterwards, Sasuke and Haruno Sakura knew that Naruto took the mission without authorization. Why do you want me to go with you? This task is entirely Naruto alone. Made it. Sasuke was a little reconciled, because he felt that he had lost to Naruto in this regard. Whether you want to go or not, do you think I'm rare? Do you think I want to support you? It doesn't exist. Don't look at what the old man said. If 3 people act together, even without you, I can protect you. Send Nazu to the land of waves. At that time, no matter how dissatisfied the old man is, he will give me some contribution points symbolically. But you, if you don't participate in this task, do you think the old man will it make you look good? Do you think you can practice intermediate ninjutsu? Naruto really didn't bother to explain. If it wasn't for the sake of contribution points, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to Sasuke's attitude. But, why should I go with you? Little Sakura mustered up her courage and refuted Naruto. Seeing Sasuke being treated so badly by Naruto, little Sakura felt very uncomfortable, and unconsciously put Naruto on the opposite side, and she, on the other hand, is an ally in the same camp as Sasuke. Of course, you don't have to go. As for the reason, do you want me to say more? After the battle between Naruto and Sasuke on campus, little Sakura's view of Naruto had a subversive change. This change was difficult for little Sakura to accept at first, but in the end she succumbed to it. In reality, Naruto is placed in the position of a high-ranking and inaccessible top student. And this also caused a change in Sakura's attitude towards Naruto. The front is arrogant and the back is respectful. This attitude change, Naruto can see clearly. With a little guidance from Gyuding, Naruto found out all the illusions and extinguished the blazing fire in his heart for little Sakura. Naruto's mind is unstable, and now is the time to establish a worldview. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is trying his best to influence Naruto, everyone in Konoha Shinobi Village left him with a bad foundation at first. It's no wonder that Gyuding's influence on Naruto's Shinshin is so great. Lies will always be exposed. If you can't be honest with each other, how can friendship last forever? Gyuding's frank confession won him Naruto's unwavering friendship. This friendship easily caused love for Haruno Sakura. So, are you going or not? Naruto asked coldly. Only then did little Sakura realize that she had no choice. Accepting the task passively, little Sakura had mixed feelings, and she didn't communicate with Naruto much along the way. Moreover, the most unacceptable thing for her is that Sasuke also, because of Naruto, become more inaccessible. In a group of 3 people, both of them had "keep away from strangers" written on their faces. Little Sakura felt that she was the stranger. Wronged. Extremely wronged. Since growing up so big, she had never been wronged like this before. Ever since, along the way to more silent. For this mission, I seem to have a bit of predictive ability. For some reason, Gyuding always had some impressions of Naruto escorting Dana's precognition. What's wrong, my lord? Naruto asked. Somewhere, I have a feeling. I always feel that you will meet an assassin with a strange weapon in his hand. This assassin's weapon is very huge, and it is held in his hand like a long handle. The weapon is average, but it is a big knife. As for its name, I can't tell now. I am missing too much memory and power. If I can find the half of the yin attribute, or after devouring the other tailed beasts, I should be able to see them clearly. Gyuding felt something in his heart, but there were more things that he couldn't do anything about. I understand, I will be careful all the way. Naruto's expression was serious, and in the eyes of little Sakura, his posture became a deliberate affectation again. Cut. Pretentious again. Naruto, aren't you very good? Why, there will be times when you are frowning. Seeing this, little Sakura took advantage of the situation to add insult to injury. Yeah, frowning. I have foreseen that a strong enemy is approaching, but this time there is no Kakashi teacher to protect you. I am afraid that if I start fighting later, someone as weak as you will become the object being held hostage. If you fight for a while, remember to stay away. When going out, children should remember safety first. Naruto's explanation of the facts caused little Sakura to sneer. The little Sakura snorted coldly, and said, "You foresee a strong enemy approaching. HMPH, then tell me what a strong enemy looks like. Otherwise, you're just bragging." Naruto shook his head slightly, and said, I don't want to fight for the spring, I will be the envy of the crowd. Scattered into mud and dust, only the fragrance remains the same. These two poems were taught to him by Gu Ding. Naruto only knows a lot, but that doesn't affect his use of Yingdao. I don't know the appearance of the strong enemy, but I know the weapon he holds. This weapon is not a traditional ninja tool, but a huge sword, which is comparable in size to a dual-wielding weapon. It ranks first in the ninja industry. Little Sakura, you have a wide range of knowledge, why don't you tell me what weapons meet the characteristics I mentioned? Naruto said lightly, HMPH, you've found the right person. Little Sakura's face flashed with pride, and said, isn't it just a huge sword, I really know one. This weapon is called the beheading sword. However, this is the rebellious ninja of Kurigakure, the country of water. The reason why I know him is because of his identity as a rebellious ninja. Are you trying to say that this man who once assassinated Mizukage? Will they come and attack us? After saying that, little Sakura looked at Naruto with a bit of arrogance. Oh, Naruto nodded slowly, thoughtfully, and said, that is to say, the assassin who came to assassinate was a Jonin who defected. Oh, if this is the case, it will be dangerous. HMPH. The little Sakura snorted softly, wondering how long you could pretend, and said, yes, Jonin's assassination is too dangerous. What should I do? Let's do this. Little Sakura, you and Sasuke go back first. It's really dangerous for the two of you to stay here, and it's not enough for Jonin to clap with one palm. Mr. Danas, my protection is enough. As long as you don't divide your energy and focus on protecting the two of you, this mission can be regarded as going through without any danger. Naruto suggested. Nonsense. Don't compare me to her. Naruto, stop being so self-righteous. Sasuke seldom talked along the way, but at this moment, hearing Naruto's disgust for him was a matter of dignity, and he couldn't pretend he didn't hear it. Naruto, how could you treat your teammates like this? Little Sakura was very angry, almost pointing at Naruto's nose and yelling. At this moment, a group of shurikens came from behind her. Shoot at Tenas. Naruto's face turned cold, but little Sakura still didn't understand why. An assassin attacked directly from the tree. Bang 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 bang. Naruto jumped forward, waved kunai, blocking all shuriken attacks. Just then, Naruto stepped on a puddle. Suddenly, a ninja emerged from the puddle. This ninja holds the chain and directly wraps Naruto several times. At this time, little Sakura Sasuke has not reacted yet. Another ninja appears. Under the gaze of little Sakura and Sasuke, he picked up the other end of the chain, cooperated with his teammates, and pulled hard. Boom! Naruto turned into a pool of blood. Little Sakura and Sasuke looked pale. Chunin. Sasuke held kunai back, ready to fight. Little Sakura also took out the kunai in a panic, posing in a fighting stance. However, she was not ready for battle in her heart. Isn't this a C-level mission? How could there be a ninja attack? Little Sakura was very puzzled. However, in the cruel ninja world, there is never any reason at all. If you really want to find out an eternal truth, then it is, the winner lives and the loser dies. There was no more time left for Sasuke to think, so he directly activated the Sharingan with a hook. Sharingan can read out a lot of information, such as speed, strength, and chakra's running route. However, being able to read and being able to keep up are two different things. Despite his preparations, Sasuke was still at a slight disadvantage in the confrontation between the assassin and Sasuke. But Sasuke's talent is amazing, and his fighting talent is penultimate. After a short fight, he, who was originally at a disadvantage, gained the upper hand. Swish. Jump up. Sasuke stepped on the heads of the two assassins and jumped higher, throwing two shurikens backhand. The shuriken pierced the shoulders of the two assassins, but the two assassins overpowered Wana's. Danas is their real target. Oops. Sasuke thought badly, but at this time he couldn't get to Dana's side. And there is only a fledgling little Sakura beside Danas. How could the little Sakura be the opponent of the two Chunin? At this moment, a figure solidified from the void to appear in front of Danas, just blocking the end of the two assassins. Gu Ding borrowed Naruto's body and appeared with both hands holding kunai. Genin technique, the only thing that can't be broken is speed. You are too slow to encircle, so slow that I can use the body replacement technique 100 times. If you have a chance to reincarnate, remember to practice more speed. Die. Ji Yu Ding took a step forward, and the kunai in his hand pierced the chests and abdomens of the two assassins. Killing two assassins was just a simple matter for Ji Yu. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how downcast Ji Yu Ding is now, even if his peak strength is absolutely gone, his fighting instinct is still there. The two Chunins who were in charge of the assassination did not have decent ninjutsu, so trying to assassinate Danas in front of Ji Yu Ding by relying on physical jutsu was tantamount to nonsense. Naruto is still young and hasn't experienced the catastrophic changes like Sasuke's. This kind of battlefield is not something he can control. Therefore, Ji Yu Ding temporarily borrowed his body to kill the two assassins with his own hands. Life. Pulling out kunai, the assassin fell to his knees. Naruto showed maturity and coldness that he shouldn't have. Wiping the blood of Ku Wushang from the body of the dead, this calmness, even Sasuke, he thought he couldn't do it. Keep going, Naruto said with a deadpan face. At this time, the image of Naruto in Sakura's heart became real, like a tower within reach. In the past, little Sakura only knew that Naruto was very strong, but what exactly little Sakura had never seen before. Seeing it with my own eyes and hearing about it are two completely different things. Now, let little Sakura stand in front of celebrities again. Little Sakura dare not have any cynicism. This is the change brought about by the emergence of strength. Naruto's consciousness returned to call the shots again. Even as a bystander, the battle just now had a great impact on Naruto. What's more, Naruto still has the remaining bloodline in his hand. So at this time, Naruto was no less touched than Haruno Sakura. Darnaz cast a meaningful look at Naruto. He wanted to explain something, but seeing that Naruto didn't intend to ask, he gave up and kept silent. The four continued on their way with their own thoughts. Finally, Kakashi appeared in the battlefield just now. This calmness and decisiveness is not at all like a young man fighting for the first time, but more like a desperado who is licking blood with a knife. Kakashi clicked his tongue secretly, and after dealing with the rotten tail, two corpses, left by Ji Yu Ding, he escaped into the dark and continued to follow. This task was originally approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen for Naruto as a special case. The purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen is to take this opportunity to observe Naruto's strength and how he gets along with his partners. Until this moment, Kakashi felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed a rather outstanding vision. Naruto's matter, let him handle it. He thinks he can't be as successful as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto-kun. Little Sakura didn't realize that she used an honorific title for Naruto. Did you also expect the appearance of these two assassins? Little Sakura asked cautiously. Naruto asked back. When you walk, do you pay attention to the ants under your feet? Little Sakura was suddenly embarrassed. Then, Naruto-kun, that Kurigakure defector Jonin, when will he appear? Little Sakura is really worried. The two Chunins have already put her in deep danger. If another Jonin appears, I am afraid that it will really be in danger, as Naruto said. What should come will always come, Naruto said lightly. But don't worry. Now you don't have to run, just remember to protect yourself. After saying that, Naruto glanced in a certain direction vaguely. Nuo how? On the other side, Kakashi couldn't help but secretly startled. This kid actually found me. It seems that he tampered with the corpse. It's really cunning. However, little Sakura didn't have Kakashi's awareness. She thought Naruto could crush Jonin who defected and didn't kill him. No matter how long Teodi waited, he still didn't get a reply from his two subordinates. At this time, no matter how stupid you are, you will understand that the assassination failed by two Chunin men, and both of them lost their lives. It's really two wastes. The money has been collected. Do you want me to return it? Get up again and go to the country of waves. The Kingdom of Waves is a poor and small border country. How poor? The lord of a country is so poor that he can't afford to escort Danas, so he can only downgrade and apply for a C-level escort mission. The degree of danger in this mission is actually close to A level. That said, this is not a task that Chunin can solve. Danas almost killed himself because of the cash-strapped state of Wave, not to mention that Naruto was also implicated. If Naruto was really an ordinary Chunin, he would have already lost his life under the joint attack of the previous two Chunin. Fortunately, Naruto is a Naruto with great strength, and a Naruto with the protection of Ji Ding. Only in this way can we turn back around in a disadvantaged situation. After arriving in the land of waves, Dan is told the truth. Actually, I was invited to come here to repair the bridge. And this bridge repair mission, in fact, there are ninjas appearing. It stands to reason that it should be a mission above B level, but I really can't get out of the country of waves. If you feel embarrassed, forget it. In any case, now that I have arrived in the country of waves, I should thank you very much. Danas said. Cardo is a well-known rich man in the world, but he is actually a well-dressed BD. He controls the underground gangs, commits all kinds of crimes, and he can do drugs, controlled products, and other profiteering businesses. Today, his main concentrate on the shipping business. In the country of Bo, he controlled all the traffic arteries between the islands and amassed money wantonly. Now, the only thing that can break his layout is the completion of this bridge that is still under construction. When little Sakura heard this, her blood was surging, and she wished she could rush forward and defeat Kato. Sasuke is not concerned about this. Naruto said, "What you said is very touching, but it is useless. Wealth, fame and power, everything the world desires, if Kato can give you wealth, what can you give me?" This. Danazi showed embarrassment. Little Sakura was also a little angry, thinking, how can you ask for something in return for doing such a righteous thing? Naruto picked his ears and said, let me give you a hint. You remember it. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will inherit the name of Hokage. One day my name will resound in the world. So, this bridge is named after me, as my congratulatory gift resounding all over the world. Do you have any objections? After saying that, Naruto looked at Danas indifferently. Darnaz breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Naruto would ask for a lion's mouth, but he didn't expect that Naruto only wanted the naming right of a bridge. For him, this is simply too simple, almost without paying anything. The naming rights of a bridge can be exchanged for the smooth completion of the bridge. Inaz thinks it is worth buying. Okay, I promise you, Darnaz said. Seeing this, little Sakura curled her lips and said shamelessly in her heart. Naruto turned a blind eye to little Sakura's performance. Under Ji Ding's instruction, he pointed to a rabbit with a darker coat on the side of the road and said, as a ninja, but you don't pay attention to details, no wonder you will fail. Chapter 1379, Extremely Scary. Spew it out continuously, become a part of Chunlong's body, and become Chunlong's power forever. Meridians, air pockets, blood, muscles, bones, internal organs, and even Yuanji world, Chunlong successfully opened up the power of the dragon's soul, and then this force, like a stable clear spring, rushed to Chunlong's limbs and remnants, and merged into every inch of his body. This power is much better than the opposite. The power of the Yuan base, the power of Longyu, is even greater than the power bestowed on him by the heavens. Chunlong suddenly felt that his body was changing. The skin on his body has deteriorated, and his hair has changed. It grew longer, 2 fangs came out of his mouth, his back and shoulder blades grew, and he grew 2 wings, bigger and bigger. Now Chunlong looks like a monster. Chunlong's heart was filled with great shock. He opened his eyes and looked at his body. He felt as if he had changed. It turned into a holy beast, very ferocious. Take it. After drinking a glass of wine, the blue skin and long hair start to disappear. Chunlong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, he couldn't help FG himself. Control this power, or you will turn into a monster. However, with the huge blue wings behind Chunlong, Chunlong did not take it back. This blue wing is very wide, showing a very perfect flow. The linear outline, with many golden feathers growing around it, looks very sacred, full of majesty, and the soul of the dragon seen originally. Like golden wings behind, after Chunlong unlocked the power of the dragon soul, he obtained 5 abilities, one of which was the ability to transform the power of the dragon soul into one. This is called Daolong Soul Transformation. Simply put, it is to make Chunlong's body look half human and half beast, both in terms of strength and speed. It can produce great growth. Chunlong has not tried it yet, and does not know what effect it will produce. This dragon soul change, is the same. The samples are divided into 5 levels of realms, and now Chenglong peeks at the doorway and refines them into a realm. The second ability is to precisely control the spiritual power of the water system, which is called the Wanqi formula. The water system spirit of Chenglongyuan can be said to be, even if his width is still limited, his depth has reached Chenglong himself still limited, but his depth has reached his own. Believe it or not, all this is because the soul of the dragon already has endless water-type spiritual power, which is far better than that of a wild animal snake. Since then, as for the 3 powers of the dragon soul, it is called Dharma Seal, which is a special ability of all orcs, symbolizing the inviolable law of heaven and earth between heaven and earth, representing a complete body. Any adulterous and evil souls are inviolable, they should plead guilty before this majesty. Similarly, the printing of law, heaven and earth, also has 5 levels. As for the 4 and 5 abilities, Chenglong can't detect it now, but for Chenglong, it is no longer easy to master the 10,000 crazy formula, and the change of the dragon's soul. Any working method cannot be achieved overnight, especially this kind of inheritance method which is rare in the world. Stage 5 bleeding is already the strongest stage one can reach in a short period of time. If I want to break through again at 130, it will take longer. If I force the breakout to repair again, I will pull out the saplings, encourage them, and the result it's not worth losing. Chenglong considered this decision, then left the room with Yin Ruoer, waiting for General Zhu Wanren's order. At present, the battle is imminent, and the king can only increase his strength as soon as possible. Now Yin Ruozi can no longer compare with the other party, combined with the blood of the Tianya Fox family, coupled with the dragon's blood of Chenglong, and the nourishment of the soul jade, Yin Ruozi not only restored the extremely terrifying growth after rebirth, but also far stronger than ever. Did you break through again? Chenglong opened his eyes and looked at Yin Ruo with an unbelievable face. Just when Chenglong was just practicing, the girl's practice directly reached the realm of 6 bone repairs. Chapter 813, Hesitation. Not only was his life saved by Chenglong and the others, even after meeting Asana tonight, they knew the figure of God Fufeng and the traces of Xingyan together. The accident happened a little too soon, and the sudden joy made Hezong smile, even if he couldn't see the expression in his eyes now. But Asana can feel it, his eyes must be the same as his mouth at this time, full of smiles, it must be very surprising. It seems that they are very important to you. Don't worry, before I come out, Xingyan and Fufeng Shengshan want me to tell you that they are all well. Asana still remembers that when Xingyun heard that she was leaving God Slaughter Island to find Chenglong and the others, Xingyun also wanted to follow them, but she still had a lot of things to do. There is really no way to get away. Dalran and the 2 cat demons who have recently passed away, God-killing Island has become very lively now, but Asana wants to know what is going on with Yu Yi now. That's why he thought about leaving God Slaughter Island, and came out to see how far Yu Yi had grown. Thinking of this, he waved for 070 Yu Yi to come over. Yu Yi, come here. Yu Yi was also very obedient. Originally he was playing with Xiao Yu on the other side, but when Asana told him to go over, he walked over obediently. Well, I've grown a lot taller. Asana pampered Yu Yi's head. Compared to the last time she saw him in God-killing Island, Yu Yi grew a lot taller. It seems that Chenglong and the others are really taking care of Yu Yi. In this regard, she was also relieved a lot. Perhaps she could learn a lot more by following Chenglong and the others than by her side. Yu Yi eats so much every day, he must have grown a lot taller. If he doesn't grow taller, it must be his lousy's genetic problem. Zheng Yunming joked about what Asana said just now, but he was a little curious. Does Yu Yi seem to grow taller? It seems that there is no sign of growing taller. Maybe it's because they've been together all the time, so it's normal that they can't see it. I hate it. I'm growing up now. Yunming big brother, you just like to talk nonsense. Maybe I will be taller than you in the future. Yu Yi listened to Zheng Yunming saying that if he is not tall, it is because of his father's genetic problems. When it comes to this, how can he bear it? Although his relationship with his father seems to be quite ordinary. I'm a little curious again. Yuya, you've been away for so long, why didn't your father even think of coming to look for you? Don't worry about you. This is a place that Asana is particularly curious about. Logically speaking, No matter how bad the relationship is, Yi is still so young after all, and there is such a young ice pterosaur missing in the center of the wilderness. His father should know about it. Why didn't his father think of coming to look for it? Asana also thought about it when she was on Godslaughter Island. It's just that I didn't think about it so much later. After all, she left the center of the wilderness for too long. The most important point is that the ball is close to Chunglong and the others. He didn't have to deliberately go back to find Yuyi's father, and to inform him of the situation. He also thought that if Yuyi wanted to go back, Chenglong would definitely let him go back. When Chunglong heard this, he just smiled and didn't say anything more, but what surprised him was that Asana would leave Godslaughter Island. Leaving the ice cave already made Chunglong feel that something was wrong. Now that he left the god-killing island, Chunglong was very surprised. But, Asana, what's your next plan? When Asana was in a trance, she heard Chunglong on the other side, and suddenly asked her these words, which made her a little startled. What's the plan? Now that I've found ABCA, I naturally want to be with you. Is it possible that you want to leave me alone? Besides, how long did it take me to find you all the way? If you don't let me be with you, be careful when I go back to the wilderness center and call you cold-blooded. Although, Asana knew that when she said these words, it would have no effect on Chunglong and the others at all. What are you talking about so excitedly? The old man in the desert didn't feel any pity. Besides, he has been in this place all the time, and now that he is getting old, he won't leave. Of course, Hizong, do you want to come with us? I really think a little too much. Now, Hizong was a little moved, thinking about it. If they didn't take themselves seriously, they would have already left. Why bother to find him in the dream enchantment? Asana knew even more that she was going to ask what Chunglong meant, and Hezong, who was listening to these conversations beside him, couldn't laugh or cry. Why the conversation between them was so interesting. Zheng Yunming had long regarded Hezong as their companion, and they all had already decided that Hezong would join them. Especially Asana, who directly said that she would give them together. If she disagreed, she would go back to the center of the wilderness and speak ill of them. It was really interesting. Chunglong and he would have to thank Asana if they could keep them from coming together. If it weren't for what she said, those people wouldn't easily give them relief. I'm just joking with you. I know you won't leave me alone, right Chunglong? Chunglong was so thoughtful. How could he not know? Hezong had been hesitant just now, but he didn't know how to say to follow them. I don't need to be with you anymore. After all, I still have a bunch of children waiting to train them to become the best monsters. Zheng Yunming was also amused by Asana's words. Did he think that this kind of threat could really scare them? Even if it is known to be cold-blooded, so what? In the center of the wilderness, they don't care about so much. Besides Chunglong and his strength, there is no one in the center of the wilderness who doesn't know. If they saw Chunglong appearing, wouldn't they come forward and want to exchange experience with Chunglong, or if it was because of Asana? Of course, it's okay. It's nothing. There are many people to be lively. Otherwise, there will always be four of us. But it's a pity for the old man. It would be more interesting if you, the old man in the desert, came with us. Hezong, who was suddenly asked by Chenglong, was a little stunned. It turned out that they knew everything he said and thought just now. Chapter 1. Riding a Dragon. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. The war was over quickly. Of course, the gods who punished the world smashed 6 worlds and won. It's just that this fight is different than it was a few years ago. A few years ago, the magic and darkness of the Blazers were wrong, but they would fight. The man was completely obliterated, just defeated this time. Because they have a higher purpose. Hey, when everyone collectively silenced the gods and punishment and cheered individually, a colorful fairy light came from a distance, drawing their attention to the past. What is that? The people of the 6 realms were shocked. They found that the fairy light came from the direction of the earth. You must know that there is no eternal life there. How can there be such a big movement of 720? Become. What happened to Dong Wangsun and others in the punishment world? His face was full of joy. Brush. The fairy light did not enter the eyebrows at a speed that the naked eye could not see clearly, protecting their gods. Fairy. Zhiqing smiled and returned to the planet with the gods, and the rest of the 6 worlds were silent. There are not even 2 immortal realms, even the stars will not come back, going straight to the end of Tianzun Road. It's too dangerous for them to take risks. Chenglong knew what he wanted to say, suddenly black lines waved quickly. Haha, everyone, it seems that my gods have been arguing for hundreds of 10,000 years of accumulation, completely smashing you. Oh, look forward to the end of Tianzun Road. When you get there, you can take a good abda rest. You're back, good, good. Dong Lin's excited screams. Then he was pulled aside. Putting his hands in his hands and blushing, he had something to say. Chenglong gave him a voice, a face you know. Donglin listened, glanced first, then patted his head, with an open face. Yes, how could he forget this? The other 6 people saw it, their faces were shocked, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the water. They all saw. And, if they knew you were so powerful, would you be very happy? Brother Forehead, I haven't said it yet, do you know what I want to say? Chenglong raised his eyebrows and gave him a dose of medicine. Ride a dragon to meet them on this planet. Although he didn't arrive, he saw the battlefield clearly with the eyes of the Candle Dragon. Here, he has to say the magic of the Candle Dragon Eye, when he was elevated to immortality. This fairy seems to have entered another realm, allowing him to truly explore the void. It can even penetrate chaotic spatially regulated areas. Haha brother, I didn't expect you to really succeed and promote our spirit. Dong Lin was stunned, with a face full of surprise. Hey, regarding your performance I definitely want to give you the benefits of 2 little blessings. There are many good things. I didn't see how many of them I called you. Nothing else people call it. That's a good thing. Limited. You are now half a real fairy. With thick blood and fairy, the power can be compared to immortality. You can handle it yourself, not too many, just need 2. Chenglong said what he wanted to do, but Dong Lin was speechless for a while. He really wanted to do good for the 2 fairies and get them involved, but judging by the performance of the brothers, there really wasn't. Dong Lin thumped his thigh violently, and quickly disappeared into Chenglong's arch. Yes, I should go by myself, but the gods in their circle can't kill people, they can only find the other 3 realms. Don't say no. Chapter 2 Attention Diversion. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Where did he go? Seeing Dong Lin's haste, several people quickly came over and asked. He should be testing his strength. A faint smile appeared on Chenglong's face. Don't worry, he is a real fairy now, and like a fairy, these 4 wastes will not pose any threat to him. Let's discuss this matter at the end of Tianzun Road. Kai Qing came over and sat on the stone bench next to him, and began to talk about the end of Tianzun Road. There will be more gods, 5 in each sector, and the other 6 will be 30, plus there are 4 here, making 34. God punishes the circle plus red and green, but there are only 6, plus the dragon, there are only 7. Even if Donglin is a fairy, they are only 13 years old, and for the 34th, it can be said that the weak is not a half-star, and the 5 immortals at the end of Tianzun Road have the same strength as the other 6 circles. There is no ultimate strength of the red team. Everyone was surprised to hear the sound. This situation is a bit beyond their imagination. It's useless. I'll stop right there. What I'm telling you now isn't to provoke the immortals. They're probably your black hand. You know, there are a lot of immortals out there, and maybe there's any tricks that can be used against you. Kai Qing told them that the news is still tolerant. The destination of this trip is the fairyland, not the battle with Xian. Everyone nodded at the sound, but Chenglong thought. Chenglong, what do you think? Kai Qing saw his meditation, his eyes rolled. I think the power to punish the world after World War I today is staggering. The other 6 worlds are no match for us. Do you think they'll see us better? Chenglong said a few words to make everyone silent. Yes, if they are provocative, as the world's top masters, they are self-respecting. These are not the same as the gods at the bottom of heaven. They may be used to cold words, but the geniuses of Tianzun Road cannot. If the opponent provokes, it will definitely be attacked. If so, then we'll go out as little as possible. Kai Qing also nodded, and Chenglong said very much. I'm afraid it's not that simple. What if they call other people to lure us out to fight? If you don't want to so much, Then the soldiers will block the water and cover the earth. Chunglong shook his head lightly, and said something that silenced everyone. Zero looking for flowers. So, I must be optimistic about Donggulan. The words next to Dong Wangsun diverted everyone's attention. I'm not afraid of anything, I'm worried about what happens. I can't do this. Bring the 2 ice goddesses to our gods. Dong Wangsun made a decision, his eyes flashed. Okay, I agree. Chunglong was the first to agree with the news that the hockey team's talent was taken away by them, and the news has reached the upper limit. I guess they vomit blood. Kai Ching was speechless for a moment. The matter was not as simple as the gangsters. But, at the lower limit, he's not good at stopping. These ignorant teenagers have left the chaos, worrying the upper world. He just needs to protect these people. Brush. A figure has arrived. I look at it, it's Dong Lin's dejected face. Hey, tell me who is coming, who will come. Everyone saw him emerge and his face looked cheerful. What happened? Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Chunglong was very curious. This guy is only interested in it. How to download now. Chapter 3 Spread Symbols. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Hey, I went to the fairies in the spirit world to do a decisive battle. This guy wasn't there. Even the people who participated in the spirit world weren't there. They went to the fairy fire world of ice. They weren't there. It was as if they had disappeared en masse. 1. Dong Lin's words surprised everyone. I thought the other 6 people would be one step ahead. Not good. Let's leave right away too. The red face changed, suddenly became tense, and 353 surprised everyone. What happened? What's the matter, big brother? Everyone was surprised to see him so abnormal, and his heart broke suddenly. Haha. It's a 4.6 good thing. Then we'll end the fight, hide the breath and practice him for 3 to 5 months. You think? They must wait for us to wait for Zero. The longer we wait, the more anxious they become. Moreover, Tianzun Road is not only the people of the 7 realms. The latter group, although not on this planet, is also here. Success. Quote, I have a little explanation for Zhiqing. Let everyone's heart instantly mention the eyes of the blind, the original immortality and indirect killing. Kai Ching was a little depressed, so she said something. It's like throwing cold water on everyone and bringing their mood down to ultimate. They shouldn't be doing that. Didn't they say that immortality can't just kill people on the road? If they arrive first, they will surely pass the news to the gods who are stationed there, and the gods who may be hiding in the void will bring us obstacles. They will be afraid that they will be killed. We accidentally break into enter. A bit red and green. Let everyone change, and if so, aren't they dangerous? Kai Ching agreed with Chunglong's words very much. Make a decision now. Everyone nodded and went back to practice. Kai Ching strengthened the formation himself, completely hiding his aura. Even those people on Tianzun Road didn't realize this. Unless it's a fairy, but according to the rules, the immortals on Tianxian Road can't return, so they can't come back. In this case, we are not in a hurry to practice cultivation first. Then hurry up. We have been discussing this issue. They will be at least half an hour earlier. We must know that for a long time, we can kill a lot on the road of Tianzun. Unfortunately, the spread symbols from Fairy World are not available. The messages from the Netherworld cannot stand our gods. Chunglong broke the silence, and everyone turned their eyes to him. I don't understand what it is. Chunglong's words made everyone think, but this plan is too embarrassing. Among those unwilling to wait, they stood up anxiously. If red is true, they are still in danger. Someone asked a question. Everyone nodded. That's it. Don't they want to take advantage of the obstacles in our 7 circles? We didn't do anything wrong, and then we weren't forced to do it, but we didn't tell them, and we were not obligated to provide them. Isn't the message? Chunglong saw everyone's concerns, and commented. Let them nod. Yes, Tianzun Road. They are all for themselves. They are not saints. There is no need to inform them. I'm afraid it's a little late. I just wanted to say I want to leave. You don't know. They kill people. They can say they're practicing, or they're looking for powerful creatures in the void. That is, not for you, and they didn't shoot themselves. Chapter 4 Host the battle. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. After staying on this planet for more than a month, the local gods of Tianzun Road also came to this planet, mainly because they realized that there was no strong breath before they dared to come. They stayed on this planet for 2 months, waiting for 7 people. The end of Tianzun Road is very deep. This group of people has entangled enough, and also set off in a powerful way. The number turned out to be hundreds, more than twice the entire fine. However, the qualification level of these people is very average. The people who punished the world were born a month after they set off. Riding the dragon with the candle Longan, at the end of the void, found a red mist exuding endless murder, knowing that there are 6 other factions to let the squad fight against them. If you don't kill 10 or 8 gods, how can you make them kill us? In Yu Heng's eyes, the red man flashed past, his face was very cold. When he saw this result, he almost ran away. As a fairy, he treats such a mortal. What happened? The 2 women were so excited to see his birth and came to him with concern and gently took his hand for comfort. Oh, I'm fine. Chenglong realized that he had made some gaffes just now. He smiled and shook his head. Did you see it? Kai Ching came over, doubting his eyes. The cultivation of Chenglong has already stood at the top of Tianzun Road. He suddenly became out of place. There's only one explanation, and that's seeing things that make him angry. Dong Lin sneered, and sneaked out a faint killing sound. At this moment, he is also angry, because he completely believes Chenglong's words. Crazy. Laozi always said he killed 2, this time he will kill 4. The shape is ruined. Yes, on Tianzun Road, a bloody fog, 6 borders, is trying to destroy my god, not just a lesson. During this period, Kai Ching also planted a large number of star maps, and decided to use them as a front line to be hard to kill. Okay, wait until Chenglong and I become the front line. Dong Wangsun, you have several important positions in the front of the array. I want to see what the other 6 circles can do. It seems that I think they are too kind. This battle is inevitable. Kai Ching sighed, looking helpless. Chenglong and others were moved. The methods of the 6 realms were too cruel. They were completely killed and lived alone. After a day and a night, Chenglong and others have arrived in the red mist area. When I started, I used the star map to make a big explosion. I didn't believe it. So many people in front consumed the power of the law. We still have some gods who can preside over the big battle. Oh, this is the best. I need a few cents to improve my strength. Because there are many powerful people who are close to real fairies or real fairies, 843 they are faster than others. Chenglong opened. Murderous aura enveloped the whole body, some words made everyone nod. Let's go. Dong Lin angered the crown and looked around. This will kill hundreds of people. Although the local residents on Tianzun Road don't have much power in the sky, they are a popular gang because they also blame Tianzun Road. It's almost completely ruined, something that has never happened before. With red eyes in front of my eyes, full of blood and countless grievances, coming here really feels like the hell of human hell. Chenglong's breathing was calm, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Everyone listened to his heart and was shocked. The other party really has a big picture, no matter how their relationship is in the upper realm, but on the road of Tianzun, it is doomed. After the discussion, everyone flew into the air, formed a starry sky, and flew forward in the direction of the planet. Chapter 5 Immortal Source. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Be careful, the killing here has been consumed by them, but I believe there must be a stronger killing waiting for us. Kai Ching gave everyone a voice. At this moment, it is impossible to say that he is not angry in his heart. At the same time, there are also some regrets. If the local residents of Tianzun Road choose to stand in the line, it will not be so bad in the end. Let's go. Chenglong checked with Candle Longan for 4 weeks. No abnormalities were found, but there were still killings waiting for them in front of the blood mist, and there were several complete corpses and broken spirits. 10 local cultivators on Tianzun Road are all dead. Seeing this scene, Chenglong sighed. Arrays, it's hard to kill each other. After Zhiqing finished, he recruited his own fairy. Chenglong saw it, and also recruited the red dragon. The killing here is consumed by the first people, whose strength should be broken. Sing. There was a long silence, which covered up all the weak pressure. Dongdalin, Dongwangsun and others saw this situation and recruited the fairies. Here, Only the fairies of the 8 of them are useful. Kill. Ouching took the lead and hit them, and everyone followed them. Once, colorful clouds enveloped the whole world. The power of the law is affected by powerful fairies, hunting in even space ruptures, showing one of them. The force zone of the attack. Prosperity. The fairy device just touched the killing line and exploded with powerful attack power. Chunglong and others changed their faces. They found that when the fairy weapon opposed the bombing, it seemed to be in a quagmire, and the action was not smooth, and not only that. The induction of them and artifacts seems to be hindered by an indomitable force. If they weren't coerced by many, they'd be completely out of the fairy world. Done. Give me a break. Kai Ching also realized this problem, screaming and crashing into the sky with a bang. Even Chunglong had to avoid it. You don't have to work hard. This kind of killing is for you. It's a pity that those who don't know how to live will break the celestial array of the gods of the punishment world, and these methods will not work for you. The next few are what you will facing. A faint voice appeared, but they couldn't tell where it was coming from. Hey, shameless rat, head and tail guy, don't let me catch you. Catch one, kill one. The red light in Zhiqing's eyes flashed, killing the sky. At this moment, he also moved to kill. However, the other party didn't respond. Obviously it was an invalid voice. Chunglong, let's use Sen Genichi to kill. After the red and green are over, the breath rises, the hands are shining with colorful light, and the face is serious. This is good. Everyone has a ray of sunshine, and under the blessing of formation, prepare for the strongest attack. The hollow is shrouded in colorful light, and the pressure is like waves swaying in all directions. This blow is bound to break. Liu Haojiao, prosperous woe. The huge atmosphere rages in the sea, even the asteroids around it will be turned into powder under this impact, and then be affected by the pressure and disappear into the void. However, their attacks also showed results. The formation was destroyed. Break, the fairies return. It is good. Everyone raised their heads and found that there was still a rippling place in front of them. This array is more volatile. It can be seen that the other party paid a huge price to kill them. Chapter 6 Mouthwatering. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Even if the elders who died in the city were not the masters of Qinghai, Lu Cheng would have died. But now, the 9-fingered black eagle's frontal shot in the first move, even fell to the next best loss. This is unbelievable. But he didn't believe it. Even the 9-fingered black eagle himself slammed his big tooth hole, sealed the violent impact of the body, and then violently stimulated the mentality of his hands. Unleash the fist-sized wheel of life. Lu Cheng seems to be a 7th-level martial arts restoration, but the combat power can be strengthened with the strongest 9th-level martial arts. This is of course not unreasonable. Worried about changes, I want to make a quick decision. It is the black eagle with 9 fingers. Even if I decide to congratulate the elders, I will sacrifice the final attack. Lifetime. Is this the cycle of life? 050 Lu Cheng was stunned suddenly, and his face became serious in an instant. He Chong, a literary powerhouse who cultivates evil spirits, is enough to give him a headache. Now even the 9-fingered black eagle is a strong man who has not reached the border of Wu County. When was the wheel of life so cohesive and nurturing, life like a dog? Not only that, at this moment, seeing the black claws and even the life wheel of the 9-clawed black eagle being released, he also carefully took out the big axe with spikes, staring at the dust and waiting for an opportunity. Evasion would make sense under normal circumstances, not to mention the Talon attack behind the mountain is irresistible. However, at this time, Lu Cheng faced the mortal situation, pinched back and forth, and even turned to the life wheel of the 9-fingered black eagle, which was terrifying. Wow, there was a burst of blood. The 9-fingered black eagle spurted blood from its mouth, and its eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, Lu Cheng also took a few big steps back, and his mouth was bloody. Apparently, he also suffered minor internal injuries from the blow. At the same time, Lu Cheng's hand slapped quickly, and a group of hot light balls appeared in front of him. As his palm slammed, the energy ball burst into a burst of savage flame as it swept through the air. You have to get this way. At this time, the mountain eagle's black claws can no longer be calm, because he is afraid that after the dust is killed, he won't even have a single hair. Great. It turned out to be Wu Junjing's advanced combat skills. But even so, the terrifying attack did not end. The angry and unstoppable nine-fingered Black Hawk did not restore the life wheel, but the high-level martial arts gun controlled the powerful momentum to break through the dust and sweep away the dust. War. These 191 gods, full of infuriating and motivating moments, spread all over the body, with ridges and lines intertwined like dragonflies. Powerful restoration is a breath of strength, which has been raised to another level, reaching the realm of 8th level martial arts. At this moment, even if the mountain eagle's black claws suddenly opened their eyes wide, they were shocked, and the axe was like a shooting star. Just kidding, this martial art is even more coveted. He didn't understand how Liu Chang got it, he was surprised by the success of his studies. Wu Junjing's advanced combat techniques. In the tiger's voice, Liu Chang did not hesitate to induce the power of Juji God, as well as violent anger. Ha 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 ha. Even the nine-fingered Black Hawk burst into laughter when it saw it. There is no doubt that once the dust is loose or defensive, the black claws of the mountain will definitely come in. Nine-fingered Black Hawk's life wheel was suddenly engulfed in fire, the scene collided in the air, breathing suddenly burst, and there was a muffled thunder. But obviously, this kind of martial arts is not very powerful, otherwise the nine-fingered Black Eagle would not be as simple as vomiting blood. Chapter 7 Three Bastards. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. Maid, how many fights have these bastards had? Donglin's violent jump was on the sidelines. Hey, this kind of killing is very expensive. I guess they arranged 3. After all, it is a fairy, and the bottom of the fairyland has disappeared. No wealth, no endless killing awaits us. Kai Ching explained a little bit, let everyone breathe a sigh of relief, just kill, there are not many people. Take a break and be strong. After the red and green are over, sit in the void and everyone meditates and recovers. After half an hour, they ended their practice. This time they did not throw the fairies, but embraced the fairies, with the fairies as the front line, preparing for difficulties. Prosperity. A powerful attack that explodes a space rift would also kill the kill, but that blow would take too much energy. The connected array is also somewhat unstable. Careful. After breaking the formation, Chenglong found the White House flying towards them and shouted loudly. It's full of breath. The people stabilized their formation. Bump. A road to the immortal element called them, each of them has the power to destroy speed. Fortunately, they were arranged in time with Chenglong's reminder, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The calling has finally died. Everyone found that the attack was gone, and there was no waiting ahead. Secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt dizzy, except for Yu Heng and Kai Ching, everyone here is weak. There is almost no strength for fighting. However, they're so big that it's impossible to get noticed. During tea time, someone was filmed. 3 people came in wearing silver armor, with a hint of sarcasm on their faces. At first glance, he knew he was not the god of punishment. That's right, I'm going to increase. Chenglong sneered and disappeared immediately. He was very angry. How could he not be heavy? What? When the moment appeared, his fairy had already penetrated a fairy, and his face was defeated on the spot. What? The other 2 gods didn't react, he was killed by a trick. Yu Heng will get the jade space, even if the gods want to dissipate and turn into soul power, they must be in the jade space. This is good. People who were terrified. Dong Lin reacted first, clapping his hands, Yu Heng's movements, really annoying. 0. Killing is good, there must be these 3 bastards in the battle, you won't kill them, I won't let them go. Kai Ching also woke up from the shock and clapped her hands, but Chenglong's method was a bit magical. The repair is not high, the power is so powerful, especially the supernatural power of space, even if he does not respond. 0. Not enough, we still have to take out their spirits and refine them into medicinal herbs. Dong Lin put it next to him, his eyes jumped up excitedly. Xian asked him to kill 3 fingers, he wanted to try it. I won't let these bastards go. Although he killed 3, Chenglong still found it incomprehensible, almost all over the army, he was in a good mood. Yes, the more you kill, the better. Everyone nodded, Chenglong's blow was really deflated. Brush. Shortly after killing the 3 gods, someone came, and nearly 20 sects emerged. Red Big Brother. One of the silver armies was very excited after seeing them. They are the concubines of the gods. I just feel the movement and rush. Chapter 8. Bound. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Brother, you are finally here. It's also very exciting when Chiharu sees them. Brother Hong, what do you think? At this time, the rest of the gods found that Red Cyan seemed to have some breathing problems, not only him, but also the people who punished the world. It's nothing, I just took them to participate in the event. Jerching had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes flashed. Oh, the 5 cents are astonishing. What? 2,000, campaign can make Hongqing consume so much. But as long as there is nothing, it is good. Get them back now. Stop. Someone was speaking beside him, and the voice was full of coldness. He could hear him suppressing his emotions so they wouldn't explode. Blush, what do you want? The immortal punishment of a young god made him stand between red and red, his eyes alert. Red, blue, and the other 2 gods let the breath disappear from here, and there seems to be signs of disappearing. Give them 3. Blush pressed the anger in his heart, and the light in his eyes flickered. Blush, do you think I will kill them and destroy them in an instant? Kai Qing's words made her face turn red. Of course, he doesn't think so. It's just that besides his repairs, he can kill 3 people. After all, they're all killing. After all, they are all from the lower realms, grow faster, and in their opinion, the most powerful is the immortal. But the breath of these 3 people is completely gone here, and you can be sure they haven't left yet. Your strength can kill them, but for a moment, it's really hard, but you can't ambush them here. What? Mean? No wonder you came and talked to us a few months ago about what went into heaven. I was wondering, how could you unite us so kindly by dragging us to let other people drop the singer? Dong Lin pointed to his blushing nose and shouted at him. He really couldn't bear the hypocrisy of the other party. Oh, well, we're waiting for you. Blushing sarcastically, they were all over 30 cents, and there was no reason to worry about the other 6 people in the area. Even with intensely red apples, so what? You, Hong, forget about you, we're not done yet. The end. You think too much, you can't finish it, wait for our anger to kill it. Blushing, eyes twinkling, he tried to hold back his rage 0. Mainly because he couldn't be 100% sure the 3 were killed by him. Oh, not only that, we also joined forces to hide the secret here, which made this movement bigger and bigger, you can't find it. Everything you see is ruined, they didn't hide and crouch, they just told the truth. After hearing this, the punishment of the 5 gods of the gods changed a lot. The blush goes on, young immigrant still talking, let God punish all, no wonder they came from the border, they don't know what happened, they are chained. The 5 gods who punish the world don't know what's going on here, but they know it very well. Red and green consume too much, 2.6 should not have the power to kill 3. Blind, don't say that I don't know. Even if I know the situation of a few gods, I won't tell you, let's go. Red and green have adjusted their rates and returned to that domineering momentum. The young fairy was shaking with rage, eyes irritated. You fart, we smashed your 3 squads, there's an emotion here to ambush you. Losing you're a singer, doing stuff, it's outrageous. Kai Qing sneered, eyes were murdered. Chapter 9 not to be underestimated. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. Hey, let's go. ? This predecessor, I don't know what happened to Feng Feng and Chang Chang. Take a dragon and fly to the front, and ask the young man who looks like 5 heads. When he came here, he really cared about punishing the pioneers of the world, or caring about his lover and friends. You are. Seeing Chunglong so suddenly, the young immortal was a little worried, but he didn't expect him to have such a problem. Xiao Ding, this is the first person in the world to be punished by God, named Cheng Long, Yan Qing and other 3 gods, he killed them. Kai Qing saw the brothers turn their eyes, a weak explanation, a sentence made them change their faces, a person in the lower realm, with such power, it is unbelievable. Oh, brother Chunglong, don't be my senior, please call me big brother. Xiao Ding's words made Xiao Qing unhappy, Cheng Long called him his big brother, and Xiao Ding ranked second. Dong Lin nodded beside him, Xiaoding didn't know, but he could tell. Brother Hong, we understand that shouting urge is very good. Two brothers, I don't know what's going on with them. This time, people of Tianzun Road, God's punishment hall is very important. When you enter heaven, you must be the target of key care. At that time, there is no limit. Some words of immortality, doubt is to discuss people like to hear its red cyan is angry, you can see it. He doesn't like the flattery much, but compliments from his family are still acceptable. Kai Ching doesn't want Chenglong to bring them too much burden, so send them to shouting and make them ready to welcome everyone. Sure enough, Chenglong's words diverted the attention of the five gods to other people, and they were surprised. It seems God's punishment world has amassed hundreds of 10,000 years of deposits and gas shipments to max levels. Don't be surprised if they have such a character. There was a wry smile on Kai Ching's face, and her tone was very emotional. Chenglong changed his mouth, but Phoenix is not left behind. Oh, brother, listen to Chiching's big brother, your cultivation should be much better than ours. Oh, I really can't think of it. There is such a bad guy in the lower world who will cause a stir if he reaches the upper limit. Ha ha. Well, after that, you will train and return to the top. 3 months later, we will be resurrected together. Oh, the brothers are all flustered. Because they are not basic practitioners, the foundation is not particularly strong. They are afraid that the power of fairy tales and the laws of the celestial bodies will be frightened. So now they are reconciling saints. Of course, if their gods reaching the list of real immortals will make it easier to adapt to the fairy tale world. Exclamation mark. Go, let's go to the last place. 3 months after the arrival of the people, the road to fairyland will open. You will be baptized in heaven. If you have a leader, you may be sent to heaven. Therefore, the fine is lowered. When Xian said this, his eyes turned to Chenglong unconsciously, which seemed to be said to him. Shouting talked about the situation again, and Chenglong was relieved when he heard the sound, as long as nothing happened. Xiaoding continued to praise at the side. Chenglong also shook his head, and said with a smile, this is nothing, and the topic is about causing Donglin and others, they are also half of the real strength that cannot be underestimated. Oh, this kind of thing, a billion people, Xiaoding, don't talk about these things, they are already very tired, finding a place to rest is a very serious thing. Chapter 10 The Edge of Punishment. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. During the conversation, Kai Ching cast his eyes to the front, this is where they ended up. Chapter 496 of Dragon Emperor's first volume ends in the mainland. 10 days later, the scene in this place is a white light continent, similar to the gods of the Tianwu continent. The entire continent is covered in colorful light and beautiful scenery. The emergence of a pair of outstanding talents, this kind of scenery, has been on Tianzun Road for several years. Ha ha, if it wasn't on Tianzun Road, I thought I would return to God of Punishment. Oh. Dong Lin was laughing excitedly beside him, he could see the beautiful scenery, who would want to be murderous all day long. Let's go. People quickly landed on the mountains of the mainland, and found that the atmosphere was peaceful, there were no killings, and there were mortals and some ordinary beasts. Strange, the rules here seem to be split. Chenglong's expression was a little strange. When he discovered the gods, he discovered this phenomenon. Not only that, he can only feel the situation of this place, but the rest is unknown. Yes, it's very strange here. The power of the law is divided by the 7 powers, so we can only detect the situation on our own website. This is one of the reasons why Shouting didn't find out that they were killed. Void. Kai Ching explained said, everyone nodded, the end of this Tianzun Road is really interesting. Go, now your strength is the most important thing. Kai Ching next to him was urged, his task is completed within the main month. You can take a break then. Red Big Brother, can you see the rest of the world? There was a faint smile on Chenglong's face, and his eyes flashed inexplicably. When he said that, he naturally thought, of course, as long as they don't provoke a mortal, they have no right to drive us away. Zhiqing was thinking, looking deeply at Chenglong, he guessed what the other person was thinking. This is good. Chenglong nodded, and the smile on his face was even better. Chenglong, what are you doing? They care so much about us, how can we get face-to-face thanks? No, Brother Dongwang, you go back and rest, I will give you some good things. Strong test. Ji Wufeng comforts her sister. They know part of the journey to the dragon is for her. Quote, quote. Take the dragon to the edge of God's punishment, and look at the terrain below through the power of the law. I don't know which one is here. Kai Ching explained that everyone who walks seems to be changing people's hearts, because riding a dragon is gone. Quote, quote. Chunglong smiled lightly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. To be honest, he just wanted to start, but the other party didn't see him. He went to check the accounts, and he had to find 15 or 6 priests who had intercepted them in the void. Chunglong fell to the ground and went in and out like a mortal, but found a slight turbulence in the world, as if there was an invisible force sweeping him. After Chunglong is finished, the number disappears in the same place, and if they want to say 2 words, others don't say anything. Don't worry, he has nothing. This is the end of the continent, although the environment is not bad, but they are all mortal beasts. There are no monks, because there is no gas transportation here, so they can't gather in $1 pound. A mortal saw him when he arrived, and was instantly full of vigilance, and subconsciously recruited the fairy, as if he had heard of the fame of riding a dragon. Chunglong was surprised. All of a sudden, a silver armor appeared in front of Zhuang's. This man had never seen his bundle before. Backquote. The scenery here is really different. Don't panic, I'm just here to see. Yes, which one is this? Donggulan thought of something, made a movement and wiped his neck. Chapter 11. The Strong Lead. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. Brush. Xian didn't answer his words. In a short time, there were still 4 people here, 3 of whom Yu Heng saw on Tianzun Road. Oh, the Taoist world is not the world of longevity, you've already done it. Chang Long sneered, and his figure disappeared, disappearing in the same place. Several gods didn't respond, they heard a scream. When I saw this situation, Chunglong was carrying a weak golden man on his back. Hey, it turns out that it is an animal that produces manes, no wonder it snores again and again on the Tianzun Road. Chunglong sneered loudly, put it away, and turned to look at another fairy. In the eyes of Candle Dragon, he found that among the 4 immortals, 3 were immortals formed by different immortals, and the other was not. Like a real human being. It's very interesting to have a few animals come to pick people up. Chunglong was immersed in a faint message, and several people woke up from shock when they heard it. They didn't expect that Chunglong was so powerful that he defeated a fairy in an instant. Watching them now like an eagle watching a chicken is utter contempt. Indigo you killed. Another ABFB suddenly thought of something, his face was terrified, he pointed at Chunglong tremblingly. Oh, how about it? You will end up like them. Chang Long's eyes flashed a cold light. The figure disappeared. What? The singers didn't react much, they were attacked, they screamed continuously. The other 4 were defeated and collected by him. Since it's not human, he's even less polite. There are not many people in this world, it seems that they are Daoji. Chunglong quickly understood the situation here. He just found a place where the mountains and green waters are within the influence of Dao Yanji to meditate. By the way, 5 other worlds were sent to the gates. However, there are no other immortals waiting to be fully restored. I'm really not united, I'm still preparing to ambush them. Chunglong licked his lips, thinking that ambassadors from other circles would come to help him, but he didn't see anything. 5 cents, that's enough for now. Chang Long slammed, and the figure disappeared again. This time he came to the realm of punishment with brute force and did not hide his breath. There were several people in front of him. This is Donggulan and the others. Since the recovery was completed, they have nothing to do, they are negotiating which side of the world to kill, but Chunglong has not arrived, and Hongqing will not let people go, because they are not real gods. Killing Shinigami is hard, need to be led by a strong one. Red and green are a good choice, but their rules exist, it is impossible to kill immortals, but riding a dragon is different. As practitioners of Tianzun Road, the upper world did not stipulate that they should not kill immortals. In addition, there is no such thing as killing a god in the past, but the encounter with this god is super strong, and many records have been broken in the past. Brother, how are you here? Donggulan saw him coming, and left with an excited expression. Well, It's not bad. Next door is Sister Daoyan. 5 gods make it vulnerable, or a few maned animals. Chenglong smiled and went back with them. He wants to improve medicine and help others improve their strength. Must hurry up. The 5 immortals are missing. How can such a big thing continue to linger? So not long after Chenglong retreated, news of Daozhao Jieshan spread throughout the continent. Even the other 5 realms of the sect are still poking around, and naturally can't find anything. Chapter 12 The Realm of Punishment. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. No one was found, and the other 5 worlds made the most reluctant judgment in my heart. However, they did not find traces of the battle, and proved that the other party's cultivation far exceeded the 5 immortals of Taoism. There is only one person here, red and green. After more than 20 denominations, after this conjecture, go to the real world to find red and green discussions with mighty hurry. Seeing so many gods gathered together, God's punishment for the people of the world cannot be ignored. Also on a massive scale, this doesn't include devotees like Chenglong and Shi Feng. Blush, do you want to come? Zhiqing looked at the many gods in front of her, with a gleam of light in her eyes. He knows the other side won't do that, so he's relaxed. Red and green, the 5 immortals among Sister Daoyan disappeared innocently. What are you doing? Blush is no nonsense, straight to the point. With this sentence, the atmosphere becomes more tense. Hi, you're so young, can't you be confused? Kai Qing seemed to have heard a big joke, and this reaction made her blush burst out. What do you mean? He stared at him coldly in a hazy and low voice. Don't you forget, when you come to the lower realm, what will happen to confession and warnings? In red words, let the nearly 30 gods on the opposite side be silent. When they came, they used to say that they would never fight, and that gods don't fight mortals. However, Sister Daoyan's 5 immortals have indeed disappeared. According to normal inference, they have no possibility other than danger. Why? They left. Seeing the initiative in his hands, Kai Qingming knew why. He had learned the truth from Chenglong. Chenglong's decisiveness left a deep impression on me. However, I figured it out and got attacked by others from the 7 worlds. I almost lost everything. They have this bad smell. Otherwise, the heart is hard. Do not you know? The blush sounded. The eyebrows raised a glance. Another question. He didn't believe Kai Qing's words. I've been in the realm of punishment. How do I know what's going on outside? Kai Qing rolled his eyes, looking innocent. For this matter, he will never recognize it. Yes, they have nothing, not even the news. Things are very abnormal. Since the red and green friends don't know the situation, we will leave. Blushing, bowed, turned and left. Oh, that's it, they disappear for no reason, I have to be careful. Zhao King said in a low voice, as if she intended to let the other party hear. Sure enough, a deep, gloomy expression burst out from her blushing face, and everyone left. Zero asked for flowers. In Hong Qing's case, they warned them to be careful. During this time, it seems like they should retreat to avoid the limelight, lest they go their own way. Hey, scared of you guys. Zhiqing sneered and laughed at his eyes. The scene on Tianzun Road would not end there. 10 days later, during these few days, the 5 realms did not give up looking for the whereabouts of the Taoist sect, and naturally they couldn't find anything. So the eyes focused on the red and green here, in their impression, the only one that could kill a mortal's people. Therefore, nearly 30 gods came to the place of punishment. If the other party does not offer a bond or a joint explanation, they will make the worst possible plan. When nearly 30 gods forced the palace, Chenglong came to Kaifeng's retreat. Looking at the more mature and charming phoenix in front of him, Chenglong was anxious and hot, his lips were dry, and he hadn't seen it for a long time. He missed it. At this moment, although Feng Feng was surrounded by black air, he couldn't block his sight. Wearing black slightly transparent clothes, the face is as delicate as white jade, the eyebrows are as beautiful as willow trees, and the mouth is like a heart, very charming and enduring. I don't want to kiss, my eyes are slightly closed, as if I'm dead asleep. Chapter 13. The first person on Tianzun Road. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. Who? Chenglong was upset, unconsciously exhaled his breath, and heard a weak god. She is now in a critical situation and cannot be stopped, but she will give up her efforts, but she will fall into the flames. It's me. You grab your heart, don't get distracted. Chenglong took a breath, and the familiar taste and feeling of Yangfeng appeared. Chenglong, you are here. Phoenix's voice was a little excited and trembling. The end of the 787 of this practice gave him a surprise. I can't think of meeting in this way. Isn't it? I will help you improve your strength. Chenglong smiled softly, and his hand was lightly pressed against her back. Prosperity. There was a huge atmosphere outside. Chenglong was dumbfounded, and some people swore. However, the self-cultivation of the wife is important, others will wait until later. Don't worry about things outside, open your mouth, I'll give you 2 good things. Chenglong gave a little bit of floating phoenix sound to keep it from being a distraction. Yanfeng opened her mouth slightly, Chenglong pointed at a bullet, and 2 different remedies entered her mouth. Prosperity. A huge atmosphere erupted in the secret room, and Chenglong felt that the whole mountain shook a few times. It shows that herbs help great. In fact, after such a long period of training, Yanfeng has a very solid foundation. It's a chance, but an easy upgrade. Opportunities are hard to come by. Therefore, Xian made them retreat and gather strength. When they break through the entrance, Chenglong's remedy is a powerful feature, and her breakthrough is also a glimpse. Haha is my wife's talent, I will help you. Chenglong's colorful fairy light, with his huge magical power and supreme Zongong, wholeheartedly helped Feng Feng break through, and his wife, God's shape, had to break through. He must make sure that nothing is lost. Red, what do you mean? Don't want to admit it. There are nearly 30 fairy blushes, facing Zhiqing and others. Naturally, those semi-authentic Dongguan, Dong Wangsun and others are here. Admit it, I don't know what these 5 people are doing. If they found something good on Tianzun Road, they didn't inform you. You don't want to push everything to me. Don't you? Good bullying. Finally, Kai Qing said that he was also on fire. The other side had 2 and he couldn't get through. As the number 1 person on Tianzun Road, he is very frustrated. Hey, do you think you can deny that? The blushing face is more angry, the fist is clenched, and the edge of explosion. Prosperity. Just when the 2 sides were confronting each other, there was a huge pressure and breath, it was true. This breath suddenly caught everyone's attention. The first volume of Tianlong War Emperor, Chapter 498 Tianzun's First Battle. Some people are immortal. The thought flashed through everyone's mind. They all turned to fear, to the past. Even the red youth didn't know why there was an immortal smell suddenly. He could be sure that it was a strange atmosphere, but it was definitely his punishment. Yes, what happened to Zhiqing's heart? His face changed a lot. It couldn't be that Chenglong didn't tell him to help others. This kind of thing can only be done in the depths of Void 0.7. How can it be done on the mainland? It will surely bring a vision and be known to everyone in the continent. There are other gods. Red, this thing is not made by you, it must be done by that person. I know, you don't want to give it to me, so let's go and see. Go. Blush has a lot of celestial presence in Dynasty's eruption. Chapter 14 Punish the world. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Blush, when you were punished, what were you doing? What did you want to do? You didn't seem to ask me to agree to disagree. The red figure flashed past and intercepted them. Dongguan and others also recruited fairies and were ready to fight at any time. In an instant, Red, it seems that your strength has improved. Blushing is ugly, and teleporting magical powers in the fairy world is not so good for them. They will not be able to achieve the magical power of nearly 30 people. Now that Red is will, the gap between them is bigger. Now, oh one, well, I realized it recently. Hongqing snorted and looked at him. This supernatural power was beyond his understanding. Chenglong gave him a few words. However, he has difficulty understanding the supernatural forces in space. Under Chenglong's order, I finally learned a little fur, but this little fur is enough to swear, at least don't let the guy in front of me act rashly. So what if we try? Blush and others quietly changed their direction, formed a formation, and had a hard meaning. Well, the old rules, virtual war, if you win, God is free to go anywhere, if you lose, how far away? Zhao King sneered again and again on his face. He knows he has to face it. He hoped to buy Yuheng some time. When Yu Heng appears, he will crush this BD with his space and great strength. Oh, Kai Ching, since you say that, then we are disrespectful, but the sword has no eyes. If you accidentally get hurt, don't be surprised. Gossip sneers and nods at the fight. In his opinion, even if the eruption is a fairy, it cannot be compared with Red. As long as the gods of the world are punished to make Honglu lose their fighting power, Tianzun Road will be ruled by them. They come to master, so their targets are still Red. Haha. Well, the old man realizes that he needs a chance. Let me meet you. Kai Ching laughed and screamed in the sky. We're fighting too. Dong Lin and the others quickly stood up, all furious. No, your strengths are similar to those of a fairy, but with so many fairies you have nothing to lose. Kai Ching flatly refused, and they sent them to Dongolin. They are finally here. As long as the people of Tianzun Road can endure the provocation of this era, they will have many Tianzun characters in the near future. At that time, the power of the temple was not only comparable to the other 6 halls, but even comparable to the real number 1 power in the sky. Who dares to provoke? No, big brother, you will undoubtedly fight against so many people. Blushing, I want to challenge you, can you fight? Dong Lin pointed to the blushing 513 and shouted. Oh, courage is commendable, but my opponent is him. As for you, if you want to die, then you will achieve it, and you go, show no mercy. Blush whispers to the person behind him and lets him go. Haha, how can we not have this thing? We have to fight real fairies. Dong Wangsun laughed loudly, reaching the half-cultivated younger sister of Ji Wuwang, and stood up with Zhang Wenshen's younger siblings. Everyone chose a fairy to relieve stress and buy time. They are all like this, and the 5 fairies are also unruly, and they are fighting. Chapter 15 Taboo. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Fighting red orbs has been reduced by 1/3. In this case, the blush is angry, the face is gloomy, and the person who can't think of punishing the world is so bold. We are also fighting against the gods. The rest of the people still ask a few gods to fight. They have a lot of stars. They can drag and drop a few times. At this time, they can't back down. Zhiqing wanted to say something, but it was useless for these people to be firm and persuasive. Sure enough, I am a good boy who was punished by my god. I can get through this difficult time. Should we broaden our horizons? Kai Ching was pleased with everyone's attitude, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this time, the unity of the god of punishment was reflected. Speaking of caps, it's got to be even more amazing. Oh, we're not welcome because they're all looking for death. As long as it's the nether of the fight, kill innocents. The sneer blushed, the eyes murdered. In my heart, anger and happiness coexist. Angry people are the ones who punish the world for being so fierce. To challenge them, it's really bold. I'm glad they're the best fights that can kill them. Haha. Let's go, let's go. Qicheng laughed and flew into the void first. Blushing, the others followed, but when he left, he looked at where Chenglong was. He always felt a little impractical, but it was important to fight Red. He didn't have time to think too much. So he just hesitated and came to the void. Red-Green, I hope we can help you upgrade to a higher level. At the end of the continent, 1,000,000 miles from the void, 2 armies confront each other. When I remembered what Red said before, I was so excited that I blushed. Although it is impossible to kill the gods on the road of Tianzun, it may hurt Red and make it lose its fighting power. Achieve their goals. Oh, and look at your skills. Kai Ching laughed and screamed in the sky, his eyes wandering to the end of the continent. He wants to delay time as much as possible. Come on. When Red screams, the body starts to rise and the eyes turn red. When he came, he had already activated the forbidden technology, otherwise he would not be able to resist the opponent. Hey, is it going to be a decisive battle so soon? Even if you use taboo, we still have 15 or 16 people fighting you. Blush laughed, and a dozen people burst out, bursting out colorful lights, playing red and green. They attacked here, and the rest also fought. Intense energy swayed in all directions, law fragments filled the world, and space cracks often appeared like black lightning. One of the most ambitious campaigns on Tianzun Road. Prosperity. The 2 sides fought, the world was eclipsed, the sky was empty, and the turmoil of war enveloped the entire land of harmony. Boom. Dragon. The atmosphere of war is like a storm, it sweeps across the sky. Chunglong at the end of the battle felt it too. However, he is now completely eager to help Phoenix break through, and can't be distracted, it's all up to them. Hey, Kai Qing's body is full of colorful light and rich blood, which is a taboo phenomenon. Even if one person fights 10 people without wind, he has to say that his strength is very strong, and he is the first immortal person. It is very common for the other 5 gods to make each other play. The two sides are quite equal and difficult to distinguish. As for Dongguan, it's really great. Because they are not complete immortals. Therefore, it is easy to deal with their immortals and use their knowledge to target them. Even if you want to use teleport. However, they still depend on each other's strong cultivation and arrogance, but consumption is not good for them, for sure. If you want to take advantage, you have to decide quickly, but there are too few of them. If they rise up, they will only be immortal. You can't kill it in order to create wounds, so after weighing the pros and cons, it's still consumed. Chapter 16 Secretly sigh. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. A-hole. When Yan Hong sees that a dozen people can't take red and green, that's enough. The few gods who fought against Tianzunlu couldn't accept each other, which made him very frustrated and angry. This powerlessness and helplessness made him very crazy. This attack can't help but increase the power, and I want to fix it quickly, but how sharp the red and green are, and coupled with the taboo to use, it seems that the tiger is generally more than enough to enter the pack of wolves. Prosperity. The war is still going on, everyone is not afraid to fight to the death, time has passed, and the 6 realms haven't even taken advantage of it. This makes their anger even more successful. Red, do you dare to face us? Blushing is angry and anxious. I think Qiqing's forbidden time can consume a long time. I don't know that this thing hasn't failed for a long time. Although the opponent's bloody atmosphere has been reduced a lot, it still doesn't. Exhausting. If you keep going like this, you don't know how long it's going to last. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that his heart is getting more and more disturbed, and the red color is also abnormal. He hides absolutely nothing from making him think. Haha. Are you stupid? If you're one-on-one with me, I'll take you within 3 strokes. If you're not alone with me, talking so much nonsense. We'll go on. Zhiqing screamed and rushed towards Red, without giving him a single rebuttal. Even the time to stop was not given to the other party. Strange. Did it take them so long to break through? Some people in Hongqing couldn't understand the situation. According to their battle, Chunglong should know that the critical moment of the breakthrough is about a quarter of an hour. Now that time has passed, why hasn't he appeared yet? Hey. While upset, he was hit in the shoulder, his body wobbled and flew backwards. Formation. The strongest attack. When he saw a hit, he immediately gave an order. The formation of the red and green teleportation suddenly became orderly, and the chaotic atmosphere became orderly, 3 times more than before. Bad. There was a bad feeling in Kai Qing's heart, and I felt a huge breath rushing towards him in front of me. Let him stop for a dozen steps to stabilize his body shape. Just relying on strong cultivation and fast body so that the opponent cannot form a joint attack, now it is the end of the strong, how to fight. Haha. Abd. Red, you are not defeated this time. The blush screams, and the dazzling array of lights shines brightly. Violent pressure sweeps everything around. It's finally over. The people in the 6 circles were sighing secretly, their faces beaming with joy. As long as they're defeated, others won't be careful. They need a small trick to get them wiped out. Just as the attack was about to begin, there was a blast behind the array, the tactical glare suddenly slammed into the air, and the breathing chaos returned. What happened? Everyone was stunned, and the powerful tactics were inexplicably interrupted. This is really an anecdote. Not very personal. At this time, Yan Hong discovered that a person was missing behind the formation. Suddenly, he felt cold, and a sense of crisis appeared in his subconscious mind, and he avoided turning sideways. What? It seemed that an attack from nothing hit his shoulder, and he felt the condensed breath was suddenly broken, and his body couldn't stop moving backwards. One disperses formations and causes them to disperse. At this time, every stupid person knows that there are powerful people involved in the war. Where is the rad generation? I even attacked me. Chapter 17 Panic in the Six Realms. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Blush quickly stabilized his figure and found that he was not injured, which showed that the opponent's attack power was not great, but his body shocked him. A guy attacks him with a flat and he doesn't even have time to react. I don't know who is attacking. Oh, you're blushing, you just realized it now, isn't it a bit too late? The red blood on the red body has completely disappeared, showing fatigue, but the eyes are shining, and the face has a refreshing expression. What do you mean? Blush frowned, gave everyone a voice, and the fight stopped. The people of the Six Realms gathered together. The attack rang out again, and Blush discovered that the three sects besieging the God of Punishment world had actually been hit inexplicably. The three of them were repaired without him, they were immobilized in the void, they lost the ability to move, and not only that. Still locked in the chest 6 gas. The meat suddenly disappeared. Everyone is shocked that the immortal disappeared for no reason. Are these 5 guys not that bad? Your person, why do you hide your mind and show up? You dare to show up with me. The red lanterns are all hugging the fairies tightly. As long as the situation goes wrong, they will attack in an instant. Haha, it's a joke. You beat the gods in 6 circles. You still say that. Don't you feel ashamed? The voice of the void came. But it makes everyone unpredictable. Sounds seem to come from ahead, seem to come from every direction. People can't find it. It's a grievance between us and God. I have nothing to do with you. You're too much. Blushing, looking around, wondering where the owner of the sound is. Oh, too many. Do you know why there are no 5 gods in Daonanji? A faint sound came, and they calmed down to the bottom of the water. Just a vague guess at this point. Just can't believe it, I don't think it's him. Yeah, that's what I did. I still have 12 immortals. Do you stand up and let me kill, or let me pick and kill? With Sen's cold voice came again. Let the 6 realms panic. Oh, although your body is secret, it is also the leader of the same meeting. Unfortunately, this is a bad one. I want to kill 12 immortals at once. I'm afraid it's not very difficult. Do you think we'll give you a chance? 0. Ask for flowers. Gossip sneered again and again. This time, you need to boost your morale, and sure enough, after his remarks, many gods are no longer confused and have been guarding. Looking around, I hope to see each other as a good blow. Hey, you remind me that when you give up orders, I will kill one by one. The empty voice makes the face blush and smile. The other party is a complete threat. I want to be with them. Haha. Yeah, as long as you have this ability, we are always waiting, go for it. Blush is also a decisive master, with many gods retreating to the end of the continent. As for Red, who can't kill people, maybe later join forces with those who punish the world to deal with immortals and enter Tianzun Road. But one thing is certain, the Lord's Tianzun consciousness will sweep across the entire Tianzun Road from time to time. As long as the stranger's scent is found, the thunder will be lowered and the spirit will be destroyed. This is one of the reasons for the blush. Oh, I'm so scared, I'm going to give him some materials. Chapter 18 Save Lives. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. After blushing, the others walked away. A faint voice sounded, and then there was another person here. This is Chunglong. Chunglong, you are finally here. After everyone saw him, they breathed a sigh of relief. If he wants to interrupt the battle and consume it, the punishment world will definitely not be defeated. Although the immortal will not die, but the people of the lower realm will lose the ability to act even if they do not die, and they will not achieve much in heaven. 273. You should know that when Xion is for the family, he will find some welfare positions on his own. Now, it seems like those benefits are far more than the cost of doing it twice. Push one and it causes such a great movement that it lifts the other two. Is it necessary to get their attention? 5.2. A mortal feels good. More than a month has passed, and the time to leave heaven is getting shorter and shorter. Chunglong has raised thousands of eyes and heavenly cultivation to the level of real fairies, but they have cultivated the attribute of darkness to 0. Although they have become there were real fairies, but they were a little erratic. It seems that Shanyuan has some contradictions with his cultivation. In view of this, Chunglong just let them continue to retreat, not only them, but even Feng Feng, he also asked him to practice well so as not to become unstable. Chenglong gave him a reassuring smile, and he didn't want to take any more risks. If he blushed with the determination of the fish to die, he couldn't stop it. It's none of your business, because the rest of the world can't let me. Brother Red, let's go back to healing. As for the other 6 worlds, wait until the injuries are healed. Because there are too many fairy kills, Dong Wangsun and the others completely put themselves into the body of a fairy. I want young Jia to also turn into a fairy body, but he has his own ideas and has to give up. But he asked Chenglong to put his own. The spirit combines a musical instrument with a fairy tale flavor, which improves the grade. Chenglong has nothing to say about this, and has to promise. And reach the rest of the 6 continents at the end of the continent, and start to arrange arrays to prevent the mysterious gods from killing. Kai Qing shook his head. The strength of the 7th house in the upper realm is very strong, especially the god of punishment, who is the first of them. Plus heaven is not only the 7th house, but also has more powerful and hidden power. Sometimes they need to join forces to deal with foreign enemies. Relationship is okay, but the lower bound is different. There are only 7 domains in 7 domains. No other big force. Therefore, in order not to let the upper limit punish a big one, the other 6 domains will definitely join forces to deal with them. This is a knot that can only be resolved by life and death. Chenglong took them to the grounds of the penalty area and didn't meet anywhere. Comfort, brother, I will help you improve after you finish practicing. Donglin and Chenglong sat at the foot of the mountain to enjoy the scenery. They looked around excitedly, but his eyes slipped to the place where the Ice Age was from time to time. He wanted to pass, but there were many fluctuations in the formation. Although Shin Jinjun is amazingly talented, but her height and depth are not too bad, so she can't be difficult, so she has to endure the love of love. It's all my fault. Chenglong smiled painfully. If he hadn't rushed into action, there would have been no such wars, and he would have put almost everyone in danger. Before, I had a bloody book on Tianzun Road, and I had to spend a lot of money to arrange a life-saving array. What? You have to help Qianyan improve the sky, the movement is too big. Kai Qing was surprised when he heard Chenglong say this. After the chat, he knew that Chenglong was promoting to Feng Feng. Chapter 19 Academic Eyes. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Dong Lin, when I actually went to Wonderland, I decided to catch them for you, making Wonderland so big, I don't know where to look. Chenglong saw his appearance, and he felt in his heart that he didn't see Yan Feng when he didn't see it. Just bad at acting. Oh, really my good brother. No loss, just grow up together, just take care of me. Dong Lin heard this sentence. His eyes became more intense, he couldn't help squatting down. To be honest, he couldn't wait to drive Shanji's way, and the brothers rushed to snatch them. You. Chenglong shook his head helplessly, and took out 2 things similar to alms bowls for him. These 2 things are 1, oh 1 you're a brother. Chenglong handed him something, but it made Dong Lin's face change. Senior brother. No, this is the only 2 gods in the punishment world. This is the most suitable for you. The same is true for Tianzun Road. It should be like this now. Dong Lin quickly waved his hand. Such an important task, it is best to give it to the brothers. Actually, I want to give you these 2 things on the Tianzun Road, but I'm worried that you will get lost, so I carry it all the time. Now I have reached the end of the continent and there is no danger. You and Dong Wangsun are alone, and I am loose, take a breath. Chenglong smiled and motioned to pick him up. This, well, I'll give it to my brother. Dong Lin hesitated whether to pick it up or not. It's something for him, but many dream of becoming a fairyland. Any mistakes, they can't afford it. Oh, that's right. Chenglong nodded in satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to the distance. Somehow, he always felt unstable, as if something was going to happen, and it was closely related to him. Donglin, if I can't reach heaven smoothly, you must take the responsibility of strengthening my god's reputation in heaven, but we can't marry our reputation. Chenglong's words changed Dong Lin's face. What did the brothers say? You don't have to worry. In heaven, I always have to go out to practice. At that time, everyone in our gods won't have to rely on you. Are you Dongwangsun's brother? Chenglong smiled softly, and Dong Lin thought so much about one sentence. It seems that some things cannot be said so as not to mess up the army. Senior brother, you can't say anything different in the future, it will make us feel that we can't find you. Just like before, no matter what danger we encounter, we will be confident that we will find you, and your brothers will show up safely. We are ahead, Dong Lin said. This is very sensational, and Chunglong was also moved, to have such a friend in life. Enough. Haha. 2 brothers, what are you talking about? A rough voice appeared from 213, and the black figure gradually condensed around them. Thousands of eyes in heaven arrived. At this moment, the 2 did not waver. Thousands of eyes are a rough big man, heaven is a white-faced scholarly eye. 2 big brothers, haven't you practiced yet? Yu Heng is different, but Akaji told them to practice hard. Hey, I'm almost merged and won't affect the foundation. I want to thank the brothers for sending the good stuff, otherwise they would have reached their current heights and have no future. Speaking of cultivation, Qianmu's eyes flashed with excitement, and the next day, Tiantian also nodded, agreeing with Cheng's words. Oh, is there such a thing? Chapter 20. A sense of crisis is shrouded. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. The performance of these 2 people surprised Cheng Longda. According to Kai Ching, the retreat that is open to the fairy passage does not necessarily fully consolidate the foundation. How did it get so powerful? We don't know, this could be an opportunity. Anyway, just 2 days ago, I found that the bottleneck disappeared. Oh. I don't think I have 1,000 eyes and an epiphany. Thousands of eyes were eager to talk about it, and Chunglong was surprised and even thought he would encounter such a thing. Looks like they have this chance. The 4 sat at the foot of the mountain and chatted, saying that they were going to do things in heaven. Hey, the power of the law fluctuates, Chunglong and others disappear in the same place in an instant, and outsiders break into the realm of punishment. It's you. After arriving, Chunglong was a little surprised. He found out that the blush came from the 3 gods, but the expression of the blush was not very good, like a cat's tail. Hey, Qiqing and Shanren also arrived. Seeing that the blush was coming, I suddenly laughed, and the other party came to find it again. This is abhorrent. Blush, you came to me to punish the world, what's the matter? Red and Green naturally didn't have a good face to treat them. Honglu, did you break into the longevity world and kill 7 Tianzuncheng counties and 5 immortals? When I saw Hong Qing, I was more angry and more vocal. Let Red and Green also be angry. It's a pity the guy has beaten him twice already. Shout back right away, not you, who has the ability to let them die silently. Blush is a problem, so everyone's attention turned to Chunglong. I don't know if I'm fixing it for you. It's just that the big array they put down might not get through. How can they kill in silence? Chunglong also had an inexplicable expression on his face. He has never left the punishment, how could he kill someone? Crimson, are you particularly sick? These people were obviously confused by others and then killed, what should I do? Thousands of eyes gave him a voice, and Chunglong found that there was indeed a faint dark force in his body. If he cultivates darkness, he cannot see the body. Look for me, do you only bring a few pieces for your punishment? Blush was also angry and rushed towards the crown, as if it was not lying. Some words made Honglu stunned. The other party only had 4 or 5 people, they could completely smash, no need adventure. This guy don't break your bottleneck. This shouldn't be. It's definitely not us, our cultivation is far inferior to fairies. When Hong Nu was angry, the 2 quarreled again. Chunglong turned his attention to the body and found that these people were immediately taken away by the gods. The same is true for immortals. No injuries at all, even breathing very well. Peace, with such means, the strength must be 1 level higher than theirs. After seeing the dead body, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They found these people smiling and silently killed. Death is strange. Since both sides say no, will you show evidence of the death of a few immortals? Chunglong chimed in and spoke. Let the blush waves and the 2 bodies be thrown. This. His face was red and cold, and his fists were slightly clenched. Naturally, he would not doubt Chunglong's words. Moreover, Chunglong does not have such strength. Don't talk about Chunglong, even if he doesn't have such strength. Brothers, they're corpses. There seems to be a darkness. Wang Zhao's. When I thought about it, Chunglong felt cold, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped him. Blusher, It's not because you deliberately made mistakes and found trouble. Is there any super strongman breaking into Tianzun Road? Chenglong thought of something and couldn't help but shudder. This is too exaggerated. Thousands of eyes thought about it, shaking their heads again and again. Chapter 21 Gossip. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. What Qian Chenshu thought was also a kind of shock. Except for Zhiqing and the others who had already quarreled with each other. Rarely is there such controversy. Don't say, things have been checked. The faint voice of Chenglong sounded, turning their attention away. Who did it? Blush immediately came to him and asked impatiently. They fell into fantasy and were taken away by the gods, and their smiles seemed to be a wonderful hallucination. They had a faint dark power that could kill Shinigami and possess darkness. The power, its restoration is far beyond ours, Tianzun Lu and another immortal strongman. Chenglong's light explanation. Let every 227 people face a huge change. Impossible. Tianzun Road will scan the gods from time to time. How dare the heavens dare to come? How do you say, the darkness that cultivates the fairy queen? What happened to Kai Qing? Her face changed a lot. What happened? Chenglong saw that he seemed to know something, but it seemed indescribable. I remember that there is a creature in the fairy world that also cultivates the power of darkness. But this creature is very rare. It is specially used to attract gods to enhance their cultivation. But they are not like killing people, because those who are killed by him have distorted Abby expression. Very painful, even the breath of the whole body is gone, this effect is not achieved at all. Honglu said slowly. The person who was not far from blushing was also shocked, obviously knew what Zhiqing was talking about. You mean it's impossible, this kind of creature can't break into Tianzun Road. When the blush interrupts the red, it looks shocking and incredible. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, the thing that sneaks into these people in the world of longevity should be the leader of their family, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Kai Qing sneered. Chenglong and the others were confused by the side, and didn't know what they said. Chenglong, if I'm not mistaken, these Tianzun Road people will only be affected, they must know that their gods have not yet reached the real fairyland. Having said that, Kai Qing's complexion changed a lot, and her eyes were full of fear. Chenglong's heart was also sudden, and the bad feeling was even worse. Big brother, do you mean he only targets real fairies? Dong Lin and others obviously realized what this was, and his face became ugly. Haha Qiqing, I don't think there will be such a thing, good luck, let's go. Gossip sneered, his eyes lingered on Chenglong and the others, and everyone left, not even the corpses of immortals such as Chengsheng community. They are calm on the surface. But they were more panicked than red, because none of them would survive that, so it was necessary to go back and arrange it. Brother Hong, what is this? After Blush and the others left, Chenglong and Dong Lin surrounded Hong. In heaven, this is a strange race. It was born from nothing. It is good at using people to enter dreams when they practice. In dreams, he is an invincible existence and will slowly eat gods, so when those people dead his face was in so much pain. His own breathing was more chaotic, but that thing wasn't attacked by the gods and mana, so these guys were basically dead, never a single instance of them surviving. The red face is dignified, the fists are clenched slightly, and the eyes are flickering. Not only him, but some people were amazed by this place. They have to face an unknown creature. What can I do? Chapter 22 Wonderland. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Tianzun will scan the entire Tianzun Road with God's knowledge from time to time, but these guys have no magic power, they are similar to nothingness, they just show their real bodies in dreams. The interpretation to Kai Qing is equivalent to telling Yuheng that they are sitting and waiting to die, but how do they compromise? No, Yan Feng is still practicing. When everyone was silent, Chenglong screamed. Yes, Yan Feng is already a real fairy. Now it's solid. If interrupted forcibly, it will be endless. If you don't interrupt it, you'll be caught by that thing. The consequences are even more unimaginable. Chenglong, don't panic, things haven't reached that point yet, other god suckers need to digest for a while. Zhiqing heaved a sigh of relief, then he turned his eyes to look at Wuxian. Xiao Ding, I believe that when you came, did the family members explain it? The red face is serious, the eyes are determined, and the voice is powerful. Haha Qiqing, what do? You say that, we definitely did it. Xiao Ding smiled, and the five nodded with their brushes. Very good, from now on, everyone go to the mountains to meditate, and wait until Antong opens. Okay, big brother, if we have the chance, we'll go to heaven to drink, eat meat, and kill the quartet. Shouting and others nodded, then turned their eyes to look at Chenglong. Brother, you are the most amazing genius I have ever seen, but it is difficult to meet each other. If there is a chance in heaven, I will definitely invite you to chat with our family. And introduce you to our elders. Xiao Ding patted Chenglong on the shoulder, he was moved by the truth. Second brother, don't worry, we will definitely have such an opportunity. The key point in Chenglong is that he seems to be alive and dead, and he can hear that Kai Qing's arrangement is to help Qifeng make time. In their view, everyone on the road of Tianzun has higher achievements than them in the future, so it is necessary to sacrifice themselves in exchange for their chances of survival. Haha, good brother, it's not too late, let's go. Shouting smiled and flew away with the five of them. Brother, Chenglong's gaze turned to Qiqing, and an invisible pressure enveloped them, making everyone feel heavy. Don't worry bro, we'll be fine, you shouldn't be meditating and gathering together during this time, I hope we'll all use our breath to force them out. 0. Asking for flowers. After red and green confession, people are called. Of course, real fairyland and fairyland are kept separate, lest they be innocent. After all these arrangements, Kai Qing also found a mountain to meditate on. He will use himself to guide this matter. Yu Heng. 0. Their location at this time is in a cave, and there are various ways around it. Chenglong knew that these defensive gods and mana were impossible for this unknown creature. It's just self-comforting. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Looking at his lover and friend, Chenglong had a faint smile on his face. I'm sure you'll be fine. People nodded, restless. Donglin, come here. Chenglong called Donglin to a corner and arranged a lineup to isolate these people. Brother, what? Donglin was a little nervous. Chenglong didn't give him such a big upgrade last time. Oh, it's nothing. Here are a few pieces of jade. In heaven, listen to my arrangement, and hand them over to Wu Wuchang. Chapter 23 Recruit Jade. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Chenglong took out a storage bag and handed it to Donglin. Brother, what do you want to do? Donglin's face became very big, and the brothers seemed to be explaining things. Don't ask, it's not good for you. Now it's dangerous and I have to make sure there's nothing wrong. Chenglong still had a faint smile on his face, and he didn't panic. Brother you, the movement said he didn't want it. Cheng Longyi was not ready. He hit 613 on his forehead and imprisoned Yuanshan in his chest. Teacher, you are one of the first people I know. We died together many times, we encouraged each other. I came here. I can't let you down. Let down the people waiting in the world of punishment. I will send you to heaven. That's the thing. You give it to me, and I will force you by the power of this law. To heaven, a stronger power of the law will open him, and you will be free. Chenglong stuffed the storage bag in his hand to his waist. With a big hand, Donglin received the Tianzunyu and immediately dismantled the formation. Well, Donglin. Everyone saw that Donglin disappeared, and his face was full of surprises. A person who was so happy, suddenly disappeared. He went to a safe place. Everyone, I will bring you together, don't resist. Chenglong still had a faint smile on his face, and everyone nodded. They think that riding a dragon will not be bad for them. Hey, with one big hand, the crowd will be carried away. I swallowed the blue swallow. Master didn't. After Qingtun appeared, he quickly hugged his leg. It is related to the thought of riding a dragon. How did he not know his intentions? Green swallow, the next thing you have to do is about God punishing the fate of the world. I now order you to collect this jade, go to heaven, give him to Donglin, and tell him that if there is one, it is a chance, send the jade to the Candle Dragon clan, or after seeing the gods, give it to Tianzun. Chenglong's words are full of indisputable. Lu Tun swallowed, his big eyes filled with tears, as if he knew the fate that Chenglong was about to face. Green Tun, don't you believe me? I'm just in case. Su Heng suddenly said a word. Let Lan Yan swallow it. Masters are happy, how can they degenerate so easily? Yes, absolutely, I listen to the master. Clearing the throat and swallowing the tears, breathing became much better. Take this and remember what I said. Chenglong recruits you from the lair and teaches it how to open, leaving only the imprint of the gods, not the god O. Well, I remember the master's words. Xing Chao swallowed heavily and nodded, his eyes still refused, because his heart was still embarrassed. You wait here. If Hong Qing's big brother doesn't find it, then the fairy road will open, and you will see it too, and then break through the array. After Chenglong confessed, his figure disappeared into the cave. Ha ha. After appearing in the outside world, Chenglong smiled, thinking that things in this world are very interesting. Before and after the other 6 circles, it's hard to tell them apart. Now they have to save their lives. It's really mediocre. The next moment it appeared at the place where Yanfeng retreated. Luan 3.4 Phoenix. Chenglong meditated in her heart, and observed her flawless face at close range. He really wanted to kiss, wanted to wake her up and tell her the sincerity, but he refused, afraid of disturbing her practice. You are the person who impresses me the most. Chenglong's eyes were wet, his lips were trembling, and he also had concerns. He really didn't want to leave, but he had concerns that he would give up. Chapter 24 Can't Escape. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination, seek everything. If I can be safe and sound, I will definitely hold a grand wedding in heaven and welcome you through the door. At that time, let all the super masters in heaven cheer and witness our love. Chenglong's eyes were full of tears, and they fell into the cracks of the stone tablet under his feet. Immediately sorted out the mood, wiped away the tears, arranged an enchantment around Feng Wang, and received it in the jade space, which is an independent place. When it comes to heaven, everything will be fine. Chenglong felt relieved. Again, disappeared in place. The scenery is very good. Chenglong looked at a hill in the distance, with a lake below, and the scenery was pleasant. This is a feng shui place, and it's not bad to be buried here. Chenglong figured it out, found a good place, and didn't hide his breath. Prosperity. The huge aura set off a puff of air, and the surrounding halos rolled in. As long as he comes here within 1,000 miles, he can find his place. He wants to use himself to lead the dream, because he also knows that no matter what, he can't run away, not only him, but also everyone in the real world of the mainland, cannot escape. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed. Prosperity. In the distance, taking a breath, riding a dragon, he closed his eyes to meditate, and suddenly opened his eyes, his figure disappeared and disappeared. When he arrived, Kai Qing and others had already arrived. This is Little C. Chenglong looked at his mouth and smiled, knowing that he also recruited. I feel a little heavy inside, but no fear. He came to us to punish the world, as if the target was us. The red face was dignified. When I looked at Chenglong, my mouth moved, but I didn't say anything, because he knew to be targeted by that thing. No matter where you hide, as long as you close your eyes or meditate, you will be recruited. Hide in a cave, but comfort yourself psychologically. I don't think I'll be interrupted by this kind of thing, but Qian Zhuyang didn't succeed. Kai Qing sighed, and then his eyes became firm. After collecting Shaoqin's body, everyone returned to their positions, because at this time, gathering together has no effect. Prosperity. A day later, the breath loosened again. Another singer also left with a smile on her face. This time the opponent's shot made people's hearts heavy. Maid, I don't know what the rest of the world is like. Kai Qing came now not frightened by death, but he wondered if there was any movement in the rest of the world. It should be, no matter what, if this guy doesn't die, he can't run away. Chenglong is considering this matter. Haha, don't think so much. We continue to cultivate and control what is messy. Death is just a matter of order. Zhiqing smiled, and after the body was collected, everyone sat down again. 3 days later, another singer, 527, was attacked. The only real celestial bodies in the sacred world are Chenglong, Qinqing and Shouting. At this time, their faces are ugly, and they all know what they are going to face. Go back and wait for him to come. Kai Qing didn't say anything at this time. He picked up the body and left everyone. Call. When I returned to Shoutan, Chenglong looked at the clear water and fell into meditation. At this time, he felt peaceful in his heart. I started to think back that I had reached the point of punishment. In his own life, He killed the enemy and escaped from the side of the small town. He was thrilled and thrilled all the way, and he didn't have a real sense of belonging until he came to education. Chapter 25 Rich and Colorful Experiences. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. However, in the process of interception, it faces greater danger. Fortunately, with the help of the master and brothers, facing the danger finally became a slap in the face. It didn't go well, but when I saw the dawn, I had such a hard time. This is really unsatisfactory. Oh, your experience is rich and varied. A sudden sound sounded in my mind, and Chunglong's body began to harden. He has been attacked by the opponent. Oh, you are here. Chunglong found that he couldn't move. He didn't panic, but he smiled faintly. Yuan Shen became a bad guy. He sat quietly by the sea, waiting for the other party to appear. Why don't you come? When you think that the elders of the martial arts on the mountain used to make people's meat medicine, I came, but you were too focused, so you didn't find me. Your descendants are all strange. You should listen, I said. Things, why are you so calm? After the voice fell, Chunglong appeared in front of Phantom, and gradually froze. The guy was surrounded by black air and had a human face, but his ears were more than a foot long. The hands have 3 fingers, but they are 2 feet long. Further down, there is no belly, just a long black tail. This is his real body. It's a big evil. Chunglong looked at the guy in front of him and snorted. Oh, I'm dead. Am I in the mood to think about other things? Seeing Chunglong's distraction, the black monster couldn't help but sneer. Oh, I don't know what your game is now. Can you tell me? Let me die, understand? Chunglong raised his head, with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were sincere. The amount. I thought you were going to say pity. I can't remember. Well, but I can't talk to you much. You know, the skies are safe, but it's so dangerous it could be superpower staring at. The black monster Balabala talked a lot. Chunglong finally nodded, understanding what the other party was. It turned out to be a creature known as a demon. This creature travels alone, with few sky numbers. As for the reputation, it is not clear whether the other party said heaven's reputation. Even the other main power testes are very afraid of them. Oh, I'm the superpower in the family. Can you die by my hand? Is it a virtue, a junior, to have a final wish? Maybe I can help Kerr. The demon laughed even more frightened, his mouth full of fangs, very embarrassed. No, but there's a wish down there. I want to ask a next generation or two. I wonder if I can meet it. After Chunglong laughed, his body began to change, so naturally he wouldn't wait. Do you want to resist? Haha. This is really funny. It seems that you still don't know my means, Junior. What kind of person everything can make you? Maybe I will spare your life after you see you. The devil laughed at his head, and Chunglong's words were nothing but stupid mengmai. Then I want to thank my ex. Chunglong should cry. Ping Li Hao is quiet and calm. He doesn't know anything, but he won't be able to get rid of it. Oh, Junior, here I come. The devil stopped talking nonsense and turned into black air, covering Chunglong Yuan. The god of Chenglong Yuan exuded a strong aura, and the pressure swept across the vast space in all directions, but it didn't stop the demon for a moment. Haha, I'm not affected by mana. There are no rules, and natural pressure and breathing are useless to me. Chapter 26 Exaggeration. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. The devil laughed happily and didn't stop to cover Chunglong. Hey, Chunglong found that his eyes were black, and the surrounding environment had changed. At this time, he was on the grassland. Standing in front of him was a lady in black gauze. Chunglong, how did you get here? After seeing him, Yan Feng flew away with ecstasy in his eyes. It's an illusion. Chunglong was shocked. He knows that if he gets too close, then he will fall. When Chi Feng approached him, Cheng Long's eyes flashed 2 fine clouds. Instantly 050 smashed the jade man into black mist, and disappeared into the distance. The scenery in front of him changed, back to the sea, only motionless. Hey boy, you can crush hallucinations. The magical powers of the Candle Dragon family are very similar. I was trying to keep you warm and drunk in Mild Township because it didn't work, so don't blame me for being so hot. The demon reformed into a figure that appeared before him, and his fingers grew longer, grabbing him. Chunglong suddenly felt so painful that he couldn't help laughing. A huge atmosphere rises into the sky, and the 5 elements and 4 elements are out of control, because the sea is so exaggerated. I see Chunglong as a colorful yin and yang. He rolled around beside the ferry, surrounded by wind and wind. This place has not been seen for a long time. It has become sandstone, the harsh environment, the great pressure and atmosphere, and the continuous impact on the world. The power of the law, the chaotic atmosphere enveloped the end of the entire continent through the border wall, at this moment. Devil, I have a way to defeat you. This vision has long been known to Kai Ching and others, but they can't help at all except to help stabilize the place. Qiqing and shouting are like dead ashes, with better potential and qualifications, but his realm has not yet reached the level where he can compete with demons. Yu Heng is very powerful, so he is naturally the ghost of a demon. He deliberately forced Cheng Longyuan to see his blush. You can't escape. Hey boy, good talent, even practicing so many systems, huh? If you were in heaven, people like you should be very popular, but unfortunately, I can't have a real body, otherwise I really miss you. I didn't have a body before. Blushing cold, screaming, yes, he can't escape. Does he still care about other people's business? Bring the crowd back right away. Red and green eyes turned to him, his face was cold. Hey, there was a bigger breath in the position where Yu Heng was standing, making Qiqing and shouting sway involuntarily, almost without stability. At this moment, Chunglong's potential was also stimulated. Chunglong, this level, you spent it yourself. These 2 faces were ugly, and they prayed in their hearts. In the eyes of the demons, there is no record of surviving, and the big boy of heaven ABAA, riding a dragon, will fall before their eyes. How so? There's a lot of characters around. Blushing, they've arrived. It's such a big move, they can't possibly come and see. Unlucky. Standing on the border, looking at Chunglong's body exuding all kinds of fairy origin, and there is a dragon on his head, and the blushing person also has incredible eyes. Chunglong is too talented, but unfortunately, he will fall. Not only that, but his head is also hovering on a dragon, which exudes colorful light and has the ability to travel thousands of miles. I saw the rest of Chunglong screaming frequently, but he didn't dare to attack. It appeared when Yu Heng was at his strongest. Hey, let's go. Chapter 27 Self-Discipline. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Chunglong's face is painful, and his speech is not so good. At this moment, he felt that he was bitten by thousands of ants. It was very unbearable, but he couldn't move, he just had to accept it. Oh, you mean it burns the gods? Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me, it just makes me absorb the power of the gods faster. In the words of the devil, Yu Ongong's confidence in his rise has been greatly affected. This guy is too hard to kill, how can he be destroyed? Haha. I'll let you see if it really burned the gods to death. I can't kill you. A laugh appeared on Chunglong's painful face. It is full of golden light, piercing through the black mist. Oh, I've told you it's no use, why don't you believe? With a sneer, the practice of riding a dragon seemed to him to be a car, but it was useless. These hands don't know how many people have been polluted by the gods, and today they finally ate their own consequence. Who is it? Come out, come out. The devil is confused and ignorant. He still doesn't know who the other party is. The intensity is inexplicably less than half the time. He quickly moved from behind, hoping to save his life. No. Adults, my family is the devil god, I'm his little disciple, you look at his face, let me go, I will never come again. Chunglong found out that he was imprisoned, and suddenly he was relieved. The sense of death crisis is also eliminated. He didn't wait for his relief. He saw the devil running around like a mouse, only to find that it appeared to be a cage. Forget it. My heart is strange, what happened to the demon? When did your own knowledge of the ocean become so powerful? The devil said that he breathed black air. Black air 3 is the essence of the devil. With the appearance of the black gas, the smell of the devil also continued to weaken. The faint voice reappeared. This time Chunglong couldn't hear it. He just looked at what the demon seemed to know. In constant prayer, his strength is weakening. What happened? Like a sneer, a huge pressure came, as if the supreme power came. He was shocked, and subconsciously removed the black mist wrapped by Chunglong. Looking around, a strong sense of crisis spreads all over the body. The sound came again, and the demon found his hand slowly raised and inserted into his own mind. Heart shock, constant begging for mercy and desire to control the body is doomed. It is not surprising that he has this idea. The enormous pressure he was under was not aimed at him. He didn't feel it at all. He thought the demon had suddenly given up its attack. 0 Seeking flowers 0. If you commit a crime, you kill it. Little disciple of the demon god. If you are not strict, I will go to you, the devil and the alien, and you will cut it off yourself. WWWMWM. The devil, even the descendants of my family dare to move, it is so bold, are you self-disciplined, or wait for me to shoot? The demon looked around, looking shocked. He wants to escape. He discovered that Chunglong's knowledge was imprisoned by inexplicable laws. The law is so strong that he cannot escape. I couldn't help shouting loudly, my eyes filled with fear. A faint voice came, and this time Chunglong really heard it. The voice was gentle, like the love of an elder. Not so in the ears of the devil. I saw him screaming. His body was black, his body was small. No, the grown-ups, the old are all tolerant, and the younger generation swears that this life will never hurt a person. Chapter 28 Wreckage. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. No. Teacher saved me. With a shriek, the long fingers were completely inserted into their own spirits, and they turned into a group of pure gods, floating in the ocean knowledge of Chunglong. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know who was attacking, and Chunglong was even confused. He doesn't understand how suicide is suicide. When the demon dies, the god's power absorbed by him stays here and becomes the power of the dragon god. 557. This. Yu Heng's strength is getting stronger and stronger. He is surprised, but he will still know the truth when he is in trouble. He can still guess that there should be superpowers intervening, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Thank you for your help. Chunglong worships his head and is very devout. This is the totem rune. You have a good understanding of heaven, don't marry my last name. The voice fainted, and Chunglong found 9 golden dragons coming out of the sea out of thin air. After the dragon was gone, they fell into different poses. This is the golden dragon totem. Chunglong was surprised that Yuenshin left the sea and returned to the flesh. Opening his eyes, he found Zhiqing and Xiaoding standing in the distance, looking at him. Especially Kai Qing and Xiaoding, even guarding him, made him very strange. Of course, he knows why, but he can't tell the truth because he doesn't know what the truth is. All I know is that a stranger stepped in and the devil killed himself. Superpower gave him 9 golden dragon runes so he could understand and be a lifesaver. The 9 dragons have different poses. The first one is relatively simple. It is upright, and long-term vision makes people feel dizzy. After resting, they found that the gods were faintly showing signs of solidification. In fact, neither of them knew what was going on. After Chunglong's breathing reached the limit, he stopped suddenly, fully fused, but with a breath. They don't understand why this is happening. You have to know that attacks from that thing won't have that effect. However, the appearance of the field of vision shows that Chunglong is likely to be saved, so they are very happy, but they dare not move forward, dare not disturb the two parties, and it is not good to join the chaos, so they can only stand at a distance. Of course I know that the devil is sneaking up on me, but I will become a candle dragon, and I will be able to take advantage of it in 1.6. I won't be able to bear it for a while. I'm afraid that the gods will sweep the way of Tianzun, so I will temporarily withdraw, but it always come back. Zhiqing saw Chunglong open his eyes, looked at him suspiciously, and said in a low voice. A hint of surprise flashed in Chunglong's eyes, and he began to observe carefully. Yu Heng, Red Big Brother, when did you become so wary of me? What happened here? Kai Qing really saw him. He also asked this question. He was shocked. Chunglong will not erase his memory because of that incident. This is bad. Awe-inspiring magical graphics. Is it the law of God's cultivation, or the supreme fairy? Some people must be concealed, so they can only be confused. Take a dragon and look around. It seems that the day is over, there are wreckage everywhere, and there is a good place 0. In this case, it is not recommended to stay here for a long time, let's go. Chunglong, don't you know? It's just your breath. Kai Qing and Xiaoding didn't bother to ask why. Now it's a matter of life. Chenglong's face was very serious. He said that the eyes of the blind were mentioned in everyone's mind just now. Chapter 29 The Devil has died. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. This is good. Chenglong nodded, and the two left quickly, only knowing that the demon had already died. Unfortunately, I didn't let him go around the rest of the 6 circles, otherwise the power of the gods certainly wouldn't be like this. Chenglong screamed in his heart, the power of the demon god is too great. He simply used the disintegration of the other side to imprison his geographic advantage over ocean knowledge. However, the legal power on the road of Tianzun is not strong enough to provide enough immortal sources, so he can only go to heaven to practice. The 3 of them soon came to a cave. Kai Qing's face was very serious. She looked around. Sheng Long, the demon temporarily retreats. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that when he comes back again, he will first target you. Second, he may go to other circles first and collect enough god power. In the future, I will deal with you again. But no matter which one, we can't escape, so this time the 3 of us together, hopefully buy you some time. Chenglong was very moved by Hongqing's words, but the other side was too big. These guys are all right. Seems like the demon hasn't shown up in over a month. It should be abandoned. They made such guesses before they came to us to squander martial arts. After a while, there are only a few days left before the opening of Tianzun Road. They were not attacked by demons. When I got outside, I found a big hole in the ground. A fairy lay inside, her body full of breath. He was hit by the red-green, unhurt, and struggled in the pit to get up. Hey, this guy, how arrogant. A hearty laughter came, causing Sheng Long and the other 3 to wake up quickly, raised their eyebrows, and the other party actually came to the door, but it was really strange. Chenglong was said by Yu Heng, and the nervousness has disappeared a lot. In his opinion, Chenglong must have a special method to deal with the devil, otherwise it will not be so. Knowing that the creature is not the target, will not easily quit the master. The 3 sat together and practiced side by side. As long as the atmosphere of any one of them is not good, they will block the space to avoid unnecessary influence. Let's go and see. Just as he was going to look at other circles, he suddenly found that God's law of punishment was turbulent, and the rest of the elite had come in. Ha ha, I hope so. We all have to make it to heaven intact. Ha ha. It seems that they were almost killed by the demons, otherwise the gods would not be so peaceful. This made Kai Qing's heart very strange, thinking that demons should not attack other gods. The characters of Chenglong and Shouting disappeared into the hole at the same time, and the distance was too short for them to use teleportation. Chenglong nodded. Electricity flashed in his eyes. Go find the rest of God's punishment world, and see what they're doing right now. An absurd sound came into the cave again, making the 3 of them very uncomfortable. Kai Qing quickly understood the other party's intention, and Sheng Long also nodded. If the gods of the punishment world no longer have real fairyland cultivation, everyone on the road of Tianzun will be afraid of danger. You must know that they and the other 6 worlds are deadly enemies. Even if foreign enemies invade, they will not change the facts. Thank you, big brother, but you can rest assured that I won't let you have some things. However, the figure disappeared in the same place. The next moment, Chenglong heard a beep sound outside, and then swept around violently. Chapter 30 Repeal. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. I'll pay attention to your attitude next time, or I'll abolish your entire imperial ice pie. Standing high, Red stood outside, and the clothes were hunting and thundering. The gods of war seem to be dying and despise each other. How can? Blush has always been very surprised by Zhiqing's appearance. Now Chenglong and Xiaoding also appeared, which made him a little confused. In his opinion, the real fairyland that God punished the world should be slaughtered by the devil, and the rest should be deliberately left and right by them, and how they ran out of 3. Hey Blush, are you surprised and mad that your abacus is gone? Red Cyan was cold again, and he stared at him. Red and green, now you only have 3, we have nearly 20. If you want to fight, you must lose. Blushing clenched fists, with a murder on his face. Their strength has declined more than before, but the punishment is more severe. Those who are semi-authentic or close are not there. It can be said that compared with the previous one, the intensity has been greatly reduced. Haha. Blushing. I want to say it, don't talk so much nonsense. The mainland has been calm for more than a month. I don't think you want him to continue to calm down. Actually, I think so too. The opening of this time is Chunglong. First of all, no matter how strong you are, the momentum will never be lost to the opponent, so as not to be taken away by them. Oh, you are a little virgin, how dare you say it? Chunglong sneered. One person threatened more than a dozen people. Before they ever guessed that the mysterious man who threatened them during the war would bring demons, otherwise they would attack invisible. I didn't think he hides. I will not leave the sacred. Why are you laughing? There were more attack waves from the pit, and the entire end of the continent was shaken 3 times. After seeing the situation in front of them, they sighed coldly and saw Chunglong holding a drowsy stalk in his hand, as if he was a chicken. Forget it, but in heaven, someone will deal with you. After Chunglong finished listening, he suddenly smiled. Although Shanling was attacked by Hongqing just now, it was only a breath, and there was still a force of war. In the hands of Chunglong, there is no room for resistance. Suddenly, they thought of something, their faces became very big, and they quickly stood in a charming form, and they took out the fairy weapons to guard Chunglong's attack. Oh, it's no fool, but since it's here, what would you get away with? Or outsiders still think we're being punished? His blushing face was gloomy, and Chunglong's attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. Looking into Leng's eyes, he knew that Chunglong was a genius, but compared with Hongqing, it was still far from good enough. Ha ha, look at him. When Yu Heng's words were opened, the blushing in other people's faces changed a lot, and the power of divine punishment was strengthened. They don't know why. Chunglong pointed out that the immortal ambassador was still in the underground pit, and the figure disappeared and disappeared. Okay, you. Yan Hong blushed upon hearing this, and his eyes flickered. Outsiders, except for their boundaries, seem to be no outsiders. Besides, mortals can't see them at all. It's you. Chapter 31 Fairy Tale World. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. After thinking about it, he quickly made a decision. Although Chunglong is not high, he will attack the gods even if they form a formation. He can compete for a while, but nowhere else in the world can. The strength also lies in the real fairies. Now, under the strong dragon, he had to lower his head to untie the pouch and throw it to Chunglong. Many of the immortals behind him caught glimpses of them, and they dropped their stash bags, throwing them at him. Then the head won't disappear. This time, not getting it, not only lost a fairy, but also lost a lot of planting resources. It's really not a catch a hare. Ha 650 hectares. Kai Qing and Xiaoding laughed at their blush and left them. They have never been so happy in all these years. These things make other people's advantages better. It's a pity that the good things give them a lot of money, otherwise they wouldn't give us so much. Kai Qing opened her eyes and made this comment. Big brother, let's go see what the rest of the punishment world is like. Chunglong also took a few storage bags, and then went to Qing Dynasty to fly to the gods. A-hole. Back at the station, Blush Abdj irritated the stone tables around him and turned them into powder, waved his sleeves and turned the dust into nothingness. Eating in the world of sin, it felt like eating dead rats, very uncomfortable and angry. The blushing brother is flustered. The younger brother has a plan, but he needs to take some risks. He can't take care of it, so I want you to analyze it. There was a faint smile on the face of a fairy, and a ray of light came. Oh, do you have a better suggestion? Blush raised his head, his eyes flashed a strange look. The man in front of him is the immortal wizard of Yuanling world. He came over as a general and heard he had a bad stomach. There are many spooky thoughts. This time, I stood up and pointed out any ghostly thoughts. I dare not do this. That's what brought everyone together, so he wasn't particularly looking forward to it. It might take some risk, but it works. We can. Speaking of the latter, the conversation between the two becomes one voice. I don't know what to say, but blushing eyes start to sparkle and I can't help but nod. That's a great idea. If you don't do well, you and I may be punished by the fairy tale world. Can you really guarantee anything? After the excitement, The blush was confirmed again, and his eyes looked at him with dignity. Yes, at that time, he was absolutely unprepared. You must know that the power of the fairy passage rules can crush real fairies, even stronger ones can hurt, let alone juniors, as long as this thing has been done. Okay, for Fairyland, even if it's impossible to level up, your rewards are still plentiful. Mo's surname is not dead, the more excited he is. The light in the eyes is getting better and better. He had thought about this idea for a long time. This is just to use force before blushing, and to destroy the gods together, he didn't say. Now the punishment of the gods is strong, overwhelming them. Hard work is definitely not a good thing. It can only be used in this way. Well, if you want to do it, just do it thoroughly and ask everyone what it means. There was a gleam of light in the hazy eyes, stood up and walked towards the crowd. What? Sneak attacking the Nether, that's a death sentence. Chapter 32 Emptiness. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. A few cents listened and shook his head. Although they want to kill the gods, they must do what they can. Now people are strong, they're not normal. But if they attack, they win, and the punishing world will never give up. Imagine the geniuses of the world being attacked by the immortals in front of the fairy passage. What would God think? Crazy. A bunch of cowards. Blush asked for a circle, and the people in his own world listened to him, and the other circles shook their heads. They know the leader of Blush because he is the strongest. But to do this kind of thing, it has to be differentiated, so as not to get rid of the upper body, which is not good. Hateful. The appearance of the surname Mo is also a fist with a slight grip on the ground. The face is very depressed. An attack by 5 or 6 people is not impossible, but relatively weak. The other side will have a lot of space. If the reaction is quick, they will be able to avoid the attack immediately. However, the attack of more than 10 people is different. It can clutter a space. The opponent cannot hide. After entering the channel by dragon, they attack the space channel together, and the space channel must be used. The energy and laws of heaven crush it. This is the real killing. Brother Mo, your plan seems to fail. The blushing face was iron blue, and after a few perfunctory words, he left, telling him to let everyone practice and welcome fairy tales in the near future. Brother, shall we wait until the passage of the gods is opened? These days, Dong Lin is generally uneasy about the ants on the hot pot. Before I say yes, I must catch 2 fairies. Why don't I move? If they do go to the ice temple, then they will meet again, but it will be hard. Don't worry, things won't be so easy to solve. I'm thinking these days, you want to kill the gods in Bingya. Cheng Long smiled lightly, his expression relaxed. He looked at the faces of the 2 fairies and didn't kill a fairy in the Ice Age. At present, only the fairies of the ice and snow world can be preserved the best. Kill, of course, I'm going to kill, those few gods make me look good. Dong Lin quickly made a fuss, his eyes were murderous. Oh, Chenglong's heart is very strange, how could he be like this? Senior brother, you don't know, I heard that the 6 gods have to flatter horses all day long, it's very annoying. Dong Lin Yi said, let Chenglong smile, this guy is jealous. Won't they have any opinion? Zero looking for flowers. Cheng Longyi asked a question, I think there is still something wrong with the undead in the ice-killing world. No, absolutely no problem, you know, these guys are only equivalent to the ice temple in the sky. Dong Lin nodded continuously on a piece of land. Although it was separated, he still had a way to keep in touch with the 2 women. This place is completely different from the emptiness of Tianzun Road. If so, it's easy. Cheng Long nodded slightly. An incomprehensible light flashed before my eyes. Bro, when are we going? How many people are there? Seeing Chenglong nodding his head, Donglin immediately became impatient. Starting tomorrow, let's find the 2 of us. Xian let me handle it while you go find them. Chenglong decided to make Donglin jump up excitedly, so the best. Take a break. Chenglong sent Donglin away, his thoughts were diverted a few days ago. In Yupei, he only released Donglin and Dongwangsan and told everyone that he was fine. Of course, Yupei was engulfed. The reason is the Tibetan Mastiff. In the hearts of other borders, they lost a lot of money here. They can hide them and make the rest of the world less panic before another dog jumps into the wall for a long time. Chapter 33 Accompanied by the Devil. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Blush suddenly smiled when he heard what they said, but now is a good opportunity to defeat people, one cannot miss it. Come on, please sit down and tell me your details in detail. I'll let the younger brothers ask the rest of the circle. Blush speaks slowly, and the eyes are filled with intense light. In a short period of time, the 6 realms brought everyone to the Yuanshan border. Bing Yangxian slapped, 950, in the face of their troubles. Everyone was silent and their expressions were not very good. You have also seen that the ambition of punishing the gods of the world, against ice today, may be your world tomorrow, or my world, and now they are too powerful, we can only unite and compete with them. Blush declares that everyone is reconciled, the situation is urgent, and they have to. Chunglong didn't expect that what happened to Donggulan would make the remaining 6 circles unite again. It's good because everyone agrees, let's go to the world and talk about. When she saw her, she could reorder 6 worlds, and her heart went smoothly. So eager to go. One is to have everyone follow his instructions more thoroughly. Second, he knows that punishing the world won't let people go, so you can take the second move. Nearly 24 sects bring powerful holy gods to the world. Now it's still Chunglong, Kai Ching and Xiao Ding. Blush, what are you looking for? When Kai Ching saw so many people coming in, his expression was naturally ugly. Brother Hong, don't be angry, I really can't remember. I thought there were only 3 real gods in your world. I don't think there are a few hidden snows. Blush said calmly, if you have something to say, let it go. Red doesn't move, let him speak out. The first volume of Tianlong War Emperor. It's no big deal, let's find someone. There is a faint smile on his blushing face, making it difficult to see what he is thinking. Ha ha, Zhiqing heard the laughter, and then his face changed, looking at him with a snarl. Blind, don't say it's you, even if you are a stronger person, you have to take them away, I will rush, or I will be welcomed. Tianlin has no face, making her blush. The light in the eyes flashed, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense, and an invisible pressure enveloped everyone. If you want to fight, then go to the void. In order not to break the end of the continent, neither you nor I can eat and walk. Kai Ching sneered with a sneer, if this war, you must be able to breathe 6 worlds. Otherwise they will still have life. Oh, big brother, Hong, don't be so angry. We came here in a friendly manner. Another grin on his face. He's not stupid and knows he's too heavy, but he still has no intention of retreating. Hey, I don't welcome you here, just get lost. A man in red yells at a dozen people, not just one face. You. The blush was shocked, speechless, the redness was insane. Oh, what, have you ever moved on 5.7? Red eyebrows raised, face sneered, eyes twinkling. He didn't want to start, but he really wanted to start, but he had to wait until the other side couldn't help it, or he would fall to heaven and be questioned, that would be too bad. Hey, there is no need to take action. From now on, we are ready to monitor your behavior. I hope you will be honest, but don't start things that make you unhappy. Chapter 34 Cast a Shadow. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. The scarlet letter is not yet finished. Everyone behind them fights according to the array. There were nearly 20 people in the large array. Even if riding a dragon can kill 1 or 2, they can also send a joint attack that ordinary people can't resist. Okay, here we go. Akasaka's unusual excitement was endless, and he was also afraid that these guys would attack the gods who were wasted on the world. In this case, we welcome. Crimson is smiling and meditating like everyone behind him, but they still maintain the formed form, but become defensive in nature. What kind of medicine are these guys selling in the gourd? Chunglong looked aside clearly, the blush didn't seem to come to someone, it was just an excuse for them to be here. Let me rest assured that before our gods they cannot look down on any wave. Kai Ching gave him a voice and heard the voice. Chunglong is in a much better mood. After 3 days, everyone meditated quietly. Hey, suddenly, the formation of blushing and others erupted into intense chaos, and even a few people were shaking. They were sneaked. What happened? The crowd opened their eyes, their faces were shocked. Red and green, do you really want a decisive battle? The blushing face looked at each other, The strength of the strike was just that, only Red could do it. What kind of fart are you farting? I'm not moving anymore. It's not like you're making excuses on purpose. Kai Ching was very angry. He didn't understand anything. He has no reason to be a target. He's in a good mood. That is. Yan Hong turned her gaze to Chunglong, and found that he was looking up at a certain place, looking at him. He immediately took a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with disbelief. The top of the earth is formed by the power of law, and there is a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters. The outside world is wreaking havoc on the continent. Fortunately, the hole is not that big. Those hurricanes were broken by the halo in the air and lost their strength. Ordinary wind blows. In our eyes, we can quietly punch a big hole in the power of the law. It's not easy. You should have been attacked by him just now, but you were fine, or the other side is not strong enough. Chunglong's faint voice enveloped one side of the world, but his face was very serious. He has fired 100,000 vigilance points. Check. Blush returned to God, screamed, and formed a battle with the people. The fairies shake hands and look around warily. The heavy depression casts a shadow over everyone, and the scene is quiet and everyone's heart can be heard. The sound of the hurricane is overhead, like an ancient roar from the void. Hey, one thing seemed to be torn apart, and everyone turned their faces to find that the last 737 of the Blush team had only one leg left. Attack. Seeing this scene, everyone started to panic and they all went to that location. Even Chunglong is no exception. He is stared at by inexplicable creatures, and no one will calm down. The attack of more than 20 real immortals was not covered, and it immediately defeated the border wall. If the continent is under the force of immortal law, I am afraid the point of attack will be marked as none. Everyone is supported by a huge breath. Still no mess. When the dust settled, there was nothing but high winds and debris. Oh, this place is nice. There are even gods to make me stronger, but unfortunately, I can't stay long. I will go. Chapter 35 Defensive Formation. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. A scream came from overhead, and then dissipated into the void. Chunglong found that the hole on the top of his head gradually healed, and the unknown strongman left. Everyone was shocked, and the attack of more than 20 people seemed useless. I don't think there is a mysterious strong. Chunglong was shocked. Not only him, but all the faces were full of surprises and terrified expressions. He didn't expect to have a strong stop. Blush, do you go back and resist yourself, or stay with us? Red's cold voice aside, he was in no mood to target the rest of the 6 worlds now. Red and green friends, there is a mysterious power coming. Why don't we join forces to fight against the enemy? Cut hesitation. Hey, do you want to use us? Hey, don't dream. The mysterious powerhouse is upon you now. Of course, if you are willing to stay, then let us go. Kai Ching sneered. Cheng Longshao left quickly. Only the face is blue and the eyes sparkle with blush. Let's go. Set up a defensive array. The red sleeves waved, waving to everyone. At this moment, what are they asking to commit a crime? Brother Hong, do you think this mysterious strong man has left? In a hidden cave, Xiao Ding looked at Red and Green Heart with uneasiness. As soon as he returned to life, he was not himself in an instant. Impossible to say there is no fear. It shouldn't. It's Tianzun Road. It's easy to get in, hard to get out. Unless there are special means, and even if there are special means, if you want to stay in the abnormal way, you pick and have to lose a lot of energy. Think about it. Having said these words, Xiao Ding nodded and meditated beside him. Now he can only resign. We don't have to worry too much. This mysterious strongman is much worse than a demon. It seems to be just a physical attack, and it seems that the power is not unstoppable, but the body has a bit of legal power that has disappeared, but the power of the law cannot be overthrown. As long as we arrange the defensive formation, we should be able to stop his attack. Chunglong, who had been thinking for a long time, said this sentence. Let Xiao Ding's eyes sparkle and he nods. In this case, we will arrange, by the way, to intensify God's punishment, and await the arrival of that monster. Kai Zhisheng made a decision, personally arranged and stabilized the formation. He is the strongest here, only he can secure such a powerful car. Endless void at present. I don't know how far away from the mainland, there is a black gas with a diameter of about 10 meters. There are 2 faint beams of light above the black gas, and he is the celestial strongman who just attacked the other 6 circles and demons. That rascal. This thing can break the laws of the world, weaken the influence on his formation, sneak up on the prey, and then kill it. This is a very scary guy. The strange thing is that the Zhao Li Zhao devil brought me here. I went to the void to heal, and now the injury is suppressed, but he is not there. In the black air mass, the underestimated voice was faintly underestimated. There are a lot of immortal people here. Should be able to hurt me 7 or 8 points. Only one person has the smell of a demon. Is this because the devil gave me instructions? Is it, kill or stay? The black air quality is unstable, as if making a difficult decision. Chapter 36 Great Supernatural Power. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Anyway, let's go find it. After calming down, the 2 black air clusters disappeared instantly, and he quietly turned into black air invisible to the naked eye. It is good. Chenglong, who was practicing tactics, suddenly jumped up and down, shocked. The figure disappeared, lost in battle. The next moment appeared 100 miles away. Prosperity. Where he was just standing, there was turmoil in the space law, and this blow was enough to hit him. He came. Chenglong was shocked in his heart. His body was under the pressure of the sky. His eyes flickered, all Candle Dragon's eyes came out, and everything was empty. Sure enough, under Longan's observation, a gas almost as transparent as air appeared at the position where he just meditated. Chenglong, how are you? Both Kai Qing and Xiaoding were shocked, and soon realized the sound of the voice. I'm fine, you don't want to come out, this thing is only for me. Cheng Long stared at the almost transparent gas. Strange, can this kid see that I can't? Taoist screamed and dismissed the idea immediately, knowing that even in heaven, as long as he wanted to hide, he could find a small part of it, unless they were super masters. The lucky kid escaped, but as a real fairy fix, it's impossible to find him. Sure enough, seeing the miraculous move, Chenglong strengthened his mind and began to accumulate strength, ready to give him a blow. Because this is a breath with the devil, how can you understand it? It should be the prey he left for me. Dao Mo laughed and rushed towards Chenglong. The power of the law is shaking, and Chenglong uses the Candle Dragon to find his blow passing by the oncoming Taoist demon, attacking the distant cliff, instantly turning the cliff into nothingness. Stupid, I am the force of the law, you attack me with force, this is ridiculous. The Taoist sneered, and the speed still did not slow down, and rushed over by Chenglong, and now, he will definitely take him away. Since the power of the law doesn't work, I'll try it with Jinpeng's claws. Chenglong soon had an idea. The hands are claw-shaped, and the surrounding psychic power celestial sources are gathered in his ABCB hands. A phantom of a huge Jinpeng claw with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. The pressure, as strong as an ocean wave, swayed in every direction. Not good. It turned out to be the great supernatural power of the Jinpeng family. Seeing Chenglong making such a violent move, the demon's heart screamed. He immediately changed direction and reached the end of the continent. He knew it was unstoppable. Want to run? Chenglong sneered, his figure shaking. Jinpeng's answer to the magic power came to the side of the demon, and hit the palm. Prosperity. The demon rushed to the throne, instantly turning into countless black air and fleeing outside the continent. He was physically injured. The advantage is sneak attack. Now he's been spotted and used to deal with him. Could he wipe it off by force? So I escaped without hesitation. Even if he escaped in time, he didn't expect that Chenglong would have a big country space, and the move of Jinpeng's claws completely hit his body, and he was hit hard again. However, with Chenglong's strength, one move was not enough for him to stay, so he ran away anyway. That's too regretful. Chenglong looked at the legal force above his head, and there was a dense hole. It's a shame such a powerful move didn't keep him. Isn't it more dangerous in the future? Chapter 37 Inexplicable. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Humid. What about the magical power of the Jinpeng family? The black air in the void condenses the original face. It is a monster with 2 large horns, a face, a pig's nose and a neck under its neck. At this moment, the monster looked at the end of the continent with horror. To be honest, he's a little scared now. The strength of the boy is not very good, but the speed is very fast. He was seriously injured and couldn't go all out. Big attack, otherwise the damage is permanent. Damn demon brought me here, but I escaped. When the two of them came here, the demon roared. They're best friends in heaven. They're evil, and they've never lost their hand because they've done so much evil. They've been watched by patrolling angels passing by. As a result, they inflicted serious injuries on both of them. If they don't get away quickly, I fear they'll go crazy. Go out. After being injured, they fear being discovered by other powerful people in the sky. The demon took out an unknown thing and said he would take him to a good place to heal. He nodded naturally and agreed. He knew that this child sent him to Tianzun Road. It has passed, so the first priority of his coming here is to suppress the damage, and then there is a situation where the demon appears first and then appears. Of course, Taoists didn't know that the demon had died long ago, and thought that the other party ran to leave one for him. Volume 1 of Tianlong War Emperor, Chapter 511, I don't think you can use the strong. After I suppress the injury, I hope you look good. Zero asked for flowers. For now, we can only avoid it. I think we should go to a closed place first. Zhiqing thought of a way, and Chenglong nodded. He could only do this, hoping to drag it to the opening of the passage to heaven. At that time, there was naturally a super strong way to deal with it. The demon leaves a curse and it disappears into the endless void. Chenglong's injury recurred, and he had to suppress it again. Speaking of the devil, Chenglong's face became more solemn, and the other party could approach quietly. Even if he used Candle Longan, he had to look carefully. Also, he can't always use Candle Longan, which is unrealistic. After Zhiqing felt the power of the law, he became angry, and Chenglong was ugly. The other side is so blatantly looking for it. After falling to the ground, both Kai Qing and Xiaoding were surprised. In Chenglong's eyes, they could see clearly. This is the magical power of the Tianping Jinping family. They've only heard of it before. I've seen it, I won't see it here. Oh, I have a member of the Fortune Wings family. Kai Qing waved his hand and brought out Chenglong and shouting. Because Chenglong was injured by the demon, Chenglong and others had lived for a few days, and they wondered if Dao had left or asked for another sect. Of course, Chenglong also received Dong Pei and the two fairies in the space to avoid being attacked. Chenglong vaguely explained that Zhiqing and Shouting looked at each other and nodded at the same time. These things, they are not easy to ask, when this topic is brought here inexplicably strong. Between the blushing and nearly 20 immortals, they formed a killing line with defiant faces, 3 of them with smiles on their lips. Just as they were retreating in the secret room, there was a powerful turmoil from the outside world. Go, let's go. 0. Chenglong, just your blow. Make. What about the rest of the 6 worlds? He shouldn't have suffered any fatal injuries. If I'm not mistaken, he will come. Chapter 38 Disharmony in the 7 Realms. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Hey, Zhao King, hand over the 2 fairies and everyone will get along, otherwise don't blame us. Blushing and mocking, the light in his eyes flickered, he didn't hide his provocative breath. Hey, I was killed by a sacrifice. Hongqing snorted and said nothing, making her face blush, and then restless. The other party is still so hateful now, he really can't help it. Thief, even if you are a person from the lower realm, if you dare to kill, look at the September 17th trick. Blush was very angry, and immediately sent out the accumulated good moves. Suddenly the dragon and tiger screamed, and the force of flying sand and stone collided. A-hole. When Kai Qing saw that the opponent was attacking at the end of the mainland, he immediately became furious, but he dared not resist, because he was worried that the impact of these 2 wars would end the mainland war. Let's go. Chenglong grabbed Kai Qing and Xiaoding's shoulders and disappeared instantly. With the joint efforts of more than a dozen people, a huge hole 10 miles in diameter has been revealed. Budget, what are they going to do now? Kai Qing was a little angry and confused. According to the ambition before blushing, it is impossible to be so impulsive. Even when he comes to pick things up, he'll pick some up and force them to shoot first, and they won't think of the other hand first. I don't quite understand how they suddenly became so violent and fearless. Xiaoding added it next to it. Do they have anything? Shenlong's eyes flickered, watching them form a formation and walking towards them methodically. It's just that he really can't think of why the other party is like this. Red-green, today, let's rest. Yan Hong and the others stood 10 miles away, his eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Blush, you want to break the rules, you must know that if you do this, you will not be able to live in heaven. Red Eyes growled, the other party was really annoying, even ignoring the oath. Hey, breaking the rules. Lose what you said, would we have done it if you hadn't broken the rules first? But you can rest assured we didn't say we wanted to kill you, just win. Blush sneered, the cold light in his eyes was not only him, but also other gods, they looked at them. They have changed so much, naturally there is a reason. The reason is very simple, that is Tao. After the demons crushed the wounds, they found them. At first they see the demon coming, they are shocked and prepared, they know that the other person is actually talking to them about Condition 0. I heard that you are not in harmony with the 7 realms. Are you in the 6 realms of God's punishment? Daomo opened his mouth to let them face each other, but they couldn't understand why the other side asked. What's going on? It has nothing to do with you. They formed a formation and were careful. Note that not long ago, the other party took one of their immortals, and thought they would not be afraid. Haha, I'm here, just for this kid. Hey, yes, this is Chunglong. I believe you are at the lower limit, but you also have a mission. Daomo seemed to be very clear about the affairs of the 7 realms. Let them sink their hearts if you say something, but you can't easily believe what the other person says. 3.7 inches you're here, don't you want to use us? What kind of blush, the reason for breaking the matter? You can say that, but I prefer to use the word to help each other. I also know you can't kill each other. I just need you to help me beat each other. It hurts better, I can swear it here. After the event, you will never be embarrassed, the boy who God punished the world will leave to you. Chapter 39 Life and death are at stake. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. The demon's words shocked them, and the other party had sworn, although they hesitated, but the order of the upper realm was very clear, so they still compromised with each other. Only then are you provocative. Haha, do you really think you can form a battle with the 3 of us? Zhiqing laughed, he wanted to change, but he was pulled by Chunglong, he immediately passed on his voice, so that he did not dare to act rashly. The 3 of them can use their bodies to avoid each other's attacks. There is no need to work hard. What, Hong, dare not fight with us? Hey, I know, you are a coward. The blush was ridiculed by 01, Chunglong stopped the red action, he saw it clearly. Haha, that's a joke. When Hong was angry, Shenlong suddenly sneered. Chunglong, I know you are very different, but I am not targeting you, but Red. If you want to fight, you can wait for me and Zhiqing to finish this move. Seeing Chunglong sneering next to him, Yan Hong screamed suddenly. Happiness is not that I can't look down on you. With your cultivation, 10 of them are not necessarily opponents of Big Brother Chichang. I just want to rely on this array to catch my big brother. Do you think this is interesting? Long laughed a lot, and he said that the red face is red. Yes, he just relied on formation to beat Red, shame on him. You Yuheng, you don't need to provoke me, I will not withdraw my formation. Although Blushing was angry with Chunglong, he was more sober and had to fight against the red youths, and there were more than a dozen of them. Hey, you say you can fight. When I'm stupid, I want to fight with me, come to the endless void. Kai Ching sneered, and disappeared at the same place. The next moment appeared thousands of miles away, and the place he was going to was just empty. Let's go too. Chunglong and Xiaoding soon catch up. This battle is inevitable, both winning and losing, but also life and death. Hey, this time I see where you're going. Although red is red, it will be teleported, but compared with Chunglong, the difference is not a little bit, there are traces of tracking, they can find it. Oh, I have walked into the void, I thought it would be close to the mainland. It seems that it will take a lot of effort. A demon somewhere in the mainland has noticed that the atmosphere of people is getting farther and farther away, and it has turned into countless black air to keep up. After running for 3 hours this time, they came to the edge of the gap deep in the void, which was the secluded place where Yuheng was trapped. Netherlands. Yan Hong was about to laugh at Zhiqing for how many times he didn't run away, etc., and then looked around. Even when he got to this terrible place, he immediately changed his face, and his eyes became more serious. 950. Why are you afraid? Kai Ching sneered, with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. Ha ha, Chiching, I can't think of you with such a mind, it's really terrible. It is rumored that the power of this law is very different. Even a god can't escape, and it is likely to be killed by a strong heart. Do you want us to come with you? Gossip sneered, although he said, but subconsciously took a step back. I could tell he didn't want to be trapped here. How? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, we go. There is nothing to say between us. If we are not afraid, how can we fight on the edge of danger? Chapter 40. A real fairy. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Kai Ching screamed, and finally, he stared at Chenglong from the corner of his eyes, not far away. His heart was very embarrassed. Can the other party really bring him out of here? In his opinion, it is a miracle that Chenglong comes out of his heart. How can this happen twice? However, Chenglong assured him that he has no reason not to believe the other party's words, and now they can only suppress them by doing so. If you have a good idea, you will fight on the edge of danger and cause a legal storm. Even if we are blessed, we may accidentally get scratched and never come out. Blush could see too clearly, and subconsciously clenched his fists. It's a gamble. He sees no value in doing so. You must know that demons are enemies of all powers in the sky and are as annoying as demons. Therefore, at this moment, he hesitated, not knowing whether to do so. Haha, since I know, why break it? Kai Ching stared at each other with a smile. They didn't take the lead. He didn't start first. It's really hard for one to play against each other's formations. I know the first 5 have become taboo ties. Now he thinks he has improved a lot and he does need to work out, but he is not arrogant. Nearly 20 people with one enemy, unless it's a high-level guy, it's still best. Quote pipe, comma quote. There is a law around the tornado, and even a deep wind blows deep in the Netherlands, and this wind is directly on the Yuanshan, making them feel a kind of creepy, seeing how scary the Netherlands is. When Yanhong saw Chenglong suddenly launched an attack, the 19 people suddenly reacted and started to fight against the enemy, jerking and shouting, how could they be idle? They also joined the battle circle, a space storm, law fragments everywhere, even this moment, even the quiet and peaceful good land is violent. Just as Blush was about to say something, there was a terrible voice in his head. Taoism does not know when it has been around. The blushing anger was exacerbated by Taoist words. Seeing the black gas retreating to the distance, Chenglong immediately used his huge divine power to teleport to the black gas, grabbed it, imprisoned Shanyuan, and sent out 2 golden eyes to fight on the black gas. When Chenglong saw the black air, he suddenly became angry, and Jinpeng's claws were used immediately. We will be done. There are a lot of people who will become real gods in the mainland. I think some of them are geniuses. If you don't, I will swallow them, so even if you reach heaven, you can't live, you can't die. Some people behind him were unwilling to die, it was too worthless, so their words further shook the blushing determination. If you don't, you'll all have to die. Quick, block, you. Chenglong saw the sudden change in blushing. Candle Dragon looked out and found a black gas around him, and suddenly understood everything. Be careful, they have to attack. Shu Hongshong, do we really want to fight? Chenglong next to me will definitely not look at us one-on-one. When he was shot beside him, if we were defeated by the void. Where to escape? What? Oh, it's your skin. Blush wanted to refute, but the other party didn't give him a chance. There was a scream, the voice was sharp, and Jing Heng's thorn felt dizzy. Then the black gas turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the void. Chenglong completely lost the trace of Tao. Chapter 41. Blast to pieces. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. This. People in the melee suddenly heard a terrible sound, and suddenly they were subconsciously startled and stopped. A few lights turned to Chenglong, just to see the golden light in his eyes. Crimson, you are colluding with the villain who killed you. Chenglong's fury is unstoppable. He stands on top immediately, wearing clothes and hunting screams. He has a lot of shots. Chenglong, what do you mean? We are not dirty. Blush won't admit it. or they'll know the truth and they'll be out of luck. Chapter 1 of Tianlonglong, Chapter 513, It is not difficult for people to leave. So far, you still refuse to admit it. If that's the case, don't blame me for being so hot. Chenglong's face was cold, and he was not very satisfied with them. Now the other side is colluding with the enemy. He can't hold his hand. Immediately moved to a fairy 107 and kicked it to the secluded ground, so he looked at him and yelled. This is the special space of Jinpeng patrolling angels. A level of immortal immortality doesn't understand anything. It's impossible to think it out. Seeing that the effect was so good, Chenglong had a big brain, and the next moment another fairy appeared, and Jinpeng's claws were used. Push it into the abyss. Ah! No, no. The fairy made his face terrified, and only when he was able to get it out, disappeared into the darkness. Chenglong. Yan Abad Hong saw that Chenglong was so fierce and recruited dead hands. He was immediately angry, but he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Blush, I know you've done a good job and want me to deal with you. Don't worry, I'll see you when I push all these fairies into the secluded land. Chenglong snorted, and then went to the third unlucky person. Prosperity. Within a quarter of an hour, he broke the 7 gods into the secluded land. Not good. Just as he blew the 8th, there was a powerful danger behind him, which he ducked subconsciously. Immortals around him seemed to explode like nothingness. They were blasted to pieces. Black gas flew from the debris. The attacks also stopped. They know there are powerful people in this fight. Hey, Chenglong, can't you get all these sensors there, or how will my injuries go? The demon made a yin and yang sound, and everyone felt chills listening to it, especially the blushing and others, whose faces were even uglier. Oh, I think Blush might be using taboo to counter my attacks. I don't think you ran out. I'm afraid I'll drive them into the void and break your good things. Chenglong sneered a bit, and they felt sorry for blushing, and they were still dreaming when they were shot. Dao Mo, what do you mean? Do you just want to ride a dragon? The blushing face was really unstoppable. Yin Sheng asked him. Oh, I said you're not embarrassed, but I didn't say not to kill you. The devil played a word game with them. Demon, you. Blush and the others are angry that it turns out they are fighting for the fisherman. Taoism doesn't intend to let them go. Oh, don't worry, don't you want to kill Chenglong first? You have to die, but you've been alive for a while, If I didn't intervene, you might be beaten into Holland now. I know, I don't want to go there. You must be dead when you go. You should thank me for letting you live for a while. Chapter 42 Surrounded by Magic. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. The demon's words brought the blushing anger and others to a new level, but no one dared to act rashly. They know that demons can easily take their lives. As it turns out, I suddenly said that they suddenly had the audacity to declare war on us. It turns out you're a damned ghost. Kai Ching was beside him angrily, but he didn't dare to act rashly, but he was deeply vigilant. Oh, your strength is good, but this is not my fantasy. Chenglong, you and I will join hands. How will the rest of the sect be slaughtered? I will give you a big creation. The illusion of Taoism facing Chenglong with a smile on his face is even more terrifying. Ha ha, Yu Heng laughed. Tensions were swept away. The other side says it's a lack of performance. In this case, nothing to fear. Did you call the devil? Did anyone tell me this? But he's rejecting and refining me, and I'm sure you know who it is. Chenglong's face was very cold, and there was a smile on his face. You killed the demon. No. Impossible, your means, even if you can kill me 1,000 times, it is impossible to kill the demon once. The person who faced the demon was shocked, and Chenglong's words completely shocked him. Oh, how is that impossible? Killing a scorpion is like killing a chicken, and you think you can get away with it if I don't use it too much. But since you hear it comes, leave it alone. Chenglong sneered. Jinpeng's claws began to condense, his eyes shone brightly, they were the eyes of the candle dragon. You can explore the illusion, and let Dao Mo have nothing within a certain distance. Everyone, if you want to be threatened by Dao again, you will stand by. If you don't want to, use your array to surround this world. I believe it is impossible to kill Dao. Chenglong's stern voice sounded, making Blush and the others move their feet subconsciously, with indecision on their faces. knowing that they are still struggling, and now they must unite. This is really God. What are you still doing? After the red and green were completed, there was a loud noise, blocking the way of Dao, and Xiaoding stood beside him. The protagonist enters the corner of the corner and surrounds it with magic. Brother Big Red, this magic has not been removed, we can't survive. Some people convince, one speaks, everyone nods, humans will talk to them, and when they do, they never will. Zero asked for flowers. Okay, big deal, get along with each other later. Blush is also a decisive master, nodding immediately, screaming that a sleeping fairy team will leave Chunglong and Dao in the middle. Oh, I want to trap me, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. The road monster screamed and slammed into the sky. Oh, a rebound pulls it back to where it just stood. Demon, we can't kill you, but you can still do it for a while. The blush sounded to one side, filling the 3 points with the devil's black gas, showing his anger at this moment. Ha, demon, don't waste your time, come on. Chunglong laughed and roared. Dao's speed is very fast, but riding a dragon is also good, especially the blessing of space power and candle dragon eyes, which give him the upper hand in the war. Daoism roared. He relied on sneak attacks to kill his opponents, his actual combat ability was not strong, and the damage was on his body, so it was a matter of time before he failed. Dao Demon, blame, you can only blame you for breaking into Tianzun Road, otherwise you won't fall to the top. Chapter 43 Disappear in the Void. Seek self-determination, seek complete determination, seek everything. The side riding the dragon is fighting, he is fighting with Thou. It's not easy for him, but he has the confidence to win this game. Prosperity. Yu Heng Dao Devil used various magical powers, while colorful fairies and black gas swallowed everything in the entire array. Prosperity. When the two were fighting, thunder suddenly came from the depths of the void, and Chunglong subconsciously opened the distance from the Dao, looking up at the direction of the sound of 227. Not good. After the devil heard the sound, his face became bigger and he turned into black air to escape. On the other hand, the face was blushing, and there was a color of happiness on the face. Because of the excitement, the whole body trembled slightly, not only blushing, but also jerking and shouting. It seemed that there was a good thing. What happened? Chunglong was confused, still looking in the direction of Lei Shang. There seems to be an endless beast roaring in a low voice, and the weak pressure in the depths of the void makes people feel a huge pressure. Quick, trap this, he can't run. Blush screamed, and Chunglong found that everyone was trying their best to prevent Dao from escaping. You bastards, let me go out, I swear, after going out, it is absolutely not suitable for you. Chunglong, I beg you, quickly help me open a gap. The demon's voice is full of appeals, but everyone knows the man is nothing more than talking and farting. Chunglong is even more exaggerated. One palm strikes the Taoist demon and is an unstoppable fight while the emperor resists and hides. Bastards, you, hateful guys, heaven, my family will not let you go. The devil's angry roar was full of reluctance. Oh, devil, it seems that your wonderful 10 years are not over. Chunglong sneered, he suddenly thought of something. That is to say, the knowledge of Tianzun will scan the entire Tianzun road from time to time to see if there is a powerful existence beyond the limit of the lower realm. Once found, innocent people will be killed. As that, my thunder. BD, devil, they say follow your good luck, lousy and you are in the sky, you will encounter such a disaster, you must not die. Do you know how to shoot? Wait for the demon to roar, a red lightning bolt pierces through the crowd and hits the demon zero. This is Zhiqing, he is a warlike madman. There are nearly 20 immortals on the other side. There are now 10 heads left, all divided into the remaining 6 worlds. There are only 2 people in each world. Ha, demon, do you have any wishes? Maybe I can help you with 1 or 2. The sound of thunder was just a warning. No wonder the magical desire to leave Tianzun Road. Therefore, he didn't wait for him to leave, and the thunderbolt fell, turning it into fly ash and annihilation. 21. Chunglong believed that the power of punishment was very strong, and many gods were thinking about who was shooting. The Tao of Tao turned into white smoke and disappeared into the void. Even the formation of man is shattered, showing that the power of lightning is too strong for man to resist. Chunglong laughed happily, the cockroach had to be destroyed in the end. Everyone, now that the demon is dead, are we still fighting? Hey, there is a sound of speculation. People are still silent. They are thinking, Tianzun 2.0 is watching them, but he has no respect for Tianzun. After a quarter of an hour, someone opened it. Oh, the thunder of the void just now should be their battle with the way of the devil. The superpowers have discovered the upper realm, which otherwise would not be the case. In contrast, the penalty world also has an advantage. If it is Tianzun's shooting, even if it is time to prepare for you, it is impossible to resist. Chenglongxin has a lingering fear. The power of lightning gave him a feeling of destroying everything. In the case of this power, it will also disappear. Chapter 44. Soul World. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination. Seek everything. Friends of Red Qingdao, we have been tempted by the way of the devil, you have seen it, and now the devil is dead, there is no grudge between us, let's say goodbye. The blushing reaction was very fast, and everyone quickly flew to the end of the mainland, worried that Chenglong and others would intercept it. Yes, get ready to welcome us. Zhiqing screamed in the void and turned to Chenglong, where he found his thoughts. What happened? Kai Qing saw him without saying a word, and asked subconsciously. It's nothing, my punishment just now is very powerful. Chenglong smiled. He is still considering punishment. Punishment and kindness are quite different things. His one kindness is the power of the law. But right here, there is no law at all. After disappearing, there is no trace left, as if it has never appeared, and it is very different from the previous cognition. Oh, I do not know. Zhiqing smiled, blushed, and said something very embarrassing. Although he did a good job, he only said it on the road of Tianzun. In heaven, he is the bottom of existence, no chance to see the big man, no chance to see the super strong. So where did you know this? Let's go back. Cheng Longyi smiled and sighed. Heaven is much more complicated than he imagined. There are so many different forces that the nether can be valued by the sky. This is a lucky thing. Oh, there are only about 10 immortals left in the other 6 worlds this time. Chenglong, you say, do we want to go and see them? The red-green next to it turned on, and the iron was hot. Of course, he and Shouting can only fight immortal, but Chenglong is different. He is from the lower realm and can shoot and kill people from the 6 realms. As long as he is willing, the saint is not a problem. This, I still forgot. Chenglong thought for a while, then shook his head slightly. He is not a murderer. He has a dynasty and longevity world festival, his power is greatly compromised. As for Soul World and his vacation, it's not that big. Especially Yuan Daozi. Chenglong has some admiration for him in his heart. He is a talent like Dong Lin. He will definitely occupy a place in the world after he wants to come. In the world of ice and spirit, it is impossible for him to deal with it. There is no need to talk about the relationship between the 2 fairies and Donglin. Volleyball is still his younger brother. How can he deal with it? Not only not difficult, but help them. As for Phoenix Flame World, Empress Huang Yan didn't treat him maliciously, and didn't need to kill anyone. Oh, I know that Chenglong has a kind heart and won't kill you easily, but these celestial bodies are sad, we have to talk to them. Kai Qing smiled and told the truth, he was not satisfied with Chenglong's answer. He knew that the other 6 circles and their circles were deadly enemies. In the past, almost all the gods of Tianzun Road were killed. 370 It is also the kind of person with limited potential. It's hard to get a chance now. Chenglong didn't want to do this, but he knew that Chenglong would not do it. Even if he finds other people, those people will ask what Chenglong means. It can be said that looking for it is also white, useless. I can only spread this bad smell on the blush and others. Brother Qiqing, you are blushing, you can kill these gods at will, but the relationship between them and us in the remaining 6 worlds is more complicated than you can imagine. Quote, Chenglong smiled wryly, and the red air inadvertently revealed his breath, which made him realize. Chapter 45. Punishment at the end of the mainland. Seek self-determination. Seek complete determination, seek everything. Ha. Big brother knows that your relationship is very good, it's just a feeling, brother, Xiaoding and I went to visit them, this matter can't be just this. After red and green were completed, Xiaoding flew to the end of the continent. Chenglong could bear it, but they couldn't bear it. Forget it. Let them go. Anyway, I don't feel good about things made by gods. Chunglong stared at the quiet ground behind him with a bang. Candle Dragon looked out and found that the celestial body was surrounded by some black gas. This is Jin Wuwei's dissatisfaction. They are wrapped up by these people. You're out of luck. Chunglong sneered. The figure disappeared, and disappeared in the same place. He also went to the mainland. Prosperity. When I first fell into the realm of punishment, I was shocked. Sheng Long shook his head helplessly. Kai Ching and those immortal people walked over in the bar. I don't know what the result is. Haha. So happy. After a quarter of an hour, I didn't see anyone, and the first time I heard a voice, it was Zhiqing's red laughter, which seemed to match the blushing, and compared to others, it has a small advantage, so it will be. Chunglong, see what this is. A red light flashed in Kai Ching's hand, and there was a figure the size of a thumb, engraved with the jade stone of the beast totem. It's a good thing. It's the most valuable thing about a blush. Today he had to take it out. Kai Ching smiled happily, and after talking with Sheng Long, she went to practice. At this time, Chunglong felt the real silence. He finally stopped worrying about the impact of the remaining 6 circles on punishment. I want to release everyone from Jade. I'm afraid to meet such a powerful guy or demon. So let them practice in the Jade space and wait for the fairy channel to open. It's closer to the days of Go to Wonderland. On this day, Chunglong was practicing on the top of the mountain. There was turbulence in the void, and he opened his eyes, surprised. The confusion he felt was actually caused by the breakthrough. It's strange that the gods were punished at the end of the continent, and no one went to the void. Will the rest of the 6 worlds be able to break through? Chunglong's face is very strange. After thinking about it, the figure disappeared. He's going to see who it is, and the breakthrough is still so obvious. Didn't even find a place to hide. After a quarter of an hour, he came to a dangerous place. There were sarcophagi all over the place. There was a hurricane everywhere. Fragments of the law formed in Uzumaki from time to time, and suddenly disappeared. It was the second most dangerous place besides secluded places. Chunglong has been there before and knows that this place is extraordinary, but he has never experienced it before. He thought he had to give some place a taste and get the rewards he deserved. Take a dragon to the vicinity, hide in the void, and you can see at a glance who is practicing in the chaos. I saw that the 5 souls of Yuanyun were all opened, and the dragon slaying, Huafeng, and golden snakes were constantly devouring the colorful fairies. The surrounding fairies seemed to be attracted and gather around her. Even Cheng Long sighed that Yuan's soul was really strange in this sudden promised scene. Over time, she will echo across the sky. This is a formidable enemy. Such an idea suddenly came to Chunglong's mind. He used to be confused with Yuanyun, and even described it as an enemy. It's just that he doesn't want to continue his dissatisfaction. It's not tempting. Potential. Chunglong clenched his fist subconsciously, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his eyes flashed inexplicably. Chunglong, you are here.